In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising. I hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. Counting down to the U.S. Destruction with this president in office. I really do hope you had a great weekend. Oh, it's just a lot of stuff to talk about. We're going to talk about the rich are now preventing you from getting a certain amount of assets. You know, they call that a run on the banks. If you are unaware, the largest investor in your pensions, your 401k, BlackRock, uh, they are preventing you from getting over 5% of your money. They are saying, no, you can't have your money. You're just a common man. The billionaires, they get their money first. You think that you're going to take all of your money out? No. It's how things go in the United States. The billionaires raid and loot all their money from the banks, and what's left over will divvy out to you or give you a IOU piece of paper. So they're trying to prevent a run on the banks by preventing you from getting your money. BlackRock. If you are a regular here, you know that I have delve deep into all of the parts of your lives, your retirement, your future that BlackRock controls. So if you're not BlackRock and Blackstone, okay. So if you have been over here, you should be concerned. Let me share this with you right quick. And hello to everyone who has come in. Hit the like button. I appreciate that. I'm trying to find my glasses. Okay, there. I apologize. Hold on. Here we go. Let me share this with you. Let's get into this.
when it comes to alternative asset managers. News came down earlier today, confirmed by the Financial Times, first reported in London, that BlackRock isn't just a big name, it might be the biggest of the big names, the flagship of all flagship when it comes to alternative asset managers. News came down earlier today, confirmed by the Financial Times, first reported in London, that BlackRock is indeed halting redemptions on one of its flagship funds. And we're not talking about some small little niche product either. A $26 billion fund that is, you will not be shocked to learn, seeing massive withdrawals, more than the fund can handle, and wishing to avoid the negative consequences that come with a constant investor withdrawals, which would be forced selling stage 2 behavior. The fund has said we're only going to honor about half of the withdrawals requests that we're getting, which is, as we've been saying all along, when this first started showing up, that is, the more investors are gated off and blocked from withdrawing their money, the more it's going to lead other investors to say, I better get my money out while I still possibly can. It leads to this domino or snowball effect where one after another. And this comes on a day, by the way, where we have historic moves in the oil market. Looks to be a huge panic going on in oil, which is only going to add more pressure to everything else. One reason why we're seeing private credit under pressure to begin with. And not to mention, I mean, since the third thing we can talk about here, negative payrolls, seemingly shocking Wall Street and everybody else. Payroll report for February comes in negative for the 5th time in 9 months. So ton of stuff going on, but we're going to focus on private credit.
But 45, 47 wants you to believe that your payroll is increasing, your check is getting larger. When the facts come in, you're going to see his mealy mouth representative tell you that we figure out a way to count the numbers. You know, the person who used to give out the jobs number was fired because the jobs numbers were so abysmal under 45, 47 that he actually fired the person who gave you the data based upon the calculations that the United States have been using for tens of for decades. The new person that they got in, they haven't figured out a way to calculate the abysmal numbers where they come out to not look as bad as they actually are. And you have the guy who's in the Trump administration, tell you that with a smile on his face, like everything is okay. We just haven't figured out how to calculate the numbers yet. We'll use the old calculations. How about that? Use the actual calculations. Let's continue.
Credit today, because I think that's the biggest story. That's where the biggest risk lie. Not that there's not huge risk from oil. Oil is just going to compound the negative fundamentals that we have, private credit. But this private credit story is really, it's gaining steam in all the wrong ways. So let's talk about what's going on with BlackRock and the rest of private credit. And I'll get to the other big news later on. We'll talk about oil. I was going to throw the oil story in here while we're doing this one, but that one deserves its own video. So I'm going to come back tomorrow morning, I think around 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. Eastern time. We're going to talk about oil, what will likely be a historic shift on the oil futures curve, which is, like I said, it's deserving of its own video. So I'm going to do an entire video just on oil tomorrow. And then Steve and I will be back on Sunday. We'll talk payrolls on Sunday because that also deserves a full and complete video. But like I said, here we're going to focus on private credit, get through here. Oil definitely deserves its own video. Historic move, historic reshaping in the curve. We'll see where the oil market ends up finishing today, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be either a record or a near record for the 3-month calendar spread. We haven't seen anything like this since the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Full-blown, complete panic in oil. And what that means, we'll go over that tomorrow. It deserves an entire video. There's just, very near a record already. Payrolls, another one that deserves a full explanation and full examination. We got 5 negative payroll months in the last 9. unexpected drop. Some people tried to blame it on a strike, tried to blame it on weather, but it was really about the same continuation of degradation in labor market. Plus, we got retail sales that came in weaker than expected as well. So lots to talk about Sunday with Steve on the macroeconomic front, but we got to talk about BlackRock, because like I said, that was a big one. It was a big one when Blue Owl did it just a couple weeks ago. Seems like a lifetime ago, but a couple weeks ago, Blue Owl said they're going to close off redemptions on a smaller fund. It wasn't even one of their bigger funds, on a smaller fund. And I said, look out. You know what's going to happen here. Other investors are going to see that, at least those who are paying attention. They're going to see that, and they're going to say, I got to get my money out. And the reason why they get their money out is there's more going on in BlackRock than just the most recent news today about them blocking redemption. So let's go back about a week. First of all, BlackRock slashed their dividend. We talked about KKR, which was a private credit manager, how they had slashed their dividend, citing, of course, lower interest rates, which is not really what's going on here. It doesn't help, but really the problem. The fund is experiencing losses, and the fund managers are looking ahead and thinking we're probably going to have more. So they slashed their dividends more than what people were expecting. The BDC, the stock of the BDC plummeted, but they were not the only one to cut their dividend. A BlackRock fund also cut its dividend. Why? Well, the article says declining interest rates, which again, that's part of the issue, but that just lowers the amount of returns that are available in order to pay off or to pay for the increasing problem, which is soured loans that are pressuring their results. So they have soured loans, look for more soured loans. So BlackRock, this fund, the TCP Capital Fund, cut its dividend down to 17 cents from 25 cents, and the shares in the fund, publicly traded, fell sharply as a result. And this fund should be familiar because we've talked about it before. This is the one earlier, back in January, I believe it was, either early February or back in January, going off the top of my head. I think it was back in January. This is the same fund that said, look, we need to mark down our net asset value by 19% because we were involved in Renovo, but there was a bunch of other ones, including Amazon aggregators that were related to the consumer economy that is not doing well, that also had to have their loan values marked down. So this fund already had a 20% markdown, a very nearly 20% markdown in its net asset value. Now it's cutting its dividend, and it's not doing the BlackRock name, especially where it's related to private credit, any favors here. So with that taking place, we also got confirmation yesterday that they had slashed a private loan value within that fund from 100 the previous quarter to 0 at the end of the fourth quarter. Now, it's a small number. It's a small loan. It's not a huge deal. But this is the second or third time we've seen something like this happen. And the reason why it's important is because it goes to the same problem that we keep coming across, the same general themes. But eventually you put that together with just a bunch of one-offs, the cockroaches, the fraudulent collateral, the financial irregularities. It's very clear, or increasingly clear, that what people say they think they have, they don't have. What funds tell you they have, they probably don't have. So with this background in mind, especially since this is not the first time. In fact, this same BlackRock fund is the one that got involved with Renovo that ended up doing the same thing. They valued it at 100, and then I think it was a couple weeks later, back in November, they valued it at 0. So from 100 to 0 a couple of times now. General theme, they think they have this, they tell you they have this, but what they really have is not this. When investors start seeing this over and over and over again, you can understand why investors are thinking, yeah, I mean, the advertisements look good. They advertise high returns and very low risk, which is always a red flag. It's not how finance works. But time and again, we keep seeing that what we think we have or what we were told we have is not what we actually have. It's supposed to be low risk, yet these guys can't really tell us what's going on here. And we keep seeing these numbers come up and these come up that suggest what they tell you we have, we don't really have. So with this background, it's understandable why investors all across the spectrum are saying, just give me my money back. I want my money back. I hear about Blue Owl, I hear about KKR. There's this new mountain. There's this, it's just a constant stream of stage one blending into stage two. This is stage one behavior, and it's getting serious enough where it is all of its own suggesting stage two. And just to briefly go over the stages here, when we get into the bubble downside, now the bubble, money just goes into the bubble, everybody invests because it sounds terrific, it sounds too good to be true, but people set aside common sense, they rationalize, high returns, low risk. Huge red flag, but people buy into it because why not? A lot of it's recency bias as well as confirmation bias, but money goes into the bubble, everybody looks like everybody's just printing free money, volume explodes, a lot of stupidity takes place, greed takes over, all the stuff that we're familiar with, same type of bubble behavior every damn time. Human nature is undefeated. Then some things happen, and be honest with you, I told you last year, the negative payroll reports were going to be a big deal, not just about the labor market and what represented for macroeconomic risk, but for people's perceptions of risks. when Jay Powell said strong and resilient, solid labor market, people believed him because the payroll reports were generally positive. GDP looked good, and some of the other macroeconomic accounts looked questionable. But with payroll reports positive, how bad could it possibly be? Just throw more money at the bubble, high returns, low risk. You get a negative payroll number, suddenly you start asking questions. You start looking at things a little bit differently. Jay Powell said strong and solid. Suddenly we got negative jobs. So wait a minute, we might want to take a more careful look at middle market debt, companies that are at the margins, risky junk, that type of thing. So negative payroll report is definitely a big part in flipping the cycle from the bubble to the first stage of the downswing, where people start asking questions, don't like the answers they're getting, or the fact that they don't get any answers, or the fact that they know that these fund managers are just blowing smoke up their ass, whatever the case may be. Start asking questions, and some investors say, screw it, I need my money back. So the first time in stage one, we see money flow in the other direction, over and above regular churn. Stage one is where investors say, I need my money back. And when it gets more heading towards stage two is when more and more investors start asking for the money back. And more importantly, as I told you last fall, investors don't even care what the fund is invested in, even if it's not one of these names that come up with, the cockroaches that have shown up, even if it's just a private credit fund or even not even private credit. Investors start withdrawing their money indiscriminately. It's almost like in a market, when you get a market rout in liquidation, people start selling indiscriminately. This is one step before that. So stage one, we start to see money flow out. And in stage two, the money outflows really start to pick up. And that's where we were picking up here over the last couple of weeks. It started with Blue Owl. Then we got Blackstone, which I'll get to in a second here. But now BlackRock, the biggest names, suggesting that, not just suggesting, but confirming they are going to limit redemptions in one of their flagship private credit funds as the Financial Times first to report this said, outflows continue to swell. The same theme that we keep running across time and again. First of all, what you think you have, you don't actually have. And second of all, investors reacting to that by saying, I don't care to find out what we have. I just want my money back today. So the redemptions, the outflows, they continue to not just escalate, but they're reaching more places, reaching in bigger numbers. In fact, the numbers here are pretty substantial. So it's a flagship private credit. We're talking about $26 billion fund in assets under management in the fund, about $1.2 billion in withdrawal requests, which BlackRock says they're only going to honor about half of those. Now, the fund, under the prospectus and the agreements that you sign, you're allowed to take out 5%, or investors are allowed to take out about 5% per quarter. Some of the funds, to try to gain a little bit of positive PR as well as to stem the outflows, have been honoring requests over and above their limitations, but that hasn't worked. If anything, it's only encouraging more people to get out. But now we're seeing more and more of these fund managers saying we cannot take more than regular outflows, because if we do, it will lead to more stage two behavior. And I'll tell you why this is stage two behavior already, because what it suggests is that these fund managers don't have the bank standing behind them. If you remember Blue Owl, we talked about this before, not long ago. Blue Owl earlier this year was one of those funds that said in their technology fund, we're going to allow more than usual investor redemptions to take place because we got this $2.4 billion liquidity that we're going to throw around to try to calm everybody down, to make a big show of how much funds that we have available. And it didn't work because it didn't stem the tide. But what that showed was that not only were they getting withdrawals, but they also had probably the banking sector. I don't know where the $2.4 billion came from, but probably the banking sector, who was willing to stand in there and say, look, I'll provide you with some bridge financing, some emergency funding, a shadow bailout of shadow banks, as we saw from the European banks last fall. Saw it for a lot of different places, a lot of different reasons. But anyway, the banking sector had stood behind the private credit space while these redemption stage ones were taking place. Now we're seeing these gating of funds off, suggesting that they don't have the liquidity. They don't have maybe the banking sector standing behind them. And so as they're getting hit with even greater withdrawals, they only really have two choices. If their choice is to meet those withdrawals, to try to just, try to placate everybody by saying, look, we'll give you your money back, what that's going to lead to in the absence of any kind of emergency funding is forced selling, like we saw with Blue Owl as well as New Mountain. Went over that not long ago either. So this is suggested of stage two type of behavior in a couple of different ways, including starting with the escalation in outflows and withdrawals. And like I said, like we saw with Blackstone, this is not a small fund. This is not a niche fund like we saw with the Blue Owl fund that got gated off. That really kicked off this latest escalation. This is a $26 billion fund that is getting more than $1 billion in withdrawal requests, which you got to believe is going to be is probably even higher as we move forward in the quarter. I mean, we're not even finished with the first quarter yet, and they already went well past the 5% limitation. Got to believe with everything that's taking place, not just in private credit, but as I said, the oil pressure from the historic oil reshaping that's going on right now, negative jobs and
the job losses and everything that goes along with it, while your government is telling you everything is coming up roses. Understand that BlackRock, let me, there was a segment that I shared with you on BlackRock and all of the holdings that they have, all of your pension funds, all of your 401ks. These are the people who are managed with investing your pensions, and you have no choice in the matter to keep your pension fundings growing. But now they are afraid to release money to people who want their assets back, who wants to stop trading their assets and hold on to their assets. Isn't that refreshing? Let me see if I could find the. Hold on. Yes. Let me share why this is important. Here we go. Let's go to this More Perfect Union piece so you can actually understand who BlackRock is. I'm going to share this video with you. Very important stuff. And the war, why do you think that this is happening? Because of this war. Here we go. Let's get into this. All of the links will be linked in my description box.
Of a company that manages $10.6 trillion. That's more than half the United States GDP. Last time, I covered the shady consulting group McKinsey, and you guys asked for one thing. BlackRock. So here we are. BlackRock is the subject of a lot of speculation online.
There is a robot that controls more wealth than any country on earth.
Really, the commander-in-chief is Larry Fink.
They have stock in 95% of Fortune 500 companies, and they've been hired by governments across the world to help manage financial crises and even just conduct normal operations. That means that pretty much any time you interact with the economy, working, buying stuff, driving a car, going to the bank, anything, you're interacting with BlackRock. But that $10.6 trillion isn't really their money. Don't worry, we'll come back to that. And they claim they're just passive investors, which seems harmless, right? While I love a good conspiracy, and I know there was a cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom logo, how much of a conspiracy is this really? I wanted to get to the truth behind BlackRock and the other nearly identical asset managers, State Street and Vanguard, known as the Big Three. Are they actively controlling the world and shaping it in their favor? Or are they passive investors just riding the wave of American economic expansion? Stay with me. We'll get to the spooky stuff soon, but first let's talk through some finance basics that give BlackRock their power. What an asset manager actually does, the main product they provide, index funds, their favorite loophole, passivity, and their position in our economy, the not at all terrifying sounding universal ownership. BlackRock is an asset manager, and the service they offer is taking a customer's money and making more money out of it. Their existence relies upon an important invention of the 70s.
This one bed's only $119.
More exciting, the index fund. It was pioneered by the first CEO of Vanguard, and it offers investors a way to invest in many stocks at once. So instead of betting a lot on a few individual companies, you bet a little bit on every company in the whole index, basically just the whole market itself.
The index at least steers a steady course.
It's like instead of betting on a single horse, you're betting on all the horses at once. And index funds are a form of mutual fund, the more general way people pool their money together to make big investments. But someone needs to be the one to pool all that money together and manage it, and that's an asset manager, i.e. BlackRock. Index funds and ETFs are their main products, and they're pretty similar. They're popular because they're lower risk, have more consistent returns, and are cheaper for asset managers because they don't have to pay a guy to place bets all day, which studies show they are not very good at.
Just ignore the folly of short-term speculation. It's absolutely a loser's game.
So if the market is up 7% today, so is your index fund. Instead of constantly buying and selling shares, which is what active investors do, BlackRock and these big asset managers buy a little bit of every company and just hold on to those shares basically indefinitely. This is called passive investing, a title that affords them a lot of legal leeway they otherwise wouldn't get. They own so much that it would be impossible for them to sell out of any one stock in one fell swoop.
When you think about passive, we can't sell a company as long as they're in the index.
Most of the money asset managers manage comes from institutional investors. Those are big pension funds, insurance companies, nonprofits, and university endowments. But while all the money they manage is in the hands of these big institutions, most of it actually comes from regular people. Public and private pension plans, 401k owners, college tuition, and anyone with insurance. This is your money, but it doesn't always come back to you. Nor do you get a say in the companies it gets invested in. While they want good returns on those investments, contrary to how we think about Wolf of Wall Street type investors, that's not actually their main goal. They make their profits from the fees they charge their clients, not from the returns on the money they invest. I spoke with Benjamin Braun, a professor of political economy at the London School of Economics. He's written a bunch of studies on asset managers' role in our economy and society.
The fees you earn if you're BlackRock increase when the market value of the assets you manage increases. You maximize your assets under management by winning over new clients and by getting the clients that you already have to give you more money.
When you have $10 trillion, you have
So they're going to limit the amount of money that you can take out of BlackRock to ensure what? To ensure that they continue to make money off of you via the fees that they are charging you. Understand this?
have to put them somewhere, and eventually that somewhere becomes everywhere.
Universal ownership refers to holding shares in the entire universe of firms listed on the stock market. The big three asset managers, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, hold a sizable but still relatively small stake in all listed corporations.
BlackRock is a 3 to 10% shareholder in all of these companies. This may not sound like a lot, but it's enough that selling all of it at once would likely crash that entire stock, kind of locking them into the whole not selling passive thing.
5% in any individual company is actually very significant because if and when shareholdership is dispersed, 5% makes you, in all likelihood, the single largest shareholder in that company. That's why, for example, in a lot of academic studies, 5% is taken as a threshold for control. There's almost no difference between Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, and even a bunch of other asset managers in terms of their business model. So then you can start and wonder, okay, so if the big three together hold 25% of the shares in any individual company, then you're definitely above the threshold.
Let's zoom in on Amazon. The big three own 16% of all outstanding Amazon shares. Jeff Bezos only owns 9%.
In theory, universal owners should have an interest in maximizing profits in the long term across the entire economy. And that is not how they operate in practice.
The amount of stock you have determines the number of votes you get. BlackRock is almost always in the top 3, maybe 5 if they're feeling broke. So that is a lot of votes. And let's not forget, it's not BlackRock's money that's invested. It's your dad's pension fund and your insurer's massive pile of savings. It sounds crazy, but when you put your money in a pension fund, you sign away your voting rights to the pension fund manager. And then when the pension fund manager puts all their pension funds under an asset manager's control, they sign away all those votes to the asset manager. Kind of pyramid scheme vibes. And how do they actually use those votes?
Kind of what you need to know vibes. Kind of what you need to know about your future and the what could happen to your future unknowingly. A way to make sure that a certain class of people will always be okay. But when it comes to you, the money that you have spent, that they are taking control of and using willy-nilly, who's going to be okay in this whole pyramid spectacle? It's not going to be you. It's going to be your asset managers. So I just thought I'd bring this to you today. To let you know what's going on in the economy that very well could affect you and how you live your life. Not only is this happening at BlackRock, it is also happening at Blackstone, another asset management company. Okay, here is the report. BlackRock and Blackstone respond to surge in private credit withdrawals. BlackRock and Blackstone have both taken steps to manage record redemption requests in their private credit funds, reflecting a growing investor anxiety in the 1.8 up through 2 trillion private credit sector. BlackRock move. BlackRock capped withdrawals from its $26 billion HPS corporate lending fund at 5% of shares for the first quarter, despite receiving 9.3 in redemptions requests. The first time since the fund's launch that the request exceeded its quarterly limit. The fund distributed about $620 million to investors, holding back the remaining $1.2 billion in eligible shares. BlackRock defended the cap as a foundational liquidity feature designed to match investor capital with the long-term nature of private loans, avoiding a structural mismatch that could force asset sales. So they're trying to prevent a runoff. They're trying to prevent having to pay these requests by having to be forced to sell these assets. So they want to hang on to the assets. What you want in getting your asset back, be damned. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. Let me go back to this. Okay. BlackRock defended the cap as a foundational liquidity feature designed to match investor capital with the long-term nature of private loans, avoiding a structural mismatch that could force asset sales. Shares of BlackRock fell roughly 5 to 7% in early trading on this announcement. Now, what is Blackstone doing? Blackstone response. Earlier this week, Blackstone raised the redemption limit on its $82 billion BCRED fund from the usual 5% to about 7% and deployed roughly $400 million of company and employee capital to meet all withdrawal requests. This was part of a broader trend of managers using discretionary upsize offers to satisfy high demand, though it also signals the strain on the semi-liquid private credit vehicles. Why the surge? Investors' concerns include liquidity risk. Private credit loans to mid-sized companies cannot be quickly sold, creating tensions uh, between short-term withdrawal demands and long-term investment horizons. Lending standard scrutiny. High-profile defaults and bankruptcies in recent months have raised questions about credit quality. See, a lot of people have lost their jobs. A lot of people are going bankrupt. A lot of people are defaulting on their loans all over the place. Uh, car loans are, car repossessions are at an all-time high. Foreclosure is at an all-time high. This is what's going on in your economy. And the rich are starting to look out for themselves because they see that you guys, they just won't have your money to against your will of what you want to do with your money because it is all pre-decided that your money, your future monies, your future holdings, your future pensions, your future 401ks, someone else has already decided that they're going to give it to this billionaire class to run however they choose to. You think they're looking out for you? Now, when you get in trouble, look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing when the masses of people where they get their money from have lost their jobs under this administration. You remember Doge? They was getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. How's that working out? Is America great again yet? Has America been made great again? So these are the mechanisms that are going on in the economy to shore up the money remains at the top. And oh well for you. Okay. Okay, lending standard scrutiny. Oh, okay. High-profile defaults and bankruptcies in recent months have raised questions about credit quality, sector exposure, heavy concentration in software and tech firms vulnerable to AI distribution has added to retail investors' unease. Oh, so there's the AI portion of this. With AI taking over all the jobs, it has added some investors' unease because they know that AI will be taking jobs. And therefore they will not be able to make money off of your income and retirement and futures. They will not be able to get more money coming in if AI is taking your job. Okay, industry implications. The contrasting approach, BlackRock cap versus Blackstone's upsizing, highlight the difficult choices managers face. Block withdrawals to protect long-term performance or honor them at the risk of diverting capital from new deals and settling unrealistic expectations. Analyst warns that such events underscore the risk of selling liquid assets to a retail base that demands frequent access to capital. In short, both firms are grappling with a wave of redemptions that at least the resilience of a private credit's liquidity structures, with BlackRock choosing a restrictive stance and Blackstone opting to meet all requests to maintain investors' confidence. So this is what is going on with these huge corporations who own most of the American public's money investment. That is over most of the American people's investments. So I just thought I'd put that in there for you.
A 2017 study found that asset managers almost always voted with what the company executives recommended. And why are they always voting with company management? Back in the 80s, company managers used to spend company money on company things, like corporate jets, fancy offices, or occasionally paying their employees. And this made the investors sad because they wanted those profits. So they started offering company managers, in addition to bonuses and benefits, stock options. Executives' total pay was now forever tied to how much the company made.
They can push managers, corporate managers, to act more in the interest of shareholders, meaning in the interest of corporate profits, and do more to maximize corporate profits.
This funnels money back to investors who now include management and away from any hope of making companies work better or including employees in the profits that their labor created. Back in the day, like my grandparents' day, more regular people had stocks, and the idea was that every shareholder could vote on things like board elections, mergers and acquisitions, executive compensation, and once in a while, wages. Sort of like democracy for people with disposable income.
Government is the people's business, and every man, woman, and child becomes a shareholder with the first penny of tax paid.
In 1945, 94% of stocks were owned by households, but that's not really how it works anymore. Today, households have more like 40% of the stock market, and about half of that belongs to the top 10%.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Today, the top 1% own 50% of corporate equity and mutual fund shares, while the top 10% own 86%. Did you think this yellow part was everyone else? Nope. The tiny green part on the bottom is the least wealthy half of Americans.
You often hear this argument that what is good for shareholders is good for everyone because, especially in the
You
US,
often hear your president tell you how good the stock market is doing. And you see where most Americans are on the stock market in the United States, the green part. So how good is America really doing? Let's continue.
where retirement assets are overwhelmingly invested in corporate equities, everyone is a shareholder. But that's simply not true. The bottom 50% virtually owns no shares at all. The vast majority of shares are held by the top 10%, and within that, even shareholdings are quite concentrated within the top 1%.
And while the strategies corporations choose because asset managers vote for them affect everyone, they only benefit half the population even a little bit and frequently hurt the other half, those without any shares at all. Take the example of worker pay. BlackRock and other asset managers play a huge part in wage stagnation.
If you're a corporation, you can increase profits only in so many ways, and you can always, in the short term, increase returns to shareholders by squeezing workers.
So this kind of uber monopolization really hurts working people, consumers, and even small businesses. And this is where it gets interesting. There's evidence that this type of universal ownership is in part responsible for why everything is so expensive these days. For example, they have significant stakes in Nike, Adidas, Lululemon, and Under Armour. If one outperforms the other, it's the same from BlackRock's point of view, and sometimes it can even lose investors' money altogether if companies were to start lowering prices to compete.
That's the universal ownership logic in action, but it's also an anti-competitive logic in action. The fact that all 5 airlines, all the major banks, for example, in the US have the same large shareholders creates a danger and a risk that these corporations will not engage in competition in the same way they would if they each had different shareholders. Because in that world, each shareholder would root for their company and would hope to outperform the market by the company they waged a bet on.
It's sort of like a neo-monopoly where companies don't even have to merge and buy each other anymore because they all send profits to the same guys no matter what. And their large stakes in basically every company affords them friends in high places. From just 2014 to 2015, BlackRock performed over 1,500 private engagements with the companies held in their portfolio. BlackRock reportedly believes that meetings behind closed doors can go further than votes against management, and they typically give management a year before voting against them. They also have a lot of friends in the government. There's a sort of revolving door between BlackRock, the government, and the international bodies that create monetary policy. Things like the US Treasury, Federal Reserve, the central banks of Canada, some European countries, and Sweden, as well as the International Monetary Fund and the World Economic Forum. Since 2004, BlackRock has hired at least 84 former government officials, regulators, and central bankers worldwide.
The intersection of politics and business has never been more ongoing.
Larry Fink himself is on the board of the WEF and even tried to get himself selected as Hillary Clinton's Treasury Secretary in 2016. And in 2008, they got themselves a pretty sweet deal.
Traders saying this is the craziest day they have ever seen in these markets. Veteran traders saying they've never seen anything like it.
In the aftermath, the government created the Financial Stability Oversight Council to oversee entities like BlackRock that control a lot of money but aren't banks. The FSOC pointed to BlackRock as an organization that's so big that its failure could cause another collapse, and tried to put additional oversight on them. But BlackRock doubled their political lobbying spending, including running a super targeted ad campaign on the DC Metro, and managed to dodge the oversight that other large financial institutions receive. And let's come back to that loophole they like to call passivity. The people who decide if they're passive enough to continue not to be overseen by the government is BlackRock themselves. Basically, BlackRock and other asset managers have to submit annual letters to self-certify that they've been compliant with the terms of passive investment. That's like being allowed to write whatever you want on your taxes and then audit yourself. Except if you also had $10 trillion, which, unless you're watching this and you're literally Larry Fink, hey bestie, I'm gonna safely assume you don't. The part that really blows my mind is that while this one company already has their eggs in basically every basket and is making money off seemingly everyone, it goes even deeper than that. The biggest investors in BlackRock are Vanguard and State Street. And the biggest investors in Vanguard are BlackRock and State Street. And the biggest investors in State Street are, you guessed it, BlackRock and Vanguard.
A circle jerk. The link to this is in my description box. Why am I telling you this? Because it is even getting worse. We're going to talk about 4547's Treasury Department. Are you aware of what he has announced? They already own all of your investment assets. So what are they going to do about housing? What are they going to do? Are they able to squeeze more out of your deeds, your homes? Are without you wanting them to be able to do this? What are they going to do there? Let's get into this. They found a new way to pay the debt. It starts with your deed. This link is also in my description box. Let's get into this. Why are they devising all of the? Why are these your government preying on the American people? Because they love the uneducated voter. That's why.
And look, I know you're hoping for a quiet weekend, but the Treasury Secretary went in front of cameras and told you how the government plans to tackle a multi-trillion-dollar problem. And the tool he named should make every homeowner and every deed holder in this country pay attention. His words: we're going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American people.
Within the next 12 months, we're going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American people.
Monetize. What a beautiful, sterile word. It's the kind of word people use when they're about to do something terrible to your wallet, but want to sound like they're doing you a favor. If someone tells you they want to monetize your friendship, they aren't buying you a beer. No, they're selling your browsing history to a Bulgarian data broker. Now, officially, he's talking about federal assets, gold reserves, public lands, maybe a slightly used national park or two. But when you look at what they're actually building, the new mortgage programs, the property tax surges, the push to get your equity moving, the playbook doesn't stop at federal land. Your home equity is the biggest untapped asset class in America. And the government is staring at it the way Newman stared at Kramer when he came back from the beach covered in butter. When that executive order was signed in February of 2025, Bessent said they aim to stand this fund up within about a year. Well, that year is up, which means whatever they've been building behind the scenes is either live or about to go live. Now's the time to start watching for it. And look, the sources are pinned below, and there is a 5-step playbook taking shape right now. Step 3, downright dirty. And step 5 tells you exactly where you fall in line. America is running a tab closing in on $39 trillion, if we're not there already. Official projections put that number north of $50 trillion within about a decade if nothing changes. And here's the one that should keep you up at night. CBO just moved up the timeline on Social Security. They now project the main retirement trust fund will be exhausted around 2032. The clock sped up, not slowed down. When the math stops working.
You know why that clock sped up? Because of so many job losses. With job losses, there are fewer contributions into the Social Security bank. There's fewer funds taking out of paychecks and deposited into Social Security. That's why. Even those undocumented immigrants that had jobs, that were never going to receive Social Security, they were paying into Social Security. So if you're wondering why that has sped up miraculously, all of those hundreds of thousands of jobs that Elon Musk have made it possible for people to lose under his Doge waste, fraud, and abuse. That's less money going into the Social Security fund from the paychecks of these people who have lost their jobs. Let's not forget the AI jobs that have already started to make jobs disappear. It has already started. That's less money going into the Social Security fund. That's why that has sped up. Let's continue. As Elon Musk guarantees himself a $1 trillion pay package. Let's continue.
Politicians have two choices. Stop spending money, which has the same probability as a cat deciding to learn Japanese, or find a new source of revenue, quietly. And the biggest pile of money in plain sight, it's sitting under your roof. The ICE Mortgage Monitor shows total mortgage holder equity at roughly $17.6 to $17.8 trillion. Of that, about $11 trillion is what lenders call tappable, meaning you could borrow against it and still keep 20% skin in the game. Total homeowner equity, including paid off homes, pushes into the mid-30s to about $34 to $35 trillion. Now, think about that for a second. The national debt is closing in on $39 trillion. Your collective equity is sitting at about around, $35 trillion. To Washington, that's not a fun fact. That's a menu. And your house is the main course. 2/3 of that tappable equity belongs to people with 760 plus credit scores. The translation there is the most lendable, most targetable group in the country. Probably you. So here's the playbook, and there are 5 steps. Step 1. The inflation tax you never voted for. You see, your home price, it drifts up. Your county reassessment lags 2 to 3 years. Then, wham, your property tax bill catches up and jumps 30, 40, even 50% or more. 90% if you live in Chicago. Property tax assessments have spiked across the country as valuations finally catch up with the pandemic boom. Not because your roads got twice as good, not because your police department got 40% faster, because your paper gains got harvested. Your property becomes a government ATM, and you never agreed to the withdrawal. That's the whole reason I put the manual together at inflationdefense.com. Once you see how the leak works, you can actually plug it. And if you're thinking, Matt, property taxes are state and local. The Treasury Secretary doesn't set your tax bill. And you're right, he doesn't. But federal policy inflates your home value through money printing, rate decisions, and mortgage programs. Then your county assessor catches up and harvests the paper gain. Washington creates the pressure, your county collects the check. Same machine, 2 doors. Step 2, the Trojan horse revenue fix. Extending and expanding the Trump-era tax cuts, plus new proposals now on the table, are
Why do you think that 4547 had the grand idea to extend mortgages to 50 years?
projected to blow a multi-trillion-dollar hole in federal revenue, according to the Congressional Budget Office. And when D.C. needs money, but can't say new taxes, they quietly aim at whatever's easy to meter, like the value printed next to your address on the tax roll. They'll brand it as affordability, fair share, service modernization. It's like a magician showing you a shiny coin in his right hand while his left hand is in your pocket looking for your car keys. Step 3, forced equity release, dressed up as help. Reverse mortgages, they already exist, but the government back door just got a little bit wider. The FHFA, the federal regulator over Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, just approved a second lien pilot program. A 2.5...
That is Bill Pulte. Bill Pulte, who is a nepo baby of a home building company that makes 1/3 of the new homes that I built in the United States. So He was the one who whispered in 47's ears allegedly and told him, what about a 50-year loan mortgage program? Now he has approved a limited pilot program for second mortgages. This Bill Pulte, the same crooked ass Bill Pulte who wanted to put people who Trump dislike in government, like Adam Schiff, Letitia James, James Comey, no, not James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, up on charges of having lied on their mortgage applications and make them lose their jobs, lose their government positions, and in Letitia James' instance, actually go to jail. This Bill Pulte is the Nepo baby that 47 put in charge of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And let's see what he's been up to.
$1 billion cap over 18 months. Maximum lien, they already exist. But the government back door just got a little bit wider. The FHFA, the federal regulator over Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, just approved a second lien pilot program. A $2.5 billion cap over 18 months. Maximum loan, $78,277. That lets new government-blessed second mortgages sit directly on your equity without touching your first. And the Treasury has made it clear. Housing is a central policy priority. They've rolled out new initiatives, new pilots, and new programs all aimed at getting equity moving. You see, by creating government-backed second liens, they are attaching a suction pipe directly to your deed. They want that money moving. They want you to spend it, and they want to collect a cut at every turn. Listen, you don't need a conspiracy when the incentives all point in the same direction. This is not the government helping you access your equity. This is the government attaching itself to your home. Step 4, turn housing gains into spending and skim the flow. The Fed's own research shows that when home prices rise, people spend more, even though they haven't actually made any real money. During the mid-2000s bubble, annual equity cash outs peaked close to $900 billion in some years. Today, Fed researchers say people are cashing out about half as much equity as they used to. That's hundreds of billions in potential spending just sitting idle, doing nothing. Washington looks at that gap and they don't see responsible homeowners. No, they see missed opportunities for tax revenue. So the fix? Open the taps. Get that money moving. You see, your restraint is their problem and they're about to fix it for you, whether you ask them to or not. Step 5, regional beta tests. Now, nobody's going to admit this is a test run, but if you were designing one, you'd pick states with big housing markets and fiscal pressure, places where inventory is building, prices are softening, and officials can justify emergency tweaks more easily. So watch Texas, watch Florida, watch Louisiana. If you live in one of these states, you are currently a lab rat in a suit. Pay closer attention than everyone else. And if you think this is too dark, remember 2008. Homeowners lost trillions on paper. The GSEs got lifelines. Families got foreclosures. The pattern was set. Protect the system, push the cost onto the household. Now here's how they'll sell the next round to you. They'll say, trade a tiny piece of your home's equity value and erase some of your student loans. Or they'll say, we already have EB-5 visas that sell residency to bring in money, so why not use the sleeping money in your house too? They'll say, our efficiency office found savings. Now let's help homeowners access theirs. The translation here is take cash out of your home so the government doesn't have to cut its own spending. Different packaging, same extraction, your house pays. So here's the question, what do you actually do? Well, step 1, you got to fight the bill. If the county says your place is worth too much, appeal it. Bring 3 cheaper recent comps, photos of real condition, and any repair bids. In a lot of counties, people who actually show up with documentation win more often than you'd think, sometimes over half the time. That lowers your bill this year and resets the baseline for next year. Step 2, stack your shields. File your homestead exemption. Add every cap your state offers: senior, veteran, disability, portability. Shields don't cut services. They cap how fast your taxes can climb. That's active defense on your fortress. Step 3, use debt that ages well. Long-term fixed rate loans paid by rent checks. Rents rise with inflation. Your payment doesn't. Inflation slowly shrinks the real balance. That's inflation arbitrage, the same strategy Washington is using right now. You can use it too. Step 4, line up your war chest before you need it. Get liquidity options in place and do that now when you don't need it. Seller financing, credit lines, a small 0% business line if you qualify. These are for maneuvering though, not for spending. Fallbackfunds.com if you're curious. Now step 5, buy for cash flow today. If it pays on day one, you're safe. Refinances later, those are a bonus, not the plan. So solvency first, the upside is second. Here's the bottom line though. The Treasury Secretary showed you the playbook. Washington is looking for ways to monetize assets, and housing is one of the biggest, most policy active asset classes in the country. The tools are live, the incentives are aligned, and the clock is ticking. Either
Are you suggesting we are not completely and totally dominating these?
Y'all, so why I go to my leasing office today to renew my lease, and they was telling me how my rent is going to increase by like $600.
Ever wonder how much it costs to live in a camper? It's not as cheap as you might think.
And I do love this house. I love everything about this house. I've come to the realization that I can't stay here because I can't afford to.
You know, I live full time in an RV and we're trying to get a new RV and they're just super expensive.
Call it a mobile home, call it a trailer, but either way, we're buying one.
People are buying storage sheds from Home Depot and converting them into homes. The billionaire millionaires have already bought those too.
I just got our rent renewal and it's going up by $300 a month. $300 for a one-bedroom apartment that is not updated in any sort of way. We already pay, with all the fees and everything, $2,000 a month, and now we're going to be paying $2,300 a month for this tiny apartment.
22.6 million renters in the US are now cost burdened, meaning they're spending more than 30% of their income just on housing and utilities. People are working 40, 50 hours a week, but half their paycheck is gone before they've even bought groceries, gas, or had any fun. So naturally, people start thinking, why am I paying someone else's mortgage? I should just buy a house. And that's where the next trap lies. The median single-family home hit over $400,000 in 2024. That's 5 times the median household income. To afford the monthly mortgage payment on that home, you need to earn at least $126,000 a year. Out of the 46 million people who rent in the US, only 6 million of those people make that amount of money each year. That means mathematically, 87% of renters will never own a home.
So I was just out on a walk right now, and check out these homes next to this path that I'm on. I was looking these homes up on Zillow, and you're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $615, $625, $650 for these really tiny houses. I mean, they're not very big. You can see the properties they're sitting on are tiny, and yet people want $650,000. For these homes at what, 6.25% interest rates? Like, no wonder nobody can afford anything.
According to NBC, in Q2 of 2025, investors bought 1/3 of all single-family homes sold. 1/3 of homes in a 3-month period. And now they're not just buying homes, they're building entire neighborhoods that you can never own. These are called built-to-rent communities. They look like your average subdivision, houses, driveways, backyards, but every single home is rental only. Built-to-rent now accounts for 9% of all new single-family construction in the US. Companies like Tricon, which is part of Blackstone's real estate portfolio, are building these in Texas, Arizona, South Carolina. Look at this, construction in the US. Companies like Tricon, which is part of Blackstone's real estate portfolio, are building these in Texas, Arizona, South Carolina. Look at this, a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 1,900 square feet in Texas with fees comes out to $2,911 a month. They've got the cheap vinyl flooring, bathroom tile from the early 2000s, and a backyard the size of a shoebox. All for the low, low price of $3,000 a month. Their idea idea of solving the housing crisis is you will never own a house. You will rent a house instead of an apartment, but each year they'll still increase your rent.
Well, I can't afford my house anymore. My mortgage just went up. When I first purchased this house, it was $169,000. And with all of the insurance and stuff added in, my monthly payment was $1,450 a month. Then my mortgage goes up and they say, oh, the cost of materials have gone up. So in case anything happens to your house, we'd have to rebuild it. So the insurance has gone up. And then the value of the property went up. My payment went from $1,450 to $1,740. My mortgage is now $2,500 a month. So it went from $1,450 to now $2,500.
Mortgages are on the rise. Property taxes keep going up. I mean, look at this house in New Jersey. 2-bedroom, 1-bath starter home hasn't been updated. $750,000. Let's look at the property taxes. They jumped 93% from 2024 to 2025. The property tax bill is now over $20,000. The insanity that used to be a down payment. After rent, utilities, car payment, and every other bill, how is anyone supposed to save up for a $750,000 starter home that comes with a $20,000 tax bill? They can't. And the reality is, for a lot of people who have bought, they're realizing that they can't afford it, so they're trying to sell. In Austin, Texas, 4.2% of homeowners are upside down. In Cape Coral, Florida, it's 7.8%. Foreclosures are up 14% from 2024. Sellers are removing their listings because they don't want to go below what they initially paid. We can see it on this listing. On Google Trends, Sell My House keeps trending, and a top related query is Sell My House Fast. People aren't just casually listing their homes, they need out of their mortgage.
The economy got so bad, bro, we about to sell the house. The house is paid for, but there's still bills, there's still taxes, there's still maintenance on the house. The light bill was $450, the water bill this month was $250, and it ain't nothing but two of us in this house. Get a trailer, man. Go buy a little small land in Tennessee somewhere, man. We can't do this city no more, man. It's getting hard.
And if it's this bad for people who are still working, imagine the people on a fixed income who have retired. If a senior bought a home for $200,000, paid it off over 30 years, and that home is now valued at $2 million, they owe taxes on a $2 million asset, even though they've never owned $2 million. They're on a fixed income, and when they can't pay, the state can and does foreclose. Adults over 65 are now the fastest growing homeless demographic in the country.
Congratulations on paying off your house. Thank you. I finally own my home. I love that for you. Now pay property taxes. For what? For owning the home. But I already paid for the home. Yes. That was for the structure. And the land? That's rented. For who? Us. For how long? Forever. And if I stop paying, we take the house. But I bought it. Correct. And now you maintain it for us. So this is renting. No. This is home ownership. So what did I actually buy? A lifetime subscription with surprise price increases.
But if you can't afford a traditional home, there are alternatives, modular or manufactured homes built in a factory. It's the next layer down in the funnel. For years, this was considered a real path to affordable home ownership. Today, over 20 million Americans live in manufactured homes. There were over 26,000 shipments in the first quarter of 2025 alone. That's up nearly 8% from 2024. But the average cost of a new manufactured home is now $109,000. Multi-section homes, the larger ones, are on average $164,000. But that doesn't include land. You need somewhere to put it, and just like everything else, land prices are skyrocketing. Many people place their manufactured home on a rented lot. You own the home, but you rent the small plot of land underneath it. Just like how billionaires are buying up all the single-family homes, they're also buying these manufactured home lots. 23 private equity firms now own more than 1,900 manufactured home parks with over 400,000 land lots. They're becoming land manufactured. Like how billionaires are buying up all the single-family homes, they're also buying these manufactured home lots. 23 private equity firms now own more than 1,900 manufactured home parks with over 400,000 land lots. They're becoming landlords, literally.
Paul Bojanic owns his manufactured home, but rents the lot it sits on in the Copper Sun 55 and up community. This summer, he got a notice.
Oh my God, I'm going to have a heart attack.
That his rent would be increasing to market value from roughly $600 to over $1,100.
I couldn't believe the amount of money that it's gone up. I mean, we're a community of retirees, people with disabilities.
Moving a manufactured home costs between $5,000 and $15,000, with many of these homes being too old to actually move. So people become trapped. And when they
that it's gone up. I mean, we're a community of retirees, people with disabilities.
Moving a manufactured home costs between $5,000 and $15,000, with many of these homes being too old to actually move. So people become trapped. And when they can't pay and they need to leave, guess who buys their home? The same people who trapped them. According to investors, it's become one of the highest returning assets in real estate because of one simple truth. People have nowhere else to go. But it gets worse. Clayton Homes controls over 50% of the manufactured home market, and they're owned by none other than Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway. But Berkshire didn't just buy the factory, they've bought the entire pipeline. Clayton builds the homes. Vanderbilt Mortgage and 21st Mortgage, both Berkshire subsidiaries, finance the loan. Home First Agency, another subsidiary, sells the insurance. And Berkshire has investments in companies that are buying the land underneath the homes. These people manufacture the home, they finance it, they insure it, and when people can't pay, they take it back. One company owns the entire life cycle from factory to foreclosure. The CFPB is currently suing Vanderbilt. They allege Vanderbilt handed out mortgages knowing people couldn't pay. In one case, their own calculation, people can't pay, they take it back. One company owns the entire life cycle from factory to foreclosure. The CFPB is currently suing Vanderbilt. They allege Vanderbilt handed out mortgages knowing people couldn't pay. In one case, their own calculation showed a family of 5 would have $57 left in monthly income after the mortgage payment. Just $57, and they approved the loan anyway. So these people are going into debt for these homes, and look at what they're getting.
And so let this be your daily reminder to never buy a Clayton home. They use what they apparently call conjoleum. They tried to tell us that it was an upgraded version of linoleum. So this is particle board. This is the floor, and I'll just show you. This is literally that. Like, look how thin that is.
Imagine being so excited to find your first home. And just months after moving in, it is covered in mold. It is a 2022 manufactured home, modular home, whatever you want to call it, a trailer. We went through Clayton Homes, and instantly we started having issues.
If you are considering getting a mobile home, please, please, please do not buy Clayton. This problem right here has been fixed 3 times. It's actively raining outside, like heavy thunderstorm, and I had to cut the power to my stove. Like, I can't even cook right now.
So I was contracted to work on this mobile home. I had to replace some of the vinyl. I was surprised at what's under the vinyl. There is no plywood. There's this cardboard. And under that cardboard is the insulation. And on the side of the insulation is the sheetrock. That's something. I've never seen a structure that you live in that didn't have OSB minimum on the exterior of the structure. This is some of the cheapest stuff. This is cheap. You're living in a cardboard house.
I'm not here to shame anyone for purchasing a manufactured home, but I will shame this quality. People think they're buying an affordable housing option when in reality, just like so many products today, it's built as cheaply as possible and sold at the highest possible price. When owning a traditional home is out of reach, what's left? Social media calls it van life. We need to call van life what it actually is. It's displacement. Over 480,000 Americans now live in RVs full time. That's double the 2021 figure. And the crazy part, it used to be that manufactured home production outpaced RV production by 18%, but that's no longer the case. RV production now outpaces manufactured homes by a ratio of 4 to 1. And remember Berkshire Hathaway? They own Clayton Homes and the mortgage companies. Well, they also own 3 of the largest RV brands in the US. The pattern is simple. Make traditional homes unaffordable, buy up the alternatives, and then make those unaffordable as well. They understand that when rent is astronomical, we will look for alternative living solutions, and they've already bought them. And as a result, RV living is becoming more expensive than living in a house.
People keep asking me how much does it cost for us to live full-time up here in North Dakota in our RV. Rent cost is only $545 a month, and then we also had to pay for our trailer, which is part of our debt, which is $1,050 a month for that payment, and then my husband's truck payment is $1,000. Our insurance for both of our cars is $429, and our trailer insurance is $97. We also pay $60 for Wi-Fi. We pay $192 for our phones, and then $100 for subscriptions. Between food and gas, we're spending around $1,000 a month. We spend around $80 a month on laundry, which brings our total to $4,553 a month to live in this RV.
So after the truck payment, the RV payment, and various expenses, $4,500 to live in an RV. I don't know about you, but that does not sound very affordable to me. But it's only going to get worse. Equity Lifestyle Properties now owns more than 200 RV resorts and campgrounds across the US and Canada, over 91,000 sites. They're not building these campgrounds for families to go on vacation. They're building them because people have nowhere else to go. And this isn't me speculating, this is in their own SEC filings. We believe millennial and Gen Z demographic will contribute to our future long-term customer pipeline. They then go on to talk about a study, and the conclusion of the study was that demand from millennial and Gen Z would continue to outpace supply for manufactured home and RV communities. It then goes on to say, the entitlement process to develop new manufactured home and RV communities is extremely restrictive. As a result, there have been limited new communities developed in our target demographic markets, meaning it's hard for other companies to develop communities, so therefore we have to live in theirs, and they are going to jack up the prices.
Come with us as two 19-year-olds turning a shed into our home.
Back here is where the bathroom is going to be. This is going to be the laundry room. Right here will be like the kitchen, the stove. I'm going to have like a little island. And then over here, the living room.
And this right here is actually a tiny home, tough shed from Home Depot, 2 stories, 860 square feet, 1 bedroom, full kitchen, full living room.
When everything becomes unaffordable, you get people buying storage sheds from Home Depot and converting them into homes. That's how desperate things have gotten. Here's one on Home Depot's website right now. A build-it-yourself kit, 10 by 12 feet, $3,343. It's clearly a shed, but look at the description. The Windmere has shed DNA, but begs to be more than a storage shed. They know exactly who's buying these and what they're doing with them. And the reviews confirm it. People are converting these into tiny homes, adding plumbing, electricity. It's the new affordable option. And they're now building these sheds to look more like house than shed. They come with windows and upstairs, siding, the works. Looking at this, it made me wonder, is private equity involved in the shed industry? And I don't know why I thought the answer could be anything other than, of course they are. Cyprium Partners made a $30 million investment in backyard products, and by 2017, their COO was bragging that they were producing more storage sheds than anyone in North America. And he specifically noted that accessory dwelling units were an emerging category. Even in 2017, they noticed people converting these sheds into living spaces and thought, let's capitalize on that. That Home Depot shed I just showed you, it's one of 7 brands owned by Backyard Products, the same company that received private equity backing. Billionaires are buying up every affordable housing alternative, things that arguably shouldn't even count as alternatives in the first place. So what are people supposed to do? Be homeless? No, because the Supreme Court made that illegal in 2024. So then it's the for-profit prisons, the $4 billion industry where private equity is already running the phones, the food, and the healthcare. That's the bottom of the funnel.
It's a place for someone to live in full time for months or years at a time, where they live in a recreational vehicle, in an RV. This is a business I've been in for about 7 years. They have very small RV parks out there that are 3 to 10 pad sites that are about 3 to 10 times more profitable than buying a single family home as a rental. So I don't understand why people buy single family homes, because like buying a small RV park costs the same, but is significantly more profitable.
The internet has been agog with
The jobs report was released this morning, and it was a disaster. It was a complete disaster. And I want to show you what happened. For the month of February, the U.S. labor market lost 92,000 jobs. The expectation was that we would add 50,000 jobs. And I just want to give you my honest opinion. I believe that we lost well over 100,000 jobs in February. I mean, you just wait for the revisions to happen. Like, you know that's what's going to happen. Okay, so let me show you the trend of job creation over the past 4 years. So to give you some context, just look at how many jobs we were adding in 2022. 300,000 jobs a month, 400,000, 800,000 jobs. And you can clearly see that the labor market has been weakening. Now, 2025 is when we really started to run into problems in the labor markets. Since 2025, we've seen multiple months of jobs lost. And I mean, take a look for yourself. In the months that we do post job gains, they're tiny. 13,000 jobs added a month, 40,000, 60,000. So that's a trend. It doesn't take a professional chart reader to see how we've been faring. Now, let's take a look at the rate of unemployment. In January, we were at 4.3%. For February, it's now ticked up higher to 4.4%. So you can clearly see the trend on this one as well. Since 2023, it's been getting worse. Now, looking at the Challenger report, I want to share this piece of good news with you. In February, company layoffs have decreased by 55% compared to January, and it's fallen by 72% compared to February of last year. However, it's not all good news. It's a mixed bag because, well, the bad news that's offsetting this is the fact that hiring plans have fallen by 56% compared to last year. Okay, a very good question is which industries have been cutting the most? I don't think it's to anyone's surprise that tech is continuing to suffer. 11,039 job cuts in February alone, for a total of 33,330 job cuts year to date as of the end of February. Education cuts have risen by 96% compared to the same period last year. Manufacturing has seen job cuts increase by 143% compared to the same period last year. Transportation job cuts are up by 872%, and the expectation is that this is just going to get worse as the price of oil rises and supply chains are disrupted. And healthcare, and this is also including healthcare-related products, announced 19,228 job cuts this year, which is the highest in that time period for January, February since 2021. Now, another very good question is, why are companies cutting jobs? Like, what's driving this weakening labor market? And here are the top reasons in 2026, which have been store closings, market and economic conditions, and restructuring and cost cutting. And I know that a lot of people are concerned or at least curious about artificial intelligence, the impact that it's been having on the job market. So artificial intelligence has been responsible for 10% of total job cuts in February and 8% of job cuts in 2026 so far this year. And I'm telling you, that's actually not good. So 10% might not seem like a lot, but it's trending up and it's accelerating pretty quickly. Because in 2025, AI was responsible for 5% of total job cuts. In 2023, AI was responsible for 3%. And here we are today at 10%. And in my opinion, like I've said this previously, that this is just going to accelerate. And this is going to be a really big impact on white-collar jobs. And if you think you're going to be safe with blue-collar jobs, then, well, you got automation, and then you combine automation with artificial intelligence, and then it's like everybody's going to be at risk. Okay, usually President Trump comes out right away after the jobs report to say something along the lines of, the jobs report was amazing. We are living in the golden age of American prosperity, right? But as of the time of making this video, he's said nothing. Like, he's been quiet. Like, you can rationalize that it's, Brian, obviously it's because of the whole situation in Iran. However, President Trump did have the time to post that 401ks are up more under him than they were under President Biden. But something important that I want to point out is that you have to remember that President Trump's tariffs have been ruled illegal by the Supreme Court. And, they can't reverse that. And his whole game plan, President Trump's whole game plan, was that tariffs would bring economic prosperity by reviving the U.S. manufacturing sector, right? However, the manufacturing sector has been losing jobs. And additionally, now that narrative, the tariff narrative, that's cooked. So President Trump's trying to find other loopholes for implementing tariffs to make them stick. However, if you've been paying attention, those tariffs, they're going to be temporary. And in my opinion, they're going to be ruled illegal as well. They might not be ruled illegal immediately, but that's ultimately what's going to happen. At least that's my opinion. But we're all paying attention to the Mideast, so nobody is really saying this, but I want you to be aware of the situation. And then we have the whole situation of spiking oil prices because of the Strait of Hormuz. The price of oil, WTI, has now breached $90 a barrel, and this is not going to be good for the U.S. economy. Well, the global economy as well. Okay, so only 2 oil tankers have passed through there that strait yesterday. That's basically a standstill. It's basically closed. And if the price of oil rises, then it's going to hurt consumers. It's going to hurt consumer discretionary spending, and then that's going to hurt corporate profits. And then what's going to happen? We're going to get more layoffs. So gasoline prices are up again today because, of course, oil prices keep on going up. Today, the national average is $3.32 a gallon. It was $3.25 yesterday. It was at $2.98 a week ago. It was at $2.90 a month ago. And gasoline prices are higher today than they were a year ago. And this is not going to be good for the CPI inflation report. And I'm telling you that that's going to be a problem for the Federal Reserve. So I want you to take a look at this. This is the CME Fed Watch tool. The next Federal Reserve meeting is going to take place on March 18th. That's less than 2 weeks away. There's a 95.6% chance that the Federal Reserve will not cut interest rates at that meeting. That's because, well, the inflation trend is going to be higher. And Powell's not going to want to cut interest rates with elevated inflation. And then the next meeting after that one's going to be on April 29th. And that's going to be Powell's last FOMC meeting as chair of the Federal Reserve. And there's a 79.7% chance that they're not going to cut interest rates at that meeting either. However, I just want you to keep in mind that what you're looking at right here, this is just interest rates. I just want you to know that the Federal Reserve is printing money faster than they were a month ago. But I want to show you this. 3 Fed meetings away is on June 17th. And Trump's new Fed chair is going to come into power in the middle of May. So it's going to be the new Fed chair at this meeting. So for the June meeting, there are decent odds that there's going to be interest rate cuts, about a 51.3% chance. So it's going to be basically a coin toss, whether they cut interest rates or not. And in my opinion, we will see more interest rate cuts. I would expect it to be in June. Otherwise, why would President Trump have selected that new Fed chair, right? Okay, here's my bets. Here's my prediction on how this is going to go down. My bet is that they're going to say, although inflation is rising, it's under control, it's transitory, it's temporary, something along those lines. And that they have to focus on the weakening labor markets. So it's my belief that they're going to use that, the unemployment rate, as their justification or excuse to cut interest rates. That's because the Federal Reserve has a dual mandate. And regarding the labor markets, the unemployment rate is their biggest indicator. And as I showed you, it's on an upward trend. But listen, as I told you on Monday, I'm getting concerned about the whole economic situation right now, which is why I took defensive measures in the stock markets. And the data is just confirming my beliefs. A weakening labor markets, oil prices on a tear, and that's not leading us down a good path, which is just, okay, it's not inflation. The concern is stagflation, so that's going to be even worse.
Electricity tariffs on the U.S. are off.
Off.
How did that happen?
Well, the president woke up this morning and he saw it and he just jumped right on it. He sent out a couple of tweets this morning and truths that made it crystal clear that you can't have a Canadian premier sort of effectively tacking on a 25% tax on Americans' energy, you know, a couple of states. And he made it crystal clear this is coming off today. He called me first thing this morning and said, Howard, this had better come off. And I spoke to Doug Ford, the premier, and I'm happy to tell you it is off.
So Americans will not be paying more for electricity if they live in Michigan, New York, and Minnesota?
Gone.
Wasn't the premier just reacting to tariffs that the U.S. imposed on Canada?
But remember, the tariffs were about fentanyl, deaths in America. I mean, the president is not going to allow Americans, about 75,000 autopsy deaths in America. And imagine how many are not autopsied. God forbid you lose your child. What makes you think you're definitely going to autopsy them to determine why they died? So the president is on it. He said it's got to end. And I love the fact that the Canadians say, oh, it's not us. You know, 75% of terrorists that we've captured have come through Canada, right? And fentanyl, just because they've only captured 43 pounds, come on. We know way more than that is coming.
So just so I understand, is the president still going to go through with his new threat to bump tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum up to 50% in the morning?
No. No, that's off too. So we're at 25% steel and aluminum because that's where we were. Remember, so I'd say there's three buckets to think about. There's things that are necessary for America and its safety. That would be steel and aluminum. We've got to have a steel and aluminum industry. Deal for America. You've got the Thank you. Just say thank you. God knows, just say thank you. When the biggest client, the biggest trading partner, the most important counterparty you have, who really, really matters to you, the first thing you do is show immeasurable respect. Say thank you. I want to work it out with you. I want you to be happy. And that's what Donald Trump is going to make everybody realize. We feed the world. Please be kind to us. Don't open your border. Imagine Mexico allows caravans down their highways to break into America. And they, of course, the United States of America, 2/3 is high school educated, 1/3 is college educated. The life expectancy of my high school educated workforce is 7 years lower. Makes me want to cry. Why? Why is it 7 years lower? It's not the air we breathe. It's not the food. What people don't understand.
But then he said it's all open for negotiation, and if somebody brings him a deal, he might pull it off.
No. Reciprocal tariffs are the baseline. And the countries of the world, like Europe, has a 20% VAT. 20%. So we pay 20%. You know how many cars, American cars, we sell in Europe or in Korea or Japan? Try buying a Chevrolet in Germany. We all have Mercedes and BMW and Volkswagen. Oh, those are everywhere. But American car over there, nope, they block us, non-tariff trade barriers, subsidies. They just keep us out. And Donald Trump is going to unleash that. So what's going to happen is you don't want to pay that tariff? Come on, build it here. You're seeing TSMC, 100 billion, Apple. These computer factories, they cool themselves with water. These are like the high-tech jobs, $200,000, $300,000 a year. We, the Commerce Department and the Education Department, are going to come out with 5 million jobs where if you're going to go into that program and get trained, you get a guaranteed job with one of the high-tech companies in America, and they guarantee you a job starting at around 125 to 150,000 and up. And the Education Department, $200,000, $300,000 a year. We, the Commerce Department. Why? Because these computer factories, they cool themselves with water. These are like the high-tech jobs, 200, $300,000 a year. We, the Commerce Department and the Education Department, are going to 100 factories, electricians, plumbers. Why? Because these computer factories, they cool themselves with water. These are like the high-tech jobs, $200,000, $300,000 a year. We, the Commerce Department and the Education Department, are going to come out with 5 million jobs where if you're going to go into that program and get trained, you get a guaranteed job with one of the high-tech companies in America, and they guarantee you a job starting at around 125 to 150. are going to create the greatest set of growth and prosperity that America has ever seen in modern times. I can't be more excited about it. I can't be more thrilled to be part of his administration.
Can't rule it out. Who should the American people believe?
I am talking is 1% of GDP. And when he balances the budget of the United States of America, I know lots of people say, oh, $1 trillion of waste, fraud, and abuse. And we are going to earn $1 trillion of revenue. And we are going to balance the budget for Donald Trump. And this country is never going to be the same. It is going to be great again.
You say there will not be a recession. President Trump says he can't rule it out. Who should the American people believe?
Are going to create the greatest set of growth and prosperity that America has ever seen in modern times. I can't be more excited about it. I can't be more thrilled to be part of our American cars built in Canada. Why aren't they built in Detroit? Once upon a time, America, think about this, this is a shocker. America made American cars in America. I think under Donald Trump, union labor is going to double because those factories are going to come back. And those workers are going to get great jobs America has ever had.
So it is worth it.
It is worth it. I don't think the only reason there could possibly be a recession is because of the Biden nonsense that we had to live with. These policies produce revenues. Anybody who bets against Donald Trump is a fool.
Just recently, I believe it was Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, these banks are adjusting their forecast for the risk of recession up. And they're saying it's not because of Biden's policies. They're saying it's because of the possibility of an aggressive trade war.
So here's what happens. When you say we're going to have a tariff on April 2nd, right? Everybody tries to hustle in before the tariff. So there's lots and lots. You could see miles of cars coming into the country to try to beat the tariff in from Japan, from Korea, and from Germany, right? That creates a distorted GDP. It doesn't change a darn thing about America. Not a darn thing about America. Americans are going to see American cars are going to be cheaper than foreign cars. And the people who make those American cars are going to be American. And these things are great for America. For once, I would like for people to talk to me and to our president about why it's great to be an American instead of, I don't care about German car companies making cars in Germany. Good for them. And Korea, good for them. And Japan, good for them. Their prime ministers can take care of them. Thank God we have finally a president who takes care of us. He's not the president of the world. He's the president of the United States of America, and he cares about American workers. And that's who he's here to protect. And all this other nonsense has got to go, because the fact is the stock market is going to be much, much higher. Much. How about this? The rest of the world leans on our economy, breathes off our economy. Not only is our economy, them pay a membership fee. We all understand that model. All understand that model. Services, everything comes from us, right? Let them pay a membership fee. We all understand that model. Let them pay. How about we, you and I, and every single person we know pay less? How about no tax on tips? How about no tax on overtime? How about no Social Security? How about all those things? These are the kind of thoughts that will change America. I know what his goal is. No tax for anybody who makes less than $150,000 a year. That's his goal.
So
and that's what I'm working for.
So you're saying when it looks chaotic and unpredictable from the outside, that there actually is a master plan when it comes to these tariffs?
It is not chaotic. And the only one who thinks it's chaotic is someone who's being silly. He said reciprocal tariffs.
Nobody expected him to announce 50% tariffs this morning.
He needed to break some guy in Ontario who said he was going to tax American energy 25%.
Okay, so this is the promotion of these tariffs. Lutnick stood behind 45, 47. I don't know how long I was muted. I thought I was breaking to actually say some things. Hey, Steve Mears. Yes, I was muted. I apologize. Now, what I'm just showing you some of this clown shit that we were served up. He said that we create everything. Why don't we look at the tariffs as a membership price when actually we create nothing? I thought that you said the tariffs was going to bring manufacturing back to America. So if we need manufacturing in America, how is it that you are saying that we own everything and we create everything and everybody depends upon America? For what? When America depends upon everybody and America gets all of its goods, foods, all of its stuff shipped into America, which is why the tariffs affected the America purchaser, which is why when Jeff Bezos wanted to put on Amazon the tariff cost that was added to Amazon purchases, President Trump had a shit fit because he didn't want the American people to realize, yes, there is a real cost for everything you're going to buy because of these tariffs. And then what did Jeff Bezos do? He changed his mind. He just raised the prices, and some of you people were too ignorant to realize that these tariffs raised the price on everybody. But you have this billionaire who just happened to missed one day of work, and when the terrorist attack of 9/11 happened in his offices at Cantor Fitzgerald were destroyed in the 9/11 attacks. This is the one day that Howard Lutnick decided to take his child to school. Odd day. So he is sitting up here trying to blow smoke up your ass once again. And let's be clear. Howard Lutnick is a billionaire. And he was blowing smoke up your ass. He was always at Trump. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find a time when Howard Lutnick is promoting the tariffs. Let me see if I can find another time when he was promoting these tariffs. Let me see.
The President of the United States in the White House says, "Oh, no, you won't," and breaks him. Breaks him in what? By a tweet and a truth. And you think that's chaotic? You know what I think that is? I think that is the thank God.
Oh, that's the same one I just shared.
Because if you were in one of those states and you thought,
I really want. Let me see. Here we go.
So we started, the first one was the UK deal, right? We asymmetric. They pay us 10% and we get charged nothing. That allows us to export, and that began the process. Then we did the biggest, European Union, 450 million people, $20 trillion economy. They completely opened their borders to us, and we charge them 15%. That makes America $100 billion a year and turns it back to where our economy is the best. And so it proved that President Trump's trade agenda was the right trade agenda.
So he said it made America $100 billion a year. Now, the Supreme Court has ruled these tariffs were illegal. Prior to this fake-ass war that 47 decided to spend $1 billion a day on because his daddy Netanyahu told him that he must spend our blood and treasure to strike Iran. They were talking about how since these tariffs were illegal, that the American people were due their money back. And your president said that that would be tied up in courts for 5 or more years because he was refusing to pay you, the American citizens who paid these tariffs. He was refusing to give you your money back. Are we clear on that? But he found $1 billion a day to do the bidding of Netanyahu. $1 billion a day. You heard how much money a nut sucker said that they were making off of these tariffs.
Then we go to Japan and Korea. They offer us $750 billion in cash to build in America at the president's direction. And we're going to start as an...
So they offer $750 billion in cash to build in America, to invest in America. But I thought that you said that America was where everyone was coming from. Now, all of a sudden, the tariffs have turned into manufacturing incentives that would be coming to the American to create jobs. Wait a minute. Which one is it? They offered you all of this money for what happened to these American jobs? Now, these tariffs have been paid. Not Nan. They told you that there were companies being built. They said that there was a drug manufacturer that was building a company in the United States because of these tariffs. And then when they were ruled in illegal, we go to war, spending more of the Americans' money. And there's no more mentioning of paying the American citizens back for all of that tariff money that this ignorant ass administration costs you. And what is going on now? The oil prices are going up. Why does that matter? Because you buy oil for yourself, you buy oil for your car, you put gas in your car. And why else is that important? Because America is still a consumer state. That's important because all of the ships are hung up in the Straits of Hormuz. Why is that important? Because all of these ships, they also need fuel to get shipments of what everything that America use that they have imported. They use fuel to get these products to America. Why is that important? Because it's going to cost more to get these products to America on these ships that use fuel that they are burning up in Iran, that they are striking Iran and all of this stuff. And there's a fuel shortage and the prices of gas is going up. Do you think that the prices of your goods that has to be shipped over to the United States are going to go up as they are already up because of these tariffs that have not gone down, and you have not gotten your tariff rebate, and there's no more talk about it, and now prices are about to go up again? Are you learning anything new here today? Well, let's get into what you may not know that Howard Lutnick is doing. Let's get into what you may not know about how these tariffs personally benefited Howard Lutnick and his family.
Are you suggesting we are not completely
at Cantor Fitzgerald? His like these billionaires always do. They put their sons over the business. Steve Witkoff, who was supposed to be negotiating these ceasefire agreements and all of that, he hasn't even stepped away from his family company. He just tells you his sons are running it. But that's neither here nor there. All of these fake peace agreements that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are doing as they make billion-dollar deals with all of these Middle Eastern countries for their family's profit. Let's see how Howard Lutnick was profiting off of coming out here with all this mushmouth, backwards nonsense talking about these tariffs. And why was he supporting these tariffs? Let's find out.
So, what does this have to do with Howard Lutnick? The New Republic reporting that Cantor Fitzgerald, the brokerage house he turned over to his sons, well, Cantor Fitzgerald stands to make a fortune from the tariffs getting overturned by the Supreme Court. Here's how it works. The government supposedly now has to return all the tariffs it collected from the businesses who imported stuff that they had to pay tariffs on. Well, they collected money. Now the government has to return that money. We're talking billions of dollars that have to be refunded to all the corporations that paid the tariffs. And of course, they pass those costs along to you and me, the American consumer. We're not getting the refunds. So what Lutnick's kids over at Cantor Fitzgerald did is they turned the right to a refund from the government into a security that you can trade and swap and bet on. So if you're owed a refund from the government, but you don't want to sit around waiting for the government to give it to you, or you think maybe the Supreme Court isn't going to overturn the tariffs and you're not getting any refund at all, you sell your refund rights to Howard Lutnick's kids at a discount. So in July of last year, right after the tariffs began to kick in, Lutnick's kids started buying up the right to a refund from the federal government should the court overturn the tariffs. And now, because the courts did in fact rule the tariffs are unconstitutional, Lutnick's kids stand to make a fortune. They will get the refund from the government because they bought the rights to the refund.
Steve, the tariffs haven't been over. Let me see what the ignorance that you're spouting. The tariffs have not been overturned. There was never a ruling to say uh, return the money. That's a lie. Who said that there was a ruling that said return the money? That wasn't tackled in a whole Supreme Court justice briefing. If the the tariffs were ruled unauthorized and unlawful. That was ruled. So if you collect money in a way that is unlawful, there is the fact that you should have. No one should have to tell you if you collected the money, you would have to return the money. Isn't that common sense? So you're trying to cut a pie, and it makes absolutely no sense. If you charge the American people something illegally, you should have to return the money. The American people should not have to fight and go to court behind this. We said what we said. And the fact of the matter is that Howard Lutnick and his children were suspecting that this may be overturned. So they were doing side bets on, well, if it has to be returned, let's make a deal with them that we'll give them X amount of dollars, and we will be the one who wait 5 years and go to court and get all of the money back. That is the point. While you are sitting up here typing furiously, living inside the ignorance in your head, listen to what the facts of the situation really are. Uh, uh, Let me tell you something. The uh, the tariffs are not still in place. The tariffs that 45, 47 wants to put in place have to be approved by Congress after 190 days. These are temporary tariffs. He said that he was going to put 10% tariffs on some countries, and then he found out the maximum amount that he could use this temporary tariff was uh, the maximum amount of tariffs he could put on a country was 15%. And then that same night, he increased the tariffs to 15%. These tariffs can only be used for, I believe, 100 and so days before they have to be approved by Congress. So, in essence, the tariffs that he had initially put on countries under some emergency order, they were found to be illegal. So all of this, the tariffs, and they are still tariffs on, and all of this shit, the tariffs that were on that were over 15% are no longer on these countries. Yes, some of the tariff costs have gone down because the maximum that he can tariff these countries is 15%. So therefore, countries that were he wanted to tariff at 25%, 30%, all of this type of shit. Oh yes, they are non-existent now. So what you're saying that the tariffs have been found to be illegal. So you think that your government should just be able to keep the money that it stole from the American citizens? I don't think so. I definitely don't think so. Even his own commerce secretary made a way to make money off of the point that these tariffs were going to be overturned and they would have to return the money to the people who paid these tariffs. And who's paying? Who's suing for these tariffs? American companies are suing for these tariffs. Why are the American companies suing for these tariffs? Because they had to initially pay the cost because they were going to have to make price increase on their products that they were selling to who? The American people. So you think that every individual in the United States is going to have to sue the government? See, that's the whole big thing that 45, 47 was counting on. He told you it was going to take 5 or 7 years for them to decide if the United States would even have to pay back something that they stole. This is theft. And you guys are making excuse for an illegal theft of the American people. Oh my God. No, I did not say that. Did you say that? No, did you say that? Did you say that? No, I did not say that. Maybe your mama said that. Okay, let's continue. Where is the fraud money taken? We won't get that either. No, because Howard Lutnick is going to make sure that him and his sons get that money. But you guys are sitting up arguing theft out of your own pockets, some of you. It is incorrect, ma'am. Every single tariff deal he made is still in place. It is just that simple. No, it is not that simple, sir or ma'am. It is not that simple. All of those tariff deals that he had have been ruled to be unconstitutional. Go read the Supreme Court ruling. Don't come in here putting propaganda in my chat. You don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not going to argue with you because you think you're smart and you have no idea what you're talking about. Hit the like button on your way out. Oh my God. Oh my God, these people are retarded. It's a shame. Give me a country. It is. They are in place or now higher for some countries. Give me a country where the tariffs are higher. Give me a country. We'll wait. We'll wait. Since you insist on putting, where are they higher? Where are they higher in any other country when they have been ruled to be unconstitutional, illegal? I'm waiting. What one country that they are higher than they were prior to this ruling? We'll wait.
At a discount. By the way, if you don't understand any of this, you're not supposed to. This is exactly how the economy got crashed in 2008. Trading and then betting on debt that nobody understands. The point is, Howard Lutnick took his kids to Pedo Island. Jeffrey Epstein taught them something, right? If the Democrats win back one of the chambers of Congress, one of the first things they're going to look into is the Lutnick family's trades made throughout that period of turbulence in the stock market created by Trump's tariffs. When the Supreme Court overturned the tariffs, the stock market shot up immediately, kind of like the way it crashed back in 2025 when Trump announced the tariffs. You might remember Trump would declare the tariffs and the market would sink. Then he would rescind some of the tariffs and the stock market would soar. He was controlling the stock market like King Canute controlled the tides. And Trump couldn't believe that all he had to do was say something and the markets would move. You know, for a guy whose penis hasn't worked in decades, that's as good as it's going to get for him. And you know who Trump talks to every night? This is true. Every night before Trump tries to go to bed, he talks to Howard Lutnick. Lutnick is the Trump whisperer. He tells Trump how smart he is, how great he is. You know, he's a liar. And Trump finds that soothing. And you know who else Howard Lutnick talks to every day? his two idiot sons, who he put in charge of Cantor Fitzgerald.
Okay.
We have some news right now.
Hold on.
The Trump administration and the president himself underestimated what Iran was capable of in response to the U.S. strikes on Iran. New intelligence community information coming out via the New York Times shows following the death of the 7th U.S. service member yesterday that we learned about, well, we're now learning that the Trump administration actually wasn't fully prepared for what Iran's retaliatory strikes would be, and that they underestimated what Iran was actually capable of. It comes as a new hardline supreme leader has been elected in Iran. This supreme leader is more hardline than his father, and he has more of an impetus to go after the United States because the United States just actually also killed his wife as part of the initial strikes. And finally, we're learning today, according to a New York Times analysis, that a Tomahawk missile was launched by the United States of America, did strike near that all-girls school in Manab, Iran. The only army in this conflict that has access to Tomahawk missiles, not Iran, not Israel, but the United States. And despite Trump's claims that Iran bombed that school, not the United States, all evidence shows otherwise. Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Okay, that's Aaron Paranis giving you some facts that it appears that the United States was definitely the one who struck that school that killed over 180 young children, girls, elementary school students, on the first attack when they went in and struck Iran. I had a whole lot of you bitching and moaning and lying and crying, much like 45, 47 always does. Pete Kegbreath won't even say that they didn't make the strike. It's under investigation. It's under investigation. There's nothing to investigate anymore. We understand that America is now using the tactics of the Israeli military and striking schools and hospitals. Let's call a thing, as they want you to believe that the Iranians who had no milk, who were not proliferating any uranium to put on any nuclear warheads. None of this, all of these are lies and for reasons we're going into Iran have been proven to be a bunch of bullshit. Because how do you know it's a bunch of bullshit? Because every day this administration changes the reason why they went into Iran, and none of the reasons make any sense for this $1 billion a day of bullshit that we are creating over in the Middle East. So let's keep it a buck. Let me go back to. Let me go back to this right here. Here we go. For all of you in the back.
Wow, that's a lot of people. That's a new record. We set a record every time. Well, thank you very much for being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries.
Well, 6 of the 9 opinions argued the other way.
That have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long, that I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do.
So, what are the 3 Republicans on the court that voted with these disgraceful Democrats?
With some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court. And it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular. When in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that they should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution.
Unpatriotic.
It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it, but we still won in a landslide.
Now, all of a sudden, there was a lot of cheating, but you still won. Blah, 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 blah.
Landslide, too big to rig. But these, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. Even these are doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as.
There are methods and practices that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs that I put on. The tariffs that he put on were emergency tariffs, which was illegal for him to do, as ruled by the Supreme Court. Therefore, he is going to use methods and tactics that have already been approved to use temporarily. So where in it do you not understand that those tariffs have been ruled to be unconstitutional, illegal? Therefore, he can no longer use the IEEPA tariffs anymore. Those tariffs have been removed. He has replaced them with tariffs that he can tariff people temporarily at a maximum percent of 15%. So what are you saying? The tariffs have not been removed. He's telling you that he can no longer use the IEEPA tariffs. So what are you saying? It just amazes me that you people come into chat rooms so uninformed and so can't even admit when you are wrong. In here are talking all of this shit. Like you're going to convince somebody. Like you're going to... Let's see what your dear Fox News have to say about the tariffs. Surely if someone is going to do the tariff story, Lord knows I don't even know what Fox News is going to say. Let's see.
About 1,000 businesses across the country signed a petition demanding that the government give them a refund for the tariffs they paid after the Supreme Court ruled most of President Trump's tariffs were illegal. We're speaking with some Arizona businesses who were impacted.
Alex and Don Calamari have run New Day products out of Maricopa since 2003, selling breast prosthetics for women who've had breast cancer.
We're in a very important industry helping women who've had breast cancer, and it's really hurting.
They import from Taiwan, and when tariffs as high as 20% hit on goods that had never been tariffed before, the math stopped working.
We generally bring in well over $100,000, almost $150,000 worth of goods. And you can calculate a 20% tariff on that.
The small business got smaller. Today it's just Alex, Dawn, and their 2 daughters, and even they've taken pay cuts to keep the doors open.
One of our daughters.
So understand that they had a 20% tariff levied on them. This American company, a 20% tariff. So if the tariff are still in play, why is it that the maximum amount of tariff that 45, 47 can put on a country, on a business is 15%? That is the maximum. These American people were paying a tariff of 20% because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's why. You don't know what you're talking about, but you're just in here flipping off your fingers, and you don't know what you're talking about. The tariffs have been ruled unconstitutional and illegal, and prior to this war starting, there have been talks of how this money is going to get back to the American consumer who had to pay higher prices because of this imbecile and his tariffs. You dumb fucks.
Went part-time, and she's currently looking for other part-time employment to make ends meet with her family.
They are not alone. More than 1,000 small businesses across the country, including about a dozen from Arizona, have signed a petition demanding the government return tariff payments quickly.
We are the face of tariffs. It's not other countries, it is us. All these small businesses are the face of the tariff.
This week, a federal judge ruled those businesses are entitled to refunds after the Supreme Court found most of the tariffs were illegal. But when and how much remains unclear.
We paid up front when the goods hit the dock in LA, we pay. But unfortunately, the government is not quite as quick to give as they are to receive.
For a family that has spent more than 2 decades helping cancer survivors, the wait may determine whether they keep going.
We're not sure.
We're not sure if we are going to make it.
We're not sure if we are going to make it and we've been in business since 2003.
I'm Melanie Dow, ABC 15, Arizona.
Oh, let's go back. Let's see some more. Let's see more people talk about the tariff. Let me see.
A major update in the tariff refund fight. The judge set to oversee the process is now laying out the next steps. In an order that we just got, the judge has now ordered the Trump administration to go through all of the tariff entries that have been submitted over the last year to finalize that paperwork while removing all of the tariff charges that have now been invalidated by that 6-3 blockbuster decision at the Supreme Court. So, what does this mean for businesses hoping to get tariff refunds? You're not going to see that money wired to your bank account immediately. However, this new ruling here is a major milestone in this laborious refund fight. The Trump administration has been warning that this is still going to take time. They say even after these entries are finalized, it's a step your lawyers call liquidation. They say that they still need to make sure that these companies don't owe any other taxes or fees or other tariffs. And they say that they need a review period before actually sending that money out to companies' bank accounts. So still some time to go here. But meanwhile, the judge here in this case, the judge is an appointee of former President Clinton, Judge Eaton, who serves on the U.S. Court of International Trade. He has been signaling that he wants to move this process along. This new ruling came after a hearing held just yesterday, but already the judge has set a new session that's set to take place on Friday, where behind closed doors, he will hear from the government again, and he's expected to ask them more questions about what exactly they need in this back-end process and why they need time before actually getting that money out the door. And at least from the comments that we've heard from the judge so far, he seemingly thinks that this process really can move along quickly. So watch to see after that hearing. Won't be able to be in the courtroom with them. None of the public will. But we'll be watching after the hearing to see whether the judge issues any orders on the docket and whether he sets any firm deadlines for the Trump administration to get these refunds out.
Say what? What was it that you guys said about these tariffs still being on? When the judge has set up a ruling to get these refunds out to the people who paid them, who is not other countries, it is actual American citizens. What was it you idiots were saying? Just because you believe bullshit and propaganda, and you actually came with no facts. You came with propaganda. Exactly. And these idiots in here talking propaganda. This is another reason why the war has happened. Now, I just wanted to give you the information about how Howard Lutnick uh, 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 sons who work for Cantor Fitzgerald have been approaching these small businesses and trying to get them to settle for pennies on the dollars for their impending refund for the tariffs that they have paid to the United States. Is America great again? Has America been made great again? See, that is the actual story. That someone in the administration, a billionaire who has gave his business over to his son, is trying to figure out a way to swindle the illegal costs that your president put upon American businesses. And you have the sons of billionaires trying to swindle them out of money that is owed back to them, that they have paid the cost of doing business under this administration. And while someone in the administration's sons are trying to cheat them out of their refund. Is America great again? Huh? Is America great again? Because I choose to talk like this. And if you don't like the way I speak, you're more than welcome to leave. No one is holding you here, but hit the like button on your way out. Okay, let's continue. I think I've shut you up. There's no more. Oh, she don't know that the tariffs are still in effect. Oh, are the tariffs still in effect? Who's paying more? What was the last stupid comment that there is a country? There's some countries paying more than they were paying before. Where? I asked that person, what country is paying more in tariffs now than they were before, when the maximum that they can pay now is 15% under a whole new tariff law that he is using, that he can only use for, I think it's 160 or 190 days. But I didn't get an answer to that question conveniently, because there is no answer. There's a whole lot of people who are out here talking dumb shit at all junctures of life. You get a whole lot of motherfuckers who don't know shit, who want to talk shit, and will have you following them in their pursuit of dumb shit to no avail. I'm just trying to give you information. You're more than welcome to do with it as you choose. All of the links that I use are in my description box. Avail yourself to them, and avail yourself to some of the links that I use, and watch some more of the content that they are putting out. Now, let me Are we going to talk about Lindsey Graham? Are we going to talk about the traitor that is Lindsey Graham? He should be brought up on treason. Is nobody talking about how a sitting senator, Lindsey Graham, said that he sat down with a president of a foreign country and told this president of a foreign country how to talk our president into doing what the president of the foreign country want them to do? Isn't that's treason? That is absolute treason. Let's get into the treason of Lindsey Graham. Let's get into this. Let me share this with you. I guess y'all gonna say that this didn't happen either. I guess you don't understand what treason is. Let's get into this. Here we are. If you don't know, let's find out. Lindsey Graham brags about colluding with Netanyahu to manipulate Trump into war with Iran. March 7, 2026. The dumb motherfucker said this out loud. Lindsey Graham must be getting a good pounding because he's coming out appearing to be under the influence of alcohol, and he is singing like a little bitch. And he has sung on himself. Let's get into it. South Carolina, Lindsey Graham seemingly bragged about colluding with Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu to manipulate President Donald Trump into bombing Iran. According to Graham, he spends months lobbying, holding private conversations with foreign leaders, and coordinating media pushes to persuade the president to authorize strikes against Iran. And that is treason. That's my saying. That's what I'm saying. Graham told the Wall Street Journal that the campaign started just after Trump won the 2024 presidential election. Now, right after he won the election, you got Lindsey Graham in his ear telling him about how he should strike Iran. Why? Right after the 2024 elections? Really? In November? And strangely enough, 45, 47 did strike him in June of the 2025. Hmm. Uh, uh, who benefited from that? Who lost on that? The American people lost on that. The American people went into debt to send bombs and aircraft in your military to do a strike based upon what this fat something else that round with that decided to put in an idiot's ear about what Netanyahu wanted. Okay. Okay. Graham told the Wall Street Journal that the campaign started just after Trump won in the 2024 presidential election when the two went golfing. It was reported that during one of those many rounds of golf, Graham reminded the president of the Obama era Iran nuclear deal that was successful and that it was his moment to make history. Graham further commented that Iran would always be an impediment to having a normal relationship with the Middle East. Lindsey Graham stand for saying that it's not Trump's job to have a plan for Iran after the missiles attacks is another story. Now he was the one who talked Trump into striking Israel. But now he's saying it's not Trump's job to have a plan for Iran after the missile attack. Well, Trump has no plan before, during, or after the missile attack. The journal reported that Graham would repeatedly harass senior White House aides to the point that they called him annoying, crazy Uncle Graham. Also ran counter to Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff, who repeatedly pushed for a more peaceful resolution to the conflict. I said they don't want to deal, Graham told the news outlet. They're not trying to buy a house. They're trying to burn your house down. So Lindsay Pansy was out here being a whole warmonger. In the interview, Graham boasted about how he went to the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and revealed that the U.S. might begin attacks. I went to MBS to say, okay, I think it's going down. The South Carolina senator also met with Netanyahu and allegedly coached him on how to coax the president into launching an attack. Okay. They'll tell me things our government won't tell me, Graham said about one of the many trips to Israel. Now, you got a fucking senator of North Carolina who is going to Israel. Why? How does that, South Carolina, how does that benefit the constituents in South Carolina? How does any of this benefit South Carolina? Now, then you got this motherfucking corn shucking motherfucker is going over there talking about Israel will tell him things that his own government won't tell him. Ignorant motherfucker who is going over there believing what Israel is telling him is true. Some things that his own government withholds from him. So he thinks that he got that he has the touch. He's getting that scoop. Everything that Israel is telling me is true. So my own government won't tell me this information. Ooh wee! Let me go over there and get the gossip from Israel. Let me gather my purse, my scarf, and let me sashay my ass over to Israel and get the latest tea. A whole fucking imbecile. This is why service members are dying in Iran. This is why your blood and treasure, up to $1 billion a day, is being wasted in Iran. Let's be real clear. All of those reasons that I had on my thumbnail that were given by this stupid administration, this is the reason. They'll tell me things our own government won't tell me, Graham said about one of the many trips to Israel. Graham also revealed that he worked with retired Army General Jack Kane and conservative columnist Mark Thiessen to make debate irresistible. Okay. It was reported that the trio authored columns and appeared on television programs that were likely to get the president's attention. Fox News, I'm sure. Trump has even shared a few of Thiessen's columns on his own Truth Social platform. When we compared notes, Graham said there was a lot of other voices pushing for the war. No, wait a minute. When we compared notes, Graham said there were not a lot of other voices pushing for war the way that we were. Not everyone in the MAGA movement was thrilled with the way in which Graham seemed to exert his influence over the president. Several Bush-era Republicans were livid that Graham was attempting to instigate another conflict in the Middle East. Several aides to the presidents were extremely annoyed that Graham would just show up at the president Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. Representative Tim Burchett had a more blunt response when asked about Graham's influence. Lindsay hasn't seen a fistfight. He hasn't wanted to turn into a bombing raid, Burchett said. Senator Rand Paul also commented that there should be a law passed limiting the number of times that Graham can visit the president. According to the Kentucky senator, Graham's effort to pull MAGA into instigating a regime change was the quintessential political maneuvering beyond all political maneuvering. The senator, however, is not worried about annoying his fellow Republicans. What are they going to do to me? He laughed. What they going to do to me? If any of you live in South Carolina, what are you going to do to Senator Lindsey Graham? Now, let me drop this in my description box. Should I write it? I think I'm going to drop it under Graham Cracker. Would that be wrong of me? I'm going to drop this Lindsey Graham story under Graham Cracker. That's where you can find that AOL article, and let's hear it from the Cracker's mouth. Let's hear it from the Graham Cracker's mouth itself. Why don't we? Okay, let me share this with you. Let me share all of the bragging and bullshit that Lindsey Graham is saying about getting this country to go to war. Let me see. I don't think it's here. We will go here. How did that work out for the United States listening to Lindsey Graham? Not well.
Are you suggesting we are not completely?
Okay.
As Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu's war in Iran stretches into its second week, it is becoming clearer and clearer the United States was responsible for that strike on an Iranian girls' elementary school in the town of Minab last Saturday. The strike killed at least 165 people, most of them children. Again, so far the Pentagon has not officially claimed responsibility for the tragedy, but analyses from the New York Times, the Washington Post, some other outlets as well, all point to it being an attack by the United States. Reuters reports that while U.S. investigators have not reached a final determination, they believe it is likely we were responsible. The reporting suggests it appears to have been an accident. The school was hit while the U.S. was striking a nearby Iranian naval base. It would appeared this unfathomable tragedy, the mass slaughter of children playing at school, was simply the result of the ethos that this administration has bragged about, that the whole kind of shoot first, ask questions later attitude, an attitude that Pete Hegseth has been promoting for months before and then even after this strike.
Flying over Tehran, flying over Iran, flying over their capital, flying over the IRGC, Iranian leaders looking up and seeing only U.S. and Israeli air power every minute of every day until we decide it's over. And Iran will be able to do nothing about it. Death and destruction from the sky all day long. We're playing for keeps. Our warfighters have maximum authorities granted personally by the president and yours truly. Our rules of engagement are bold, precise, and designed to unleash American power, not shackle it. This was never meant to be a fair fight, and it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down, which is exactly how it should be.
Mehdi Hasan is the founder of Zateo media organization, host of the weekly show Mehdi Unfiltered, along with like 9 other shows that he runs over there because he seems to be working 20 hours a day. Mehdi, it is clear that one of the horrible things about war is that there are accidents that happen. This is something that happens in all wars. I remember the U.S. bombing and NATO bombing the Chinese embassy in Serbia during that war. It was clearly an accident, also horrible. And this appears to be that. But the context here is that the Secretary of Defense has kind of bragged about at an operational level that we're not gonna care about this kind of thing.
Not at all. I mean, he's gone out of his way to say that no more stupid rules of engagement, he called it. No more politically correct wars. That is their attitude towards the killing of people in Iran. He's just done an interview with 60 Minutes, Chris. I just saw the clip before I came on, where he said the only people who are worried are Iranians who are going to be killed, like talking generally about all Iranians. This is the problem now. On the very first day of this war, they killed 160 kids. And it hasn't stopped, Chris. It's not just this attack. They attacked an elementary school today in Tehran. They've attacked a dozen hospitals, according to the World Health Organization. When I say they, the United States and Israel. This is a joint war from 2 countries that don't have great records when it comes to bombing civilian targets. According to UNICEF, 1,200 civilians killed in Iran in 6 days, 200 children. Part of the reason for this war, Chris, was supposed to be protecting the Iranian people against the regime. How's that working out so far? It's disgusting what happened on day one. And there's also talk, Chris, of them using AI to rush the number of targets out, of using Claude and Maven from Palantir and Anthropic to generate 1,000 targets a day. Of course they're going to hit schools and hospitals if that's how they're doing this targeting. And I would also point out that right now they've reduced, Chris, they've just basically gutted the office at the Pentagon where people used to try and mitigate civilian harm. They've basically firing all the people who work in the civilian mitigation harm unit at the Pentagon. 160 people. These are people, Hegseth, Trump and co, who don't care about civilian casualties.
Yeah, that point about the reverberations of this, obviously on the first order of just the human loss of life. But, Iran has just come through a period in which there were, according to independent human rights groups, as many as possibly 30,000 Iranians killed by their own government amidst protests. It could have been much smaller than that. It might have gone up to that number. I think it's, we don't have polling inside Iran, obviously, but there is a significant amount of people, perhaps a majority, maybe even a large majority, that genuinely do hate this government. It's incredibly unpopular. Certainly, it's also got people that hate it across the region for all sorts of other reasons that they have experienced, whether in Lebanon or Syria and others. And so just from the sort of geopolitical strategic point, like on day one, to have this and to have the rhetoric being into the region, we don't care if you live or die, to not make the distinction between like civilians and combatants, just also strikes me as like wildly self-defeating at just the sort of tactical level.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to stop here because unfortunately, the Supreme Leader what was his name? Kilamani's son has taken over, and he is a far more staunch leader than his father ever was. And the only thing that this, all of this bullshit and blustering has done is actually put more Iranian people in support of their own government. I mean, what are they going to bet against themselves? What they going to bet for the Americans who said that they were there to rescue them and give them their freedom? And as they run out to get freedom, they're bombed down by American bombs. They are creating a situation that is going to affect this whole region for decades with all they said it's like a black summer over there because so many oil tanks have been bombed by Israel and the United States that it was raining last night, and it was raining black rain. All of this oil is running into the sewers. The whole country is on fire due to the waste in the sewer systems catching on fire and fires burning from the streets. So let's talk about the health impact. I definitely want to talk about the health impacts that they are suffering. This region that your president lie and says that he wants to help free them. Let's see what type of freedom they will be getting under this administration. I definitely want to delve into this. Let me find it. While I look for this, let's look into the objectives and the changing.
The Americans and Israelis have dropped every single pretense about their real motive to illegally invade Iran. Last night's apocalyptic scenes in Tehran is an example that their intention was never about nuclear program, ballistic missile program, or even democracy. It was to bomb Iran to Stone Age and massacre as many of its people as possible. Otherwise, how do you justify the bombing of oil refineries and its storage facilities that have wreaked havoc and posed serious threats to the safety of local residents? Meanwhile, Iran has retaliated by attacking a water desalination plant in Bahrain. This, they say, was in response to the US using Bahraini soil to attack and destroy an Iranian water desalination plant. Then we saw the profession of journalism being disgraced at the BBC by Laura Quinsberg. She interviewed Israeli war criminal Isaac Herzog and the Iranian ambassador to the UK, how she went ballistic and showed her utter disgust while interviewing her Iranian guest and refused to ask any uncomfortable questions to the Israeli terrorist should be a topic of study in journalism schools all over the world. If there was one single reason why the BBC should be defunded, this interview on today's episode of Laura Quinsberg is one. This would be the broad focus of my video today, so please stay tuned. So American and Israeli terrorists have continued to violate more international laws by deliberately bombing civilian infrastructure in Iran and posing long-term health risks to the Iranians. This was after the Americans and Israelis dropped an unprecedented amount of bombs targeting oil refineries and oil storage facilities. This led to the spillage of oil on the streets of Tehran, thereby posing serious risks to the safety of local residents. Not that we needed any evidence to confirm the real diabolical intent behind invading Iran, but American and Israeli terrorists have now conclusively proved that their intention was to destroy Iran as a country. They thought this can be achieved by simply assassinating the supreme leader and members of his leadership team. They were being delusional. They thought they can force the Iranians to capitulate if they bombed primary schools and massacred hundreds of girls. This too didn't work. They thought if they bombed the 2D paintings of Iranian fighter jets, military helicopters, and inflatable objects, this would stop the barrage of incoming ballistic and hypersonic missiles into the settler colony or towards American military facilities across the Arab world. This too didn't happen. If anything, Iran continued to inflict pain on its enemies. So the Americans and Israelis have now begun destroying Iran as a country. This was confirmed by no less a person than the genocidal maniac in chief from the USA, Donald Trump.
Iran today accused the U.S. of hitting a desalination plant in Iran, and they said that might open the door to other strikes on infrastructure, non-military.
Allow us to also open the door to other strikes against them.
Look, you respond to that allegation. Did the U.S. hit a desalination?
They are among the most evil people ever on earth. They cut babies' heads off. They chop women in half. What they did, take a look at October 7th. Take a look at what they've done over the...
Okay. They chop babies' heads off. Is this the greatest hits of Gaza lies. Is this a greatest hits that was said about the Palestinians? When is it? Why is it that this is the first time that you heard this? They cut babies' heads off and they cut women in halves. So, when have you heard this? When have you heard this being a rationale? Look at the faces on Steve Witkoff and Pete Kegbreath. Look at the faces on these people as this motherfucker sits up here and try to rationalize this, that you can believe the most barbaric things are going on without him even having to prove this to you. He's not even trying to prove anything to you. He's just saying whatever he wants to, and he expects you to believe that. They have offered you no proof of the 11 stories so far that they have given you about why they're striking, and they offered you nothing.
The last 47 allow us to also open the door to other strikes against them. Look,
in response to that allegation, did the U.S. hit the decel?
They are among the most evil people ever on earth. They cut babies.
So they can't. Kegbreath says that they are investigating the strikes on school, and 4547 is standing in front of Kegbreath saying, "Oh no, they did it. They did it themselves. They're barbarics." The question is did the United States kill these school children by mistake or on purpose? Were they responsible for it? And we know he lies just to lie. We know that the United States don't want to investigate themselves and the wrongdoings based upon what ICE has done in the shooting deaths of American citizens in the streets that they are patrolling. So what hope do you think that anything that is going on in a foreign land that the United States may have been culpable in taking the lives of innocent people? He came right out with the lie, kind of like how Christine Nome came right out with the lie that these people in Minneapolis were domestic terrorists. So he's telling you these are the worst people in the world. But remember what they tell you about you when you work inside your constitutional rights. These were children, not teenagers, not potential dates for him and his Epstein class of degenerate billionaires. These were children, elementary. Well, I don't know. Some of them may have saw elementary age girls as dates too. These are the depraved. Understand that these are the depraved people talking to you. He's like standing behind the curtain. You can only hear his voice come up with despicable shit. Even at least Steve Witkoff down here seems to have a hard time swallowing this. But you see this motherfucking cheating on your wife several times alcoholic is looking over there like he's taking it all in, like he's learning something. Steve Witkoff does appear to have some embarrassment, but he's not embarrassed enough not to make billions of dollars in the Middle East from these Saudis. And no, he's not that embarrassed. But let's go back. We need to examine the looks on the faces of the people that this motherfucking demented man is speaking.
They say Donald Trump.
Iran today accused the U.S. of hitting a desalination plant in Iran, and they said that might open the door to other strikes on infrastructure, non-military.
Allow us to also open the door to other strikes against them. Look,
in response to that allegation, did the U.S. hit the decel?
They are among the most evil people ever on earth. They cut babies' heads off. They chop women in half. What they did, take a look at October 7th. Take a look at what they've done over the last 47 years. So I know nothing about a desalinization plant other than to say, if they're complaining about a desalinization plant, we complain about the fact that they shouldn't be chopping babies' heads off, okay?
And if you also believed in the nonsense of Israel being a democracy, where its opposition party believed in anything other than the human devil called Benjamin Netanyahu professed and practiced, then read this. This is a tweet posted by the Israeli opposition leader, Yair Lapid. This disgusting creature wrote this to justify the atrocities being committed against Iran, and I quote, Israel must destroy all of Iran's oil fields and energy industry on Kharg Island. That is what will cripple Iran's economy and topple the regime. This war must end. When the regime in Iran has fallen, the nuclear facilities have been destroyed, all of the ballistic missile industry has been destroyed, and Hezbollah has been destroyed in Lebanon. End quote. Meanwhile, Iran has continued to inflict pain on the Israelis and their allies in the Arab world. Unfortunately, this is now having an adverse impact on people living in the region. 4 people are believed to have been killed in the UAE alone. One of them was a Pakistani national in Dubai's Al-Barsha region, where that person reportedly died after being hit by shrapnel. In Israel, there are more reports of deaths and destruction in Iranian missile attacks. War criminal Netanyahu was forced to issue a video message from some unknown location after facing backlash from his own people in the settler colony. Meanwhile, in the UK, BBC further disgraced the profession of journalism when its presenter, Laura Queensberg, applied different standards to interview her Iranian and Israeli guests. She remained calm, composed, and even respectful, and refused to interrupt war criminal Isaac Herzog during his replies. She also didn't care to challenge him by asking penetrating questions on the bombing of elementary schools that killed hundreds of girls. You would have expected at least this much of empathy from a person who herself happens to be a woman. But no, she also didn't bother to ask her guest why there was a crackdown on reporters from reporting objectively from inside the settler colony, or why the rogue regime of a war criminal had arrested 2 CNN journalists. Why the Israelis and Americans were busy replicating their Gaza model by bombing hospitals. Her most difficult question for Herzog was this, and here too, she started by attributing her question to many people and many democracies around the world.
But many people in many democracies around the world think that having a framework where there are rules for democracies to obey still matters. And you have been expanding this war. You have attacked Lebanon again. Hundreds of people have been killed and thousands of people have been forced to leave their homes. Why does Israel have the right to start dropping bombs on another sovereign country beyond Iran? Donald Trump said that America doesn't need the UK and Keir Starmer. Is he wrong? You are striking military targets, but also infrastructure and now oil refineries. We've seen dramatic pictures of oil refineries on fire in Iran. Donald Trump says the war is over. Do you agree with him? President Herzog, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Jerusalem this morning.
In contrast, watch her animation and real disgust on her face for her Iranian guest here. Watch these bits and decide on whether she could have shown similar disgust to her Israeli guest. But no, she was concerned that Iran had posed a fictional threat to Israel's safety. And she earns her fat salary, real fat salary, from British taxpayers.
The president has apologized for lashing out across your neighbors in the wider Middle East, endangering millions of civilians. Will you stop your attacks on military bases in other parts of the Middle East outside Israel?
To be very delicate, to be very careful for their own activities in the name of the sovereignty.
You say, Ambassador, that what America, what Israel, what some other members of the international community would say is the root cause here, is Iran's refusal for many, many years to abide by the rules that the international community has set them, to cover up some of its nuclear ambition, and indeed to run a repressive government that oppresses many of your own people, and to threaten Israel using other satellite groups across the Middle East.
In international community, we have very important rules and standards in the name of international law.
And those which have been ignored by Iran over successive
not at all.
years.
Iran, as a member of the NPT, Israel is not. Iran, as a member of the non-proliferation treaty, is a responsible state. They want to use the nuclear activities, nuclear energy, only for the peaceful means.
You have ignored many international obligations. Just last year, the nuclear
give me one
authority.
of them.
Yeah,
Please give me one of them.
Last year, the International Nuclear Authority said Iran had breached the rules. In 2019, it was revealed that you had stockpiled more uranium than you needed. Way back in 2002, it was revealed you had secret nuclear sites, and you have been enriching uranium at a rate well beyond what's needed for civilian purposes. You know that, Mr. Ambassador.
Let me answer to you.
You know that.
Yes, let me. All of the nuclear activities of Iran is under the monitoring of the IAEA. There is no any ambition to go to nuclear bomb.
Your country is under attack, but your people have also been under attack. Since we last spoke, your government has killed thousands of its own people in the streets who had the courage to stand up to protest against the suffering that they have been experiencing at the hands of the regime. Thousands of people were killed. How on earth do you justify that, Ambassador? We would love to be able to report independently from inside Iran to see what is really going on.
Why not?
But we have seen much of what has gone on. Just this morning, I looked at many of the images and watched some of the videos from what happened to protesters in your country in January. I looked at images and videos verified independently by our colleagues at BBC Verify that show body bags littered over the courtyard of a mortuary, the Karizak Forensic Medical Center in Iran. I saw images of young, old, teenagers, people killed by your government, beaten faces, bloodied bodies, gunshot wounds. How on earth do you justify that and sit there today saying our people have some complaints? Your government killed thousands of their own people and the world saw that.
Why the hell the British taxpayers should continue to fund BBC? And why this rogue organization must not be defunded now? You decide. Even UK Foreign Secretary, a disgraceful politician and member of the Labour Friends of Israel, appeared on the Laura Quinzberg show. See how she casually talks about Israeli and American terrorists illegally invading a sovereign country. And compare this to the bit where she calls the Iranian retaliatory response reckless.
So I think there's two separate issues there. The first of all is that...
No, this is issues about speed of response.
And I want to deal with each of them. So you've got, I think, two issues about the nature of the response. The first thing, I think, is that these were two separate decisions about not providing the support or being involved in the initial strikes that the US and Israel took. And we had also continually argued that we wanted to see the negotiation, the diplomatic processes continue. Those were difficult. And don't get me wrong, those were difficult, but we were pursuing those. So there was a first initial decision. Then once we saw the reckless nature of the Iranian response, which frankly shocked all of the countries across the Gulf who are now being targeted, I mean, they were shocked by the nature of the Iranian reaction.
And these clowns wonder why the Labour Party is on course to become extinct in the UK. That's it from me. Thank you very
So that's a hospital, not a military base, a hospital. Doctors inside, patients inside, families inside. And today it's rubble.
I mean, we just have to pause. I mean, I literally have chills when I see something like that because, you know, before we talk about the whole geopolitics and before we talk about missiles and retaliation, we've got to talk about who's actually dying right now with this war that has been started.
I'm Dr. Ida Brown.
And I'm Dr. Sonia Sloan.
And we are AYA, Black and Brown Women Disruptors in Healthcare and Beyond. Today, we're looking at the escalating conflict involving Iran, Israel, and the United States. But we're asking a different question. Not who wins, not who strikes first, but who pays the price.
And it's not always who you think. So recent military strikes involving the United States and Israel have targeted Iranian military infrastructure. And so Iran has now retaliated with missiles and drone strikes across the region. And so the fear now, escalation into the border and outlying regional area and becoming a regional war, something bigger than anyone anticipated. But behind every strategic briefing, every political statement, and every military map, there's something else that we really have to look at, you guys. And that's the civilian toll.
The World Health Organization reports that at least 13 hospitals and health facilities in Iran have been struck since the conflict escalated. Medical workers injured, patients killed, emergency care disrupted.
And so as physicians, we really do understand, and we want people to understand something, that when hospitals are bombed, people don't just die from the explosion, you guys. They die from the whole system collapsing. So that's people that have a heart attack. They can't go in and get treated. Dialysis stops. That means their body is overloaded with potassium and they eventually die. That means emergency surgeries that could possibly save lives disappear. And childbirth, can you imagine in the middle of a war trying to have a child? So war doesn't just kill people. It destroys the system that keeps those people alive.
And the hospital is not the only civilian place that was hit, right? Reports indicate that a girls' elementary school in Minab, Iran was struck, killing more than 160 children.
So now we've got hospitals and schools now being involved. So you got hospitals becoming a target, you got schools becoming a target, and these are innocent people. They're not really part of this war, right? The argument about moral authority collapses when you start bombing hospitals and schools, right? Because once a child is dying in a classroom, no one gets to claim the moral high ground anymore, you guys.
And Dr. Sloan, we really have to confront something that's incredibly uncomfortable. Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, Congo, bombed neighborhoods, collapsed hospitals, children pulled from rubble, children dying, cities leveled, families displaced, and for years, the world has just watched and adjusted
to horrible atrocities, right? Mass atrocities, famine as a weapon, millions displaced. And the Democratic Republic of Congo, decades of conflict, decades. Sexual violence as a tool of war, you guys, unheard of. And children conscripted as soldiers, children.
Now, the thing about that you may want to notice about this, all of this sexual violence, children being pulled from rubble, the thing that may want to make you pause and think that you used to just be observers of other nations doing this. You used to just sit on the sidelines and watch this in some faraway place being done by other people that you did not know, didn't speak your language, didn't have your customs. It was a spectator sport. because it didn't it had no realism to you, because it didn't involve you and your culture. What are you going to say now when your government is also making the abnormal normal? This is being done by your government representatives. Now, have we brought this type of carnage home? And are we going to normalize this in America? That's what I want to know.
And slowly something dangerous has happened. We've become desensitized.
And that's the tragedy. That's what's happening to the world. We have to stop, because when tragedies in Gaza and the Ukraine and then Sudan, then it's Congo, and again, and it's all over the world. And the world just keeps going. We keep scrolling.
But we're not scrolling today. Children dying in the Ukraine is not acceptable. Children dying in the Sudan is not acceptable. Children dying in Gaza is not acceptable. Children dying in Iran is not acceptable. Children dying anywhere is not acceptable. And here's the public health truth. Modern war kills twice.
Yeah. Modern war. That's crazy that we even are talking about this right now. It's a public health crisis, though, is what people don't realize. First is the direct violence, right? And then secondly, it's the infrastructure that collapses and falls. Water systems collapse. Electricity and power plants are attacked. Healthcare, like hospitals, collapse. Sanitation, gone. And then mortality rises long after the bombs stop, you guys.
And there's a third layer, right, that gets ignored, the environmental impact. So military activity that drives measurable changes in your air quality, environmental conditions, and that's linked to respiratory illnesses, heat stress, food insecurity. War doesn't just destroy cities. It poisons the environment people must survive in after the bombings. And war doesn't just happen overseas. Right? These wars begin in homes, at dinner tables, in the moments that families are saying goodbye. Let's roll the next clip.
The hypocrisy. I mean, we just have to take a sigh, if it's not for a tear, because we're frustrated and all of America is overwhelmed. The world is overwhelmed, right? So looking at this moment, this is a teenager that a family is hugging, they're dealing with their fears, their pride, and the dread all at once. And here's what the data tells us about who actually serves versus being dragged off to a concentration camp. I'm sorry.
Let's be clear. There are already 100,000 people who have gotten the notice that there will be boots on the ground in Iran. Some of the notices were a lie, saying that they was going to going to some training operation, only to find out that they are going to be boots on the ground. Understand, when asked if there is going to be another draft, 45-47 would not rule that out. Do you think that Barron Trump is going to be in that draft? No. Barron Trump is going to be making more money off of sending your children into war. Do you think that any of these Witkoff and Leckett boys are going to go off into this draft? Do you think that these billionaires, a draft, when 45-47 refused to go to the army when he was drafted, is not ruling out a draft for a war that he cannot tell you why we're fighting it? Let that sink in.
Immigration camp, Dr. Ide.
Just give me a second to process that video.
I know.
Let's talk about who serves in the U.S. military. The U.S. military includes about 2.86 million people worldwide. About 1.3 million are active duty service members, and the average age of the active duty soldier is just 28 and a half years old.
And these are young people. So my tears are for the empathy. I can feel what that parent feels. I mean, I may not never know it, and I pray to God I don't. But these young people are going off to machines of war. And Latino Americans play a major role. In key branches, the Latinos are overrepresented in our military. And in 2023, Latino troops made up 27.7% of Marine Corps. So,
but what happened to the guy in California? He was doing lawn work at a restaurant and got attacked by ICE units, and they had this old man all on the ground punching him like they were in a WWE a fighting event. What is that? Like they were in some cage match punching this old ass man. Come to find out, he had, if not three, definitely two sons that had served in the United States Marines, and this is what they'll send your kids off to die, and send your father off to a motherfucking ICE facility as well, as they beat his ass. But hey, y'all were the one who voted this dumb motherfucker in the office.
Higher than their 19.4% of the share of the population in the United States. So that's not necessarily fairly or equally distributed.
Right. So as that graphic shows, Latinos, my brothers and sisters, are overrepresented in the Marine Corps. Yeah. We're overrepresented in the military overall, in the combat heavy branches. And that's what many Americans don't realize. While service members themselves are legally present in the United States, their family members sometimes are not. About 80,000 undocumented spouses and parents of U.S. service members live in the United States. Nearly half are from Latin American countries.
Yeah, I'm just overwhelmed right now. I really am. So, which that means these soldiers can serve in a uniform while they're families at home are at the threat of deportation. What is the hypocrisy here that America has? Is crazy. So there's this one case of Narcisco Barnaca, a Mexican father of three U.S. Marines. And he was arrested outside of an IHOP in California in 2025. But you guys, he's lived here since 1990, and now he faces deportation. But his sons are literally giving their life for this country. That's not right.
And that's it, right? These arrests actually aren't of the bad people, the bad hombres, right? 73, almost 74% of the people that are in ICE detention actually have no criminal conviction at all.
Sacrifice on one side, suspicion on the other. It's stupid. It's actually chaotic and disruptive. And I think that's the point of what is trying to go on.
Okay, so I do believe that every country has the right to have its borders, but I also believe that this deportation and cruelty in doing so is performative. So two things can be true at the same time. Let me see what else I wanted to share with you. Now, if you're not aware, Israel is arresting people who are filming the damages that are going on in Israel right now. It seems like the Golden Dome has failed Israel, where they used to get 15 to 20 minute sirens going off to give them time to get into bunkers. They're getting alerts seconds before bombs are going off. It has been reported that they are even arresting journalists and citizens for taking pictures in Iran of all. I mean, Israel, not Iran, Israel, of all the damage. See. Let me see if I can find a new video. I saw it in parts of videos. I want to find a long. Let me see if I can find a long video. There's just something from 6 days ago, 8 days ago. They've tightened it up. 6 and 8 days ago, there were a few pictures. Let me see. I think I have a one. So Israel, they say that it has been reported that Netanyahu is spending most of his times in an airplane flying over different regions. Um, if he gets caught in the wrong region, he will be arrested. He's already has a arrest warrant out on him for war crimes. So there's that. But there's reports that he's afraid to come home. So these are some of the attacks that they have been allowed to capture over Israel. And so there also was a report that the Israelis were told that there's nothing that their government can do to protect them. There has been reports that some of the bomb shelters have been failing to protect the Israelis from attacks, bomb attacks. Also, there was a report that a bomb shelter that I believe it housed was able to hold 500 people was destroyed in a bomb attack. So it's not that easy. It's not as easy as.
This is what we can show you of the direct hit that happened on Sunday in Bet Shemesh. There is an area that's been cordoned off for the media, but I can move.
This is what we can show you. Absolutely, the bare minimum. There's an area that's been cordoned off for the media. They don't want you to see it. Let's continue.
Out of the way and give you a bit of a better look. One of the structures that used to be here was in fact a synagogue. There are some religious study books that you can see mixed into the ground. Also, one of the other areas that took a direct hit was, in fact, the shelter where people were seeking safety after those initial alarms went off. We spoke to one of the search and rescue individuals here from Zaka. He said that he was actually nearby. He just happened to be in the area. He recorded a video on his phone because he was talking about the alerts, having to pull over, and he captured that massive boom when that missile actually struck.
Moeten gaan met mijn familie.
So he was here within minutes and described a scene of fire and chaos and a lot of people who needed help. This location has also been visited today by a number of politicians, the head of the opposition, as well as Israel's President Isaac Herzog. They are all here today to share a message, one, that they are with the community members. They are expressing sympathy to the lives that have been lost, to the families in mourning. 9 people lost their lives at this site, including a number of children. This is what we can.
Okay. Let's see if we can find any. Here we go. A drone video shows damage from Iranian missiles in Israel, near Tel Aviv, Israel. Okay, let's move forward. Let's see if we can find any more hidden footage. Let's see. Oh, that's gone now. That's gone now. That's gone. Oh man. Oh my God. Did you guys see how the Iranians they were painting the shapes of aircraft, fighter jets on the ground, and the dumb Americans was shooting the painted. They were 3D painted fighter jets on the ground. They were using inflatable helicopters and tanks and setting them up in the desert and putting what appear to be satellites around them. And these are some of the things that have been struck over there. I mean, we heard them saying that they were using AI in Anthropic and Palantir. What I have already been telling you how dangerous Palantir was, because Palantir was reported to be the AI that they were using over in Palestine to find all the civilians that were in their hiding places and get rid of them. Just kill them. So it seems like the American, we know that Palantir has plenty of Pentagon contracts. So now they are talking about the military industrial complex is the only people who will benefit from this Iranian war. And if you have been you should have been listening to my channel a while ago because I have been covering this. Who just got 2 Pentagon contracts? Whom? Who? Both of the Trump sons, Beavis and Butthead, Eric and Don Jr. Just got Pentagon contracts. One for both of them in the drone aspect of. One is for drone parts, and the other one has to do with creating drones. These are people who are going to be getting paid your U.S. dollars, who has up until this point had no businesses in warfare, and now all of a sudden these Beavis and Butthead Trump will be getting defense spending money out of your tax dollars. Are you happy now? Now let's go to let's go back to Lindsey Graham. Why don't we? Because Lindsey Graham said that I'm going to be getting rich. I need to go back to Lindsey Graham. I dropped off of him because some fart says something stupid in the chat, so I had to prove them wrong. But let's go back to lying Lindsey Graham cheerleading this war on, and basically saying that everyone is going to be getting rich. And what I'm telling you is people from the military industrial complex are the ones who are slated to get rich. Let's find Lindsey Graham if we can, and all of the shit that he was talking. It's somewhere here. We'll play Keg Breath in the meantime.
The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities, his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the president and myself are maxed out. Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still, as are those of our Israeli partners. Our munitions are full up, and our will is ironclad, which means our timeline is ours and ours alone to control. An American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo.
Understand, this American warship that was sunk by a torpedo was on its way back home to some practices that the United States were a part of, some practice maneuvers that they had going on in international waters. The United States were a part of those maneuvers as well. And when this Iranian ship was on its way home, the ship that the United States already knew that had no weapons on it, your military struck this ship and sank this ship, not in the Iranian waters, not over any in waters close to Iran, in international waters, creating war crime after war crime and being proud about it. This is your American military. This is in the description box under
Quiet death.
hhyXUaCQNtU hot air.
The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win.
We're fighting to win. Our blood alcohol level is maxed out. We got this thing on lock. Because in the past, we went to war with vague objectives and restrictive rules of engagement. Now, we have vague objectives and no rules of engagement. And so we frequently violate every international law and
vague objectives. What objective did you go to war for in this war? That you well, it's not a war. We're in this war and we're doing. Well, it's not a war. Which one is it? Is that vague that they can't even decide if they will or will not call this a war, an actual war? They can't decide. Isn't that kind of vague? And you got this numbnuts up here talking all of this dumb shit.
norm. And I'm not saying that because like, oh, boo-hoo, international law. Oh, boo-hoo, the Iranians. There is a reason that we worked for for decades to create a system of international laws and norms. And it wasn't to protect our enemies. It was to protect our soldiers and our civilians. And so let's talk about the thing that he's bragging about there and about how all of these international sins might come home to roost. So yes, we did sink the Iranian warship Dina. Now, one of the reasons it might have thought it was safe in international waters is it was coming back from a military exercise that we were a part of. It wasn't armed. It wasn't at war. It was just traveling back and then it was sunk. That's not how this is supposed to work. And it reminds me, by the way, we'll get more into this. It's the Milan 2026 exercise. Again, we were a part of that, which not only, like, we knew it wasn't armed because we had been in the thing with it. But I'll remind you too, remember, we used military aircraft that were disguised to look like civilian aircraft to bomb some of those boats in the Caribbean. Again, these are multiple war crimes. And I'm not saying that because, like, oh no, the Iranian Navy or whatever. I'm saying that because then they can do it to us and we don't get to cry about it. They can take some of their planes and make them look like civilian planes. You know, let's say China at some point decides, you know what, Trump's a wild card. We got to do something about it. So you know what they could do? They could put a nuke on a container ship, maybe 5 of them, and they could park them in LA harbor and every harbor on the West Coast and simultaneously shut down all international shipping in the Pacific. And we'd be surprised by that because you're not supposed to put weapons on a container ship and then bring it into like Long Beach or whatever. It's the sort of thing that we have tried to dissuade other countries from doing. And now I guess if I were to complain about them nuking Long Beach, I guess that would be woke of me, according to Pete Hegseth. No, there's no considerations of any of that. You do whatever you have to do to be as, and if that means bombing, unsuspecting third-party countries, we don't want to be woke about it. If that means killing civilians, if that means unleashing drones, if that means handing some uranium or whatever and doing a dirty bomb in Paris or whatever, we can't really complain about that at this point because he's saying everything's maxed out and there's no holds barred. He is begging for a mass casualty event here on American soil that kills civilians, and he is paving the road for it. And we can get to more of the stuff they did when they bombed that school. And now the investigation the US has been doing is pointing towards, yes, it was us that murdered that 150 plus group of young girls at school. Again, we do not get to complain when they do the things that we are doing to them. Maybe you disagree, Brett. What do you think?
I don't like anyone telling me what I can't complain about, John.
Well, you're complaining now, and I don't want to hear it.
No, I was just stating fact. He's such a douchebag. That's the thing about Pete Hegseth. Like, none of these guys are the type of folks that inspire confidence and much less command respect around the world. This is the worst of us. Like, if you look at the people in charge, they're the worst. Pete Hegseth is a guy who came from a TV show. He looks like he should be like an alpha jock dude, but he talks like a whiny little bish. Like Christy Dome did not know what she was doing, got fired, got replaced by a guy who only sounds like he was in the military. Like, he's a plumber, Mark Wayne Mullen, Mark Wayne Gary May. These guys are not good at what they do. They're they're doing impressions because they didn't earn anything.
Yeah.
That's the worst. You used to have to be good at either politics, of the area you came from, or you have some kind of skill and have some reverence for your responsibility. And I sound like such a cliche, but like maybe it's just I haven't been paying attention to it for a while and I come back and it takes like the perspective of being there to look at it and say, these guys are the absolute worst.
Yeah.
And we're taking for granted. I remember when Trump got elected, I talked about our justice butthole. Like, or he was like a fart and all he does is slowly, like, you go nose blind to it. Ugh. And then he can make it stinkier. And then you're like, it's a little stinkier in here. But if your 2016 self walked into this room, you'd be like, oh my God, what died in here?
Yeah.
And the answer is democracy.
One of the most unqualified people that Trump burdened this nation with is ex-Fox host Pete Hegseth, or as we like to call him nowadays, Whiskey Leaks.
Nobody was texting war plans.
Pete was finally made to stand before Congress and answer for those insanely unprofessional and probably illegal leaks through Signal. Representative Seth Moulton here from Massachusetts seems to know when he has an idiot in front of him. Because he masterfully twisted Hegseth into a knot and got him to accidentally admit to breaking the law. It's amazing. Watch this.
Secretary Hegseth, I'd like to clarify a few important details for the record. When you texted the launch time for F-18s going into combat over enemy territory facing anti-aircraft missiles on an unclassified Signal chat, did that launch time come from Central Command, yes or no?
I know what you're referring to, and there were no
It's a very simple question. Did it come from, it's a very simple question. Did it come from Central Command?
Well, in this committee, no way in which I communicate or what I communicate on a successful strike is something that I would share.
So you can't even identify the combatant command under which this operation occurred?
Well, everybody knows the
Okay, so everyone knows the Central Command. So when Central Command sent you this information, did they send it on a classified system or an unclassified system?
Well, as you know, having served yourself, any way that the Secretary of Defense communicates or provides information in and of itself is classified and not to be discussed.
So what was the classification marking of the launch time when it was sent to you? Because DoD regular information on classified systems to be marked.
What was the classification mark time?
Yeah, what was the classification marking? Because
again, classifications of any information in an ongoing operation that was successful are not things that would be disclosed in a public forum.
You can very well disclose whether or not it was classified. It's not classified to disclose whether or not it was classified. And in fact, DoD regulations state that any classified information has to be labeled with its classification. Was it classified secret or top secret?
What's not classified is that it was an incredibly successful mission against the Houthis.
Okay, so it was classified. So are you trying to say that the information was unclassified?
I'm not
okay,
trying to
that's
say
what
anything.
I thought. You're not saying that. So you took classified information from Central Command that had a classification marking on it, because that's what's required by DoD regulations, and you put it on an unclassified system. So we're going to get a report in a few days from the DoD Inspector General. And if the DoD Inspector General finds what is pretty obvious, both to you smiling there in the witness seat and to all of us up here, that the information was, in fact, classified, do you plan to take any accountability for that?
As I pointed out at the time,
you said that accountability is back. Does that not apply to you?
As I said at the time, Congressman, there were no names, targets, locations, units, routes, sources, methods, no classified information.
Okay, so if it comes back that it is classified, will you take accountability or not? We've already established, you've already admitted that it was classified because everything you get from CENTCOM is classified. You just explained that to me. That's how you justified not answering the question.
Not what I said. I didn't confirm any classification or
okay, so if it is
what
confirmed,
I know is that
will you take
everything I
accountability?
share, everything I talk about,
Mr. Secretary, does accountability apply to you or not?
Is classified whether I talk or not.
Does it apply to you or not?
Does what apply to me?
Accountability. You said accountability is back at the Secretary.
And you know what? The Houthis were held accountable for shooting at our
I'm just asking if it applies to
very
you.
successfully.
I'm not asking about
the previous administration let our ships get shot at, and nothing was done about it. And thankfully, because of the skill and courage of our troops on the battlefield, we actually put them in a place where they called for a ceasefire.
I reclaim my time. I'm just asking if accountability applies to you. It's a very simple question.
I
we use
serve-
leadership by
Of
example.
course, unlike, I serve at the pleasure of the president like everybody else does.
So it only applies to the president, not to you.
I serve at the pleasure.
You talked about the success of the Houthi operation. About how much money did it cost? How much money did you spend on missiles shooting at the Houthis?
Well, you'd have to compare that with what it costs.
I'm just asking how much did it cost?
Divert our shipping lanes around.
I'm told it's several $100 million, maybe close to $1 billion. How many U.S. flagged commercial ships have transited the Red Sea since your so-called successful operation?
Well, thankfully, unlike the previous administration.
The answer is zero.
Military vessels transit.
No, I didn't.
Military vessels. After all of that war treasure, fighter planes being dumped into the sea, how many vessels have gone through that canal? Military vessels trying to have this shit-eating grin on his face when he's actually being forced to eat the shit of the bullshit that he has been propagating himself. So he's sitting up here trying to smile, and not one ship has been able to pass through after all of this fantastic war fighting and meritocracy and lethality. Absolutely none. Let's go back a bit.
Maybe close to $1 billion. How many U.S. flagged commercial ships have transited the Red Sea since your so-called successful operation?
Well, thankfully, unlike the previous administration,
the answer is zero.
Military vessels transit.
No, I didn't ask about military vessels. I
which
asked
would
about
be the
commercial
precursor
vessels.
for
How many commercial vessels?
transit.
It's been several weeks. How many commercial vessels U.S. flagged have transited
Well,
the Red Sea?
would you, Mr. Congressman, put civilian ships?
The questions are not to me,
military
Mr. Secretary.
ships?
They're to you.
We have responsibly put military.
The answer is zero.
First.
I reclaim my time. How many generals and admirals have you fired?
I don't know the exact number. But
you don't know the number. It's 8. Can you explain why any of them were fired? Like, just explain why was the Army JAG fired? Why did you fire him?
They all serve at the pleasure of the president. I think.
No, I'm just asking you why.
General Kane is a great example.
I'm just asking you why.
That we
and
need
you probably learned at Princeton what why means. Why did you fire him?
They serve at the pleasure of the president, and we want better representation in each and every of those.
You can't explain why you fired any of them?
Gentlemen's time's expired. Oof, someone should tell Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, that sharing classified data over an unclassified network is illegal. But Moulton wasn't the only one to rip into Hegseth. Representative Salud Kaur-Bajal from California shut him down so bad that the Republicans tried to jump in and save Hegseth, who's either so drunk or so stupid that he doesn't know what's going on and accidentally admits to another massive crime. I mean, he actually admits that they're planning an invasion of Greenland. It's insane. Watch this.
Do you think political allegiance to Trump is a requirement for serving our nation, either in uniform or a civilian in the department?
I'm incredibly proud, as are millions of Americans.
No. Not today, Hegseth. Yes or no?
Congressman, you know what a silly question that is.
But silly enough to warrant a very straightforward answer. Yes or no?
We all support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
You know what? I'm not going to waste my time anymore. You're not worthy of my attention or my questions. You're an embarrassment to this country. You're unfit to lead. And there's been bipartisan members of Congress that have called for your resignation. You should just get the hell out and let somebody competently lead this department.
Mr. Chairman, do we not have any decorum in here?
Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Gentlemen yields back. And I would urge everybody to remember and maintain a decorum suitable for this chamber with their further comments.
Lawyer here, I just want to help you out because people try to twist your words. You are not confirming in your testimony today that at the Pentagon there are plans for invading or taking by force Greenland, correct? That is not your testimony today.
All my testimony is that the Pentagon has plans for any number of contingencies.
It is not your testimony today that there are plans at the Pentagon for taking by force or invading Greenland, correct? Because I'm sure as hell hope that it is not your testimony.
We look forward to working with Greenland to ensure that it is secured from any potential threats.
Excellent. I'll get back.
I mean, these people are just absolutely incompetent. The Republican representative tried to give him the wink, wink, nod, nod, and he fell right into it, did the exact opposite.
Hey, pal. You just blowing from stupid town?
But the worse than just stupid, they're also dangerous. We've heard a lot about Senator Padilla being dragged out of that hearing with Kristi Noem, or that press conference, I guess it was. But it's important to realize what she was saying that made him speak out.
We are not going away. We are staying here to liberate this city from the socialist and the burdensome leadership that this governor and that this mayor have placed on this country and what they have tried to insert into this city. So I want to say
I thought you were there to extract undocumented immigrants from Los Angeles, bitch. So glad you got. I don't know why I had this up here. Is there something relevant to today? I don't know. Oh, here. Let's see if this is relevant. Maybe it is. Let's see what this is.
State by a red administration because they don't agree with the simple facts that these protests are about as violent as Burning Man. Democratic governors were dragged out in front of Congress for a ridiculous hearing about sanctuary states, and it completely backfired on the Republicans as it just gave Democratic governors an opportunity to dunk on idiots like Lauren Boebert.
I find it hard to believe that you're lecturing us about peaceful protest. Look at what happened January 6th here at the Capitol.
No, what we're seeing in LA is an insurrection. You want to talk about an insurrection? This is an absolute insurrection.
You don't understand what insurrection is. When people are trying to overturn an election here at the Congress.
I started this off.
You were here. They were attacking you, by the way.
I would expect the same.
I'm answering your question. It is outrageous. You are asking us.
Is it peaceful to
when you're the one condoning
to destroy
of people who attack
private and government property
right here at our
Governor
Capitol?
Hochul, Governor Hochul.
Trump's lackeys and clowns are going to drag us all into World War III and who knows what other techno-dystopian hellscape. But hey, let it be known to history that Trump was not popular when he was doing it. Check out these new approval ratings out of CNN.
Crackdowns, these raids that we've seen in California and beyond, and the protests in response. How's it impacting his approval?
Yeah, I think the simple word here is hurt. It has hurt Donald Trump's popularity. You can see it right here. We have two new polls, Quinnipiac University, AP Newark. I got the prior poll for you on the screen. I got the now. This is the net approval rating. You can see this in Quinnipiac, minus 12 to minus 16. How about AP Newark? Minus 16 to minus 21. Awful, awful, awful.
Awful, awful, awful. Awful, awful, awful. Awful, awful, awful. Let's see.
Despite Donald Trump's delusion of scoring a fictional victory over Iran, the Islamic Republic is busy inflicting more misery and humiliation on the so-called most powerful army in the world. The proof is for everyone to see. Today, on the 7th day of the conflict, the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister issued a chilling warning to European countries to avoid getting involved or face unimaginable consequences. Meanwhile, Hezbollah fighters in Lebanon have fired more rockets, leaving the son of Israeli terrorist Smotrich injured. Iran has also fired fresh rounds of ballistic missiles into the settler colony, where scenes are of utter devastation. According to one estimate, Iran has pretty much destroyed every single radar system and air defense facility that the US had installed across the Middle East. This would be the broader focus of my video tonight. Also, in tonight's video, a look at footballer Lionel that the US had installed across the Middle East. This would be, according to one estimate, Iran has pretty much destroyed every single radar system and air defense facility that the US had installed across the Middle East.
This, I think he called it the settlement city. What did he call Israel?
Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister issued a chilling warning to European countries to avoid getting involved or face unimaginable consequences. Meanwhile, Hezbollah fighters in Lebanon have fired more rockets, leaving the son of Israeli terrorist Smotrich injured. Iran has also fired fresh rounds of ballistic missiles into the settler colony, where scenes are of
the settler colony. When he says the settler colony, he means Israel.
Devastation. According to one estimate, Iran has pretty much destroyed every single radar system and air defense facility that the US had installed across the Middle East. This would be the broader focus of my video tonight. Also, in tonight's video, a look at footballer Lionel Messi and how he has disgraced his own legacy by applauding Donald Trump's genocidal utterances. So please stay tuned. Donald Trump earlier today demanded the Iranian leadership to surrender. This happens when you consume cheap intoxicants or snort cocaine borrowed from a drug addict before writing on social media. People who can't control their drug or alcohol addiction should be banned from social media, even if they happen to own one. This is what he wrote on Truth Social, and I quote, "There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender." After that,
oh my God, did he just call 4547 a junkie? He just called 4547 a junkie.
And the selection of a great and acceptable leader.
He said 4547 must have been smoking that shit to come out here and put this dumb shit on Truth Social and trying to pretend like, once again, for the second time, trying to pretend like the someone from Iran came over and has been begging for a peace deal. He said he must be on that shit. He must ride. Doom, doom, doom. He rides the white horse. Doom, doom, doom. He must be riding that white horse. They said, is this motherfucker crazy? Let's continue.
Leaders, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again, MEGA. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. End quote. Trump didn't have to wait for long as Iran issued a statement mocking his wishful thinking. They welcomed his statement by firing more rounds of ballistic missiles into all directions across the Middle East. This was also a statement to expose the fake claims made by the Western propaganda outlets that said that the US and Israeli terrorists have severely degraded Iran's missile firing capabilities. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister, Majid Takht-Ravanchi, told France 24 News Channel that European countries should be careful in supporting the US or the settler colony because their action would earn them the Iranian wrath.
we have already informed the Europeans and everybody else that they should be careful not to be involved in this war of aggression against Iran. If they help, I'm not trying to name any country, but if any country joins in the aggression against Iran, join America and Israel in the aggression against Iran, definitely they will be also legitimate targets for Iran retaliation.
If you watch or read the news of Western propaganda outlets such as the BBC, Sky News, New York Times, and others, you wouldn't be blamed for thinking that the US has already occupied Iran. But in reality, Iran is inflicting unimaginable pain on the American and Israeli aggressors, despite being no match to their military prowess. I will show you in a bit how they are managing to achieve this. But first, listen to Wali Nasr, a professor from Johns Hopkins University. He has previously served as a senior advisor to the US State Department. He says that Iran is escalating gradually to deplete US and Israeli interceptors.
Iran is only sort of escalating gradually in this war, whereas with Israel and the United States, the biggest punch came right at the beginning, killing of the supreme leader, killing 30, 40 other commanders, devastating military bases, etc. Iran is only escalating slowly. So it is, first of all, trying to deplete the supply of Patriot missiles, interceptors, THAAD missiles, across, not only in Israel, but also across the region. Secondly, they're not trying to necessarily hit targets in the Gulf or in Israel, but keep constant pressure. So in other words, now in Israel, they are sending missiles throughout the day, not in large volumes, but on a continuous pattern. Similarly with the Gulf. So the goal is not to send many missiles so that the percentage would get through, although some are, but rather to keep constant pressure on the air defense systems and on the populations in those countries. And then I think at some point they're going to go to a higher grade missiles and capabilities, once particularly that the air defense systems have been depleted. And then there's also the possibility that not only Houthis and the Hezbollah can come into this fight at some point in time, in order to force Israel, the Gulf countries, the United States to actually have to fight on more than one front than with Iran. And generally create a much more complicated battlefield scenario. And so I think the Iranian game is not that any one of these things is really going to make a big difference to Israel and the US, but that's the combination of all of these things across a much larger battlefield that the US and Israel had planned for can actually change the calculations that the other side has. So that benefits Iran to fight longer, fight across a broader region, and sort of keep the war at a sort of a low boil, not terribly aggressive, but at a low boil that they can stay in the fight for longer.
There is nothing new about Iran slowing the frequency of its missile attacks. This is the same strategy that the Islamic Republic had adopted even during the 12-day war last year. And we all know who had begged for a ceasefire.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Watch this video to truly understand the sheer brilliance of the Iranians in its military strategy, despite all their limitations and handicaps.
If you look at these missiles that are being launched, you'll see on the ground a big brown dust cloud. And what I think we're seeing, I'm quite sure, although I'm talking off the top of my head now, is the missiles are being launched from tunnels underground, but the top of the hole from which the missile comes out is being blown open because it's covered with sand and probably a very shallow, fragile roof. So you can't see that there's a launch site from the sky. So it looks like just desert below you.
Yep.
So for attacking these underground structures that are associated with tunnels, you can't even find the tunnel openings in these cases. You'll know later.
See this right here. We don't know, it's just pure speculation how.
You can watch it there. Details are on your screen and also in the description of this video.
So nearly a week after a strike killed scores of Iranian students in Minab, it seems more and more likely that the US was responsible. A new satellite image shows an Iranian Revolutionary Guards base and an elementary school in southern Iran. Here you see craters in several of the buildings, including the school. They were hit in their exact centers, suggesting precision strikes, experts say. A wall separates the school and the base. Satellite images from December show dozens of people in what appears to be a handball court at the school. Reuters now reports that US military investigators believe US forces were responsible, though they haven't yet reached a final conclusion.
It paints a picture of multiple simultaneous or near simultaneous strikes. And it looks like these were delivered with explosive munitions, probably air delivered. I think the most likely scenario in this case is that it's a US or Israeli airstrike gone awry. It's probably a targeting failure somewhere in the targeting cycle, an intelligence failure.
The Israeli military say they weren't operating in the area.
To date, we've hit over 2,000 targets.
American military officials say they carried out extensive strikes in this area. They've released this map, which shows strikes in southern Iran. The base and the school in Minab are located here.
We, of course, never target civilian targets, but we're taking a look and investigating that.
The damage we've seen to the building is quite significant, and it's unlikely it was something like an air defense missile fired by the Iranians, for example.
Meanwhile, Netanyahu is on the run. He is doing everything possible to avoid being bombed by the Iranians. This bloodthirsty terrorist and the head of the diaper force knows that he is the prime target of the Iranians, and the way they are bombing Tel Aviv, Jerusalem and other areas using the Khorram Sheher 4 missiles, even he is not safe.
Many bumps in the road, including, I saw video this morning, real video, not CNN, though they have been better, but real video out of Israel. They are getting absolutely pummeled.
That was to be my next question. How badly is Israel getting pummeled? And where is Netanyahu?
I think he's on a plane 90% of the time. He's flying around the Mediterranean. I understood he was on a private jet coming into Mar-a-Lago to talk to Trump. I don't know if that's true or not, but my source is pretty good. He's staying out of the fray as best he can because he knows that he is number one target.
How badly are the Iranians damaging Tel Aviv?
Very badly. And it is relentless. It's not a fuselage. It's relentless. And increasingly, and in the latter stages of this 15-minute video, you could see that fewer and fewer air defense missiles were going up. And at the end of it, in the last 60 seconds, which is a long time, Judge, if you're under fire, there were no Israeli missiles going up. They were just getting in.
Wow.
It's all being lied about, of course. You can't get this out. You can't even get it out of Al Jazeera or Al Arabiya. They're not allowed to film this sort of thing because he's got a wrapped down tight ban on anybody coming in there and making film other than his own propaganda people.
The Iranians have been forced into this conflict with their back against the wall. And yet, the combined might of the US and Israeli military have not been able to force Tehran to change its strategy. This says a lot about the ability of the Iranians and their resolve in the ongoing war. The fact that you are not able to see the destruction caused by Iran is because of the censorship imposed by the settler colony and their allies in the Arab world. Bahrain has started arresting people who posted the videos of the destruction caused by Iran. Similar draconian orders have been issued in the UAE, Kuwait, and the settler colony. And yet, they are not able to stop the truth from coming out in the open. I will leave you with the video of Lionel Messi applauding the deranged occupant of the White House for flaunting his genocidal rhetoric on Iran. Messi, an Argentinian, had absolutely no business cheering Trump when he was showcasing his warmongering skills. So shame on this so-called footballing legend and his fellow teammates. You have disgraced yourself so spectacularly. Hope you are able to make eye contact with your children and sleep at night.
Hurt. It mostly came from 95% Soleimani and Iran, and we, other presidents, lived with it. I didn't live with it, and so our people are doing a great job. Again, the greatest military anyone's seen. Thank you.
That's it for me. Thank you very much for your support of this platform and our journey.
I suggest you go over there and check this out. Very interesting content. Let me tell you something. Langley War, don't come in my chat cursing. Bye. Hit the like on your way out. Let me also tell you something. Who is this? Who was that? Albert Diaz. Albert Diaz, do not come in my chat cursing. Goodbye. Hit the like on your way out. Let's continue with some more information that I wanted to give you if you are unaware, because your for-profit media is not going to tell you anything. They are helping to keep up the blockade and trying to pretend that the Golden Dome is doing what it's supposed to do, and trying to pretend that the Israeli people are not in peril. And pretty soon, it is reported that the United States people will be in peril on their own land, as there is talk about strikes happening in the United States itself. So I don't want to. Let me see. Mm. Mhm. Let me stay on the war.
The Trumpy family in the Ecuador that lots of people make accusations against very bad conduct, and so Trump is working with this guy, this Nepo guy in Ecuador, who's their leader. Our strategic reserves when we need them more per barrel. The market is crashing. We're learning about American weapon systems in the Middle East, our THAAD systems that intercept those ballistic missiles and Shahed drones from Iran. Those are being destroyed by those Shahed drones. Those cost like $1 billion to make. 4 of our THAAD systems have been destroyed. We're also learning more about Russia and China's involvement in the war right now and their support of Iran, providing logistical support, providing supplies, providing coordinates of where American assets, American military interests are located. That's also been helping Iran to strike these military assets. And then we're learning more about just America's horrific planning here. I mean, our strategic reserves are not filled. I mean, going into a war against Iran and not having your strategic oil reserves replenished when you could have purchased those or replenished those strategic reserves when the price of oil was so low. And weren't you bragging about going into Venezuela for the purpose of taking their oil? But no, you tried to personally profit and send the money to Qatar. I mean, the entire war in Venezuela was atrocious to begin with. Let's be very clear about that. Replacing Maduro with another version of Maduro, perhaps a worse version of Maduro, Delcy Rodriguez, but not replenishing our strategic reserves when we need them more than ever right now. The State Department not being able to notify Americans in the Middle East about evacuation plans. So there's
because there were no evacuation plans to notify Americans about. This administration is so stupid that they didn't even bother to give the American citizens in the Middle East a evacuation plan. They gives so little fucks about the American citizen. Why give you an evacuation plan? Get it how you live. However you got over there, get your ass back home. You are not our responsibility. We are only responsible for making deals with heads of states and Saudi princes and shit like that. If you over there shitting on the chest of a Saudi prince, you are not my concern. Get home how you want to get home, ho. I am not. If you are over there, being a middle class person trying to pretend like you are some wealthy person who vacations in Dubai and like you low budget motherfuckers trying to pretend like you some upper crust motherfucker that you over there in Dubai selling pussy, ass, booty cheeks, whatever you need to sell to try to act like you are some exclusive bitch. Get home however you can get home. Bitch, the United States government is not sending a penny to get your stinking ass back home. So there's that. Get your inflated lips, your inflated cheeks, your broken cheekbones, and your inflated ass cheeks back home the best way you know how. Bitch, flap them cheeks. See if they levitate you up off the sky. Twerk and see if those inflated ass cheeks will levitate you, and maybe you can fly back home under your own power. Because they don't give a fuck about how you getting on. Let me continue.
Utter chaos right there. And look, I know that the Trump regime wants to say, oh, well, we don't care about Iran being helped out by China or Russia or any foreign interests because we're decimating them. We're decimating Iran. So we don't even worry about those things. Let's be very clear. Right now, Iran continues to hit targets of their Arab neighbors where there are American interests. Right now, Iran is putting out statements that, if the United States wants to do a ground invasion, they are ready and prepared and have been waiting on this with their Mosaic defense systems right there. We're hearing that Donald Trump privately has been telling people he wants American boots on the ground. We know the 82nd Airborne Division was supposed to be having these training sessions, big training sessions taking place. Those were canceled. So many suspect the 82nd Airborne is perhaps preparing some of those troops to be on the ground. This follows Donald Trump saying that the Kurds were going to be helping the United States and being the invading ground force. And the Kurds like, we ain't doing that.
Oh, he wants boots on the ground, boots on the ground, boots on the ground. Oh, your president is a clown. He is a clown. He wants boots on the ground.
Trump's betrayed us in Syria. Trump betrayed us during his first regime. So we ain't helping you there at all. But Donald Trump not ruling out ground troops. We can go through some of this one by one, but Donald Trump is having this meltdown. I mean, look what he's posting on social media. This is an actual graphic from the White House. It's a photo of Trump looking tired and lethargic and sickly. And it says unlimited supply of munitions. What do you mean unlimited supply of munitions? You think we're that stupid? America doesn't have it. No one has unlimited supply of munitions. And if you were so confident in an unlimited supply of munitions, then why are you going to pillage more money from the taxpayers right now to the tune of a $50 billion or more military supplemental because you don't have the munitions? And rather than allow we, the people, to have our healthcare and to afford homes and to have good education and to have jobs with dignity and to take care of the things that Americans care about, no, you're doing another $50 billion munitions package. Are you kidding me? But Donald Trump says, we just concluded a very good meeting with the largest U.S. defense manufacturing companies where we discussed production and production schedules. I don't know, maybe instead of saying that, you can say, here's my plan to give the American people healthcare. Here's my plan to make things more affordable. That's not what he says. Donald Trump says they, the defense manufacturers, have agreed to quadruple production of the exquisite class of weaponry in that we want to reach as rapidly as possible the highest levels and quantity. We have a virtually unlimited supply of medium and upper grade munitions, which we are using as an example in Iran and recently in Venezuela. Then Donald Trump randomly posts a photo of himself with the U.S. hockey team. And by the way, this is what I warn that U.S. hockey team. Don't go and say, oh, there's nothing political about going to the White House. We're not doing a political thing. He's going to use you for propaganda to continue unlawful wars. Yeah, so you want to take
Okay, Daniel Vaughn said, it doesn't matter. No, he didn't say. He said, doesn't matter who you vote for. It will always be the same. If you still believe that the government has our best interests at heart and you feel the population needs to be disarmed, you've got issues. Who are you speaking to, Daniel? Whom are you speaking to? I don't recall anyone, especially myself, talking about the population needs to be disarmed. I am far from believing the population needs to be disarmed in this climate. I am far from that. I believe that you need to arm yourself with everything that you need to survive on your own, because a lot of the ignorants are out here don't even know what's going on in the world around you. So therefore, they will not be preparing to secure their homes, their beings, their belongings. I believe that everyone should prepare themselves, their safety, their health, with a bug out bags, with a first aid kit, with water, with a solar power generator, with everything that you're going to need. with some reading material because you're not going to be able to rely on the internet. Do you think that these billionaires who have these underground caverns are not preparing for a reason? And you would be a fool not to prepare. You would be a fool not to prepare to protect your safety from a distance, as to having to go into hand-to-hand combat, because half of you bitches can't even fight a real fight. You would be a fool if you were not ready to protect yourself, your families, and your belongings, because it is what it is. And you see that your government gives zero fucks about you. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. I have been preaching this for a long time. Over 2 years ago, when I started talking about all of these millionaires and billionaires preparing these bunkers that can allegedly give them fresh air and water for 25 and 30 years. No, 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 no. That would not be me. I I I abhor you to go out and find what it needs, find what it's going to take to secure you for not non fewer than 30 days. You would be amazed at how much water a person needs to consume a day to stay alert, stay hydrated. I think that people need to start taking shit a lot more seriously than they do now, because if you think just because even if you secure something for your own safety, and if it's not for enough days, that what does that mean? That means you're going to have to go out amongst the world of people who haven't secured anything. Do you think they're going to make it easy on you? Do you think they're going to make it easier for you to get home? Do you think you may not be followed home because people think that you have what they want or need and didn't prepare for themselves? Oh. You think you're going to be able to call the cops or the government or anything? Is that what you think? You're going to be left just like them bitches in Dubai shitting on the chest of sheiks and shit, and then find out that you ain't got no way to get home as bombs are falling all around you if you don't get your shit together here in the United States of America. All right. I was just checking. I was just checking to see if you were talking to me. You're talking to me. Now I want to get to this Lindsey Graham bullshit of it all. Let me find Lindsey Graham, because Lindsey Graham says some crazy shit.
Getting labor services. This was the message that you just got this past week. Due to the hospital's primary objective, labor and delivery is closed until further notice. We are doing our utmost to assist you in transferring your labor care to the host nation. At this time, we have no knowledge of the timeline for this, and we'll continue.
Now, this is to the pregnant family or service members who are serving in the Middle East who may be pregnant. They are suspending labor and delivery services because they are expecting more casualties of fighting men and women to fill up the hospitals.
To see you for prenatal appointments until 36 weeks. If you are 36 weeks or greater gestation today, please ask us what steps to take now. If you're 36 weeks or later, we are kicking you to the curb and the street. You don't get VA natal care treatment right now because it needs to be used for its primary service, which is dealing with mass casualty events.
Let me see.
That right there doesn't tell you what's expected in the future. I don't know what else does. Also, the United States is preparing a third carrier strike group right now to the Middle East, right? They have 2 aircraft carrier strike groups there. And now the USS George H.W. Bush is going to be out there and moved out there. That will make 3 aircraft carrier groups. So I guess it's all going just swimmingly well right now. While we're going to have 3 aircraft carrier groups out there in the Middle East, U.S. Southern Command says that they are continuing their ground invasion in Ecuador right now.
So we're going to get into the Ecuador, Mexico, Cuba of it all. Lindsey Graham seems to think, well, actually, there was an agreement signed that 4547 has signed after the attack on Ecuador, where they are going to strike anywhere in South America to prevent drug cartels. So 4547 has, in 16 other countries, have signed a treaty that has not gone through our Congress. They have signed some type of paper that says that wherever these people tell them that the Americans need to show up and kill drug cartel members, that the American service men and women will be at their beck and call to kill what is called drug cartels. Our military will be killing drug cartels in South America. No congressional approval for any of these things. Is that going to be free? Is that going to make America great again? Exactly how? Okay, if you don't understand that, it's kind of obvious at this point that 4547 is trying to totally wreck and obliterate the American economy, in my opinion. It's not like he don't have to live here.
Drop site for their great work in getting this. Al Jazeera reports fire at the offices and warehouses of the American companies Halliburton and KBR following a drone attack in Basra in Iraq. And when the foreign minister Aragchi of Iran was asked about whether or not they are getting support from China and Russia, he's like, yeah. What do you think? I'm not going to tell you what they're doing, but they're our allies. Let's play this clip.
Are your allies Russia and China helping you?
Well, they are supporting us politically and otherwise.
Are they supporting you militarily?
Well, military cooperation between Iran and Russia is not a secret. We have worked with each other in the past, and that has continued. And will continue. I guess.
And they're actively helping you in this war.
Well, they are. They have always helped us.
So I'm going to understand that to mean yes, that they're actively assisting you in this war.
Well, I'm not going to give the details of our cooperation with other countries right in the middle of the war.
So do you all see what's happening? The world is at war. Whether you call it a world war, the world is at war, right? You have the Trump regime in this war with Israel against Iran, Iran striking the neighboring countries where there are American interests. You have Russia and you have China who are helping Iran. You have NATO not really wanting to do much greater action to help Trump because Trump's been undermining NATO. I mean, you do have the UK patrolling Cyprus because they have air bases there. You have France patrolling kind of the Abu Dhabi area where it has interest, the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier nearby. But essentially, and then don't get me, you also have Afghanistan and Pakistan at war. You have U.S. ground forces in Ecuador. You have Russia's invasion of Ukraine offering to support Donald Trump because Ukraine knows how to shoot down the Shahid drones because they have a great deal of experience at that. But then Donald Trump continues to attack Ukraine, even though Zelensky's been trying to help the Trump regime. So yes, the United States is turning to Ukraine for drone defense expertise, and saying, Zelensky, we need your help. But then Donald Trump is helping Putin out by removing sanctions against Putin and bragging about it. You have Donald Trump's energy secretary right here talking about that. Let's play this clip.
Floating Russian oil storage.
You have Russia helping the Iranians, and your president is still dropping sanctions on Russia. Make that make sense. Make any of that make sense. Because he and his family are not the ones who are going to perish from any strikes that are happening in Iran. Be real clear about that.
Around Southern Asia.
Okay, let me. This link is in my description box. It is in the description box under the title of U.S. hits hospitals and schools. This is the war section of my links that I've left for you. Let's see what this Mark Wayne Mullins. Now, it's awful peculiar that Mark Wayne Mullins has not been approved to be the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. But 4547 said he will most definitely be in position. But understand that he has to go through congressional. But all this, he will definitely be in command. I just don't understand how this administration believes that they can do whatever they want to. The Department of Homeland Security Secretary has to go under congressional approval. Now, maybe the reason why he feels that he will definitely be over the Department of Homeland Security, even after going through confirmation, is because the Republicans actually greenlit that airhead Christine Noem to be over the Department of Homeland Security, and she's a woman. So I guess that's the surety that Mark Wayne Mullins will get the job. He's a man.
And he knows it. The truth is coming out, and the cover-up is crumbling.
But my colleague's resolution. You're forcing them to pay dues?
No, we don't force them. Senator, you've asked the question. You're out of line.
Actually, I haven't. And don't tell me I'm out of line.
You are out of line.
Don't tell me I'm out of line.
Well, you frame,
don't tell me.
you frame the statement as tough guy. Yeah.
Because you don't know what
you're talking about. You're going to tell me to shut my mouth?
Yes, I did.
Hold it. Tough guy. I'm not afraid of physical.
Hold it. But don't sit there and tell me I'm out of line.
We hold greedy CEOs like yourself accountable.
You call me a greedy CEO?
Oh, yeah, you are. You want to attack my salary, I'll attack you. What did you make? What did you make when you owned your company?
When I made my company, I kept my salary down at about $50,000 a year because I invested every penny into it.
Okay. All right. You mean you hid money?
You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up. Oh, hold on. Oh, stop it. Is that your solution every point? No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Hold it. If we can't, I have the mic. I'm sorry.
This is what he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond? Oh, no, you can't. This is a hearing. And God knows the American people have enough contempt for Congress. Let's not
I don't
make
like
it worse.
thugs and bullies.
I don't like you because you just described yourself.
I have a book here in front of me called Our Skin that has been endorsed by NACI. And I'm going to read exactly what this book says. You guys might find it interesting. A long time ago, way before you were born, a group of white people made up an idea called race. They sorted people by skin color and said that white people were better, smarter, prettier, and they deserve more than everybody else. How about we teach Jesus loves me? How about this? In teaching Jesus loves the little children, the lyrics go, red and yellow, black and white, they're all precious in our sight. Now, which one would you think would be better? I'll ask everybody on the panel.
First, it is important that we teach Jesus, and
Absolutely.
Jesus is what we teach.
So which one is
but
better?
The reality is...
So do you think this is
Could you answer the question, please?
I don't want reality. I'm asking the question, which one is better? That's exactly what it is.
Got it on tape. Mr. President, last week I stood here and introduced a simple resolution calling on the Justice Department to release the Epstein files. The Republican senator blocked it. In the weeks since, even more damning information has come out, and now we know exactly why Trump is bending over backwards to keep these files hidden. We know that Epstein was at Trump's wedding. We know that Epstein once called Trump his closest friend for 10 years. And we've seen that Trump wrote Epstein a birthday card and said, and I quote, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." And the real kicker, we learned yesterday that Trump is in the Epstein files, and he knows it. The truth is coming out, and the cover-up is crumbling.
What my colleague's resolution does is truly trying to tell the FBI and the DOJ how they can proceed in doing their job and how they can actually present the information. Basically saying that we want all that information to go through Congress. Well, I'm sure Congress has never once played politics with any information. I'm sure that this investigation will be handled much like other investigations into this administration that the Democrats have done over the last, 8 years. I'm sure this would be handled just like any other thing that they've tried to go after, like the baseless impeachments or the baseless special counsels or the unbelievable amount of charges they tried to file against the president. I'm sure this would be handled the exact same way. What we're simply wanting to do here is give them cover. I want to address a couple things during the ranking member's opening statement, he talked about misinformation coming from this administration.
It's wrong to spread misinformation about vaccines, and that's just not me talking. That's precisely what 6 former Surgeon Generals, 3 Republicans, and 3 Democrats who served under Trump, Obama, George W. Bush, Clinton, and George H.W. Bush have told us. In an op-ed they wrote in the Washington Post, that's what these guys wrote. A few months ago, they said, quote, "The actions of Health and Human Services Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. are endangering the health of the nation. He has rejected science, misled the public, and compromised the health of Americans," end quote. That is Republicans and Democratic former Surgeon Generals.
And I just want to point out that the Biden Surgeon General, Dr. Murthy, was actually, a court actually ruled against him in 2023, the Fifth Circuit Court, for trying to censor free speech on social media. That's misinformation. And so for us, have you started? What job have you created? One job, other than sucking the paycheck out of somebody else that you want to say that you're trying to provide because you're forcing them to pay dues?
No, we don't force them. Senator, you've asked the question. You're out of line. Let him answer the question.
Actually, I haven't, and don't tell me I'm out of line. You are out of line. Don't tell me I'm out of line.
Well, you framed,
don't tell me.
you framed the statement as a tough guy. Senator, you made a statement. You asked the question.
I didn't ask a question.
You did.
I answered the question.
You asked the question.
Well, it was rhetorical.
Let him answer.
It was a rhetorical
Well,
question.
you may think it's rhetorical.
It
Sounded
was
to me
rhetorical.
like a question. Let him answer the question.
I'm not yielding my time to him. So if you're going to let me keep my time, that's fine.
You'll have your time. Let him. You ask a question. He has a right to answer that.
As far as my salary goes, my salary, if you follow me around, I actually look at this building. I bet you I work more hours than you do, twice as many hours.
That's impossible. But
no, that's true.
Sir, you don't know what artwork is. You want to follow my schedule?
Secondly, I'll do it in a minute. Secondly, UPS feeder drivers, and you can quote Carol Tomei, who quoted this. They make $93,000 on the lower end. Some of them making $150,000.
I said feeder drivers.
Feeder drivers, tractor trailer drivers. Some of them making $150,000 per year.
Some of them do. I don't disagree with that. After you've been there 4 years.
Most of them make over $1,000.
Okay.
Most of them make over $100,000.
So reclaiming my time. I go back to the whole fact that, sir, you haven't created a job.
We haven't?
You haven't been there. You haven't.
Sure we have.
You haven't.
Sure we have.
Tell me one job that you created.
What are you talking about? Be specific.
You're an employer?
No, we're not an
employ
employer.
People?
No, but it's funny.
So, no, then hold on.
We create
not creating
opportunity.
jobs.
We create opportunity because
Sir,
we hold greedy CEOs like yourself accountable.
You're calling me a greedy CEO?
Oh yeah, you are. You want to attack my salary? I'll attack yours. What did you make? What did you make when you owned your company?
When I made my company, I kept my salary down at about $50,000 a year because I invested every penny into it.
Okay, all right. You mean you hid money?
No, I didn't hide. Oh, hold on a second.
Okay, go ahead.
He said that's out of line. You said I was out of line.
We're even.
We're not even. We're not even close to being even. You think it's smart? You think you're funny?
No,
you're not.
You think you're funny?
No, I never said. Did I smile?
You frame your opening.
Hold
statement.
on. Let's.
You frame your opening statement saying you're a
Senator.
tough guy.
Continue. Senator, please continue your
behavior.
statements.
But sir, this is. I think it's great that you're doing this because this shows their behavior on how they try to come in and demonize a shop.
No,
and they say about intimidation, and it's not about intimidation.
This may show your behavior. Yep. Stay on the issue, please.
The issue is, if you're really for the employee, then why are you against right to work?
Thank you for inviting me to testify today about how unions are improving the lives of American working families. I'm Sean O'Brien, General President, International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Let me start with a simple fact. Workers who belong to a union earn better wages and benefits than workers who aren't union members. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average union worker makes 18% more than their non-union counterparts. Interest in unions is at an all-time high, and for good reasons. Just look at a unionized company like UPS and compare it to non-union Amazon, who do the same job every single day. Both companies have tough, stressful working environments, but workers at Amazon are twice as likely to be injured on the job. Workers at Amazon are under constant surveillance and fear of losing their jobs. A regular package car driver at UPS makes twice as much as an Amazon delivery driver under the independent contractor model. American labor laws do nothing when employers refuse to negotiate a first contractor after workers choose to join a union. This is one of the primary reasons why union membership continues to decline despite workers' interest in unions being higher than ever. American workers want unions. They have a right to join or form a union, but employers will try everything they can to deny that right to working people. When these same people have friends on Capitol Hill who help them get away with it, the potential for workers to get ahead in this country further disappears. If we want to make America a better country, we have to stop letting corporations destroy the middle class through their abuse and exploitation of workers.
Just to get a little factual on what Mr. O'Brien just said about right to work states versus forced work states. According to the compensation data report of the U.S. Commerce Department, an average salary for private sector employee in 2019 was $4,000 higher than the average employee in forced union states, stating that right to work states pay more. Now, if we also want to break this down to statistics, which was quoted earlier by Mr. O'Brien, about wage differences. If you talk to the Bureau of Labor Statistics in non-union jobs, their average salaries raised 14.6% compared to 11% wage increase on unionized workers from 2020 to 2023. If you go back to the percentage of union workers, because if unions was working so well, then you'd see an increase in union jobs, not a decrease. 50 years ago, 33% of our labor force was union. Today, it's 10.1%. If you go back and you start looking at wage earned, if you actually compare a comparable wage.
Yeah, funny how when you realize the high percentage of union workers 20, 30 years ago, the more people who were working in unions, the more robust and more profitable families were and ascended into middle class at the same time. But you notice the difference since there is only 10% of American workers working in unions. Have you noticed the deficit in the way Americans are living nowadays, now that they're not in unions? I hope you do. Well, Matt, no one's making you stay here. Hit the like button on your way out. Obviously, you're a fan. Hit the like button on your way out and leave. This is my show. Go do the show that you want to do. How about that?
Ages to ages, not a partisan point, but you go to all wages earned, not just comparing 16 and over to 54 to 64-year-old ages. You'll see that the actual average, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that if you subtract the union dues, it's actually higher. Non-union employees are getting paid by roughly 1 to 2%, which is exactly what union dues are, is 1 to 2% of their salary. So I just wanted to set the record straight on that, and that's coming from statistics, all right? Now, let's talk about Mr. O'Brien himself, his behavior. As everybody knows, and it's here, and the last time, him and I kind of had a back and forth. Appreciate your demeanor today. It's quite different. But after you left here, you got pretty excited about the keyboard. In fact, you tweeted at me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And let me read what the last one said. It said, greedy CEO who pretends like he's self-made. Sorry, I wish he was in the truck with me when I was building my plumbing company. Myself and my wife was running the office because I sure remember working pretty hard and long hours. Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. You want to run your mouth? We can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution every problem?
No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Actively.
So this is who your president elected as the next Department of Homeland Security. We'll see if he gets through. Let's move through.
Donald Trump and Piers Morgan are reportedly friends, but that friendship might very well end if Trump happens to catch the most recent episode of Piers Morgan Uncensored. He's not going to like it because the entire episode is dedicated to Trump's reckless, unilateral war of choice and regime change in Iran, which also happens to be politically foolish. And not only does Piers himself repeatedly throw Trump under the bus, but so do two prominent outspoken Trump supporters, libertarian comedian Dave Smith, who has since turned on Trump, and MAGA conspiracy theorist Jack Posobiec. The whole panel is a glorious shit show, and I can't wait to show it to you. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, we have several clips to play. All right, and I want to give you a teaser of just how heated and vicious it gets. And Dave Smith just kind of drops the hammer on Ben Ferguson and MAGA and anybody who's kissing Trump's ass about this. And then we'll go back in the original order, in the chronological order of this episode.
Opposed views have to duke it out with each other. I feel like I learned things.
One quick point in, Pierce. One quick point that I didn't get.
Very quickly, we're running out of time, but very quickly.
If Ben is going to say, which by the way, my prediction on this, Donald Trump has lost the midterm elections, and if this thing goes bad, the 2028 election is gone and a Democrat will win. And even by Ben's own admission here, he's risking handing this country back over to the Democrats. For what? To maybe liberate the people of Iran? That's America first? That we're going to risk President AOC over them getting their freedom? I mean, Jack, dude, you got to admit, man, we got to abandon this president now, dude. That's it. He chose Martin Luther King and Lindsey Graham.
Okay, let me ask Jack. Don't talk about.
Okay, so you see, it gets pretty heated. So good on Dave Smith. Again, I mentioned him. I talked about him in my one of my recent videos yesterday. And as much as he annoys me, again, credit where it's due. He took the extraordinary step on the internet of being a commentator and saying, yeah, I got it wrong. Donald Trump sucks. He's worse than the Democrats. He's worse than Biden. He's worse than Kamala Harris. I shouldn't have voted for him. I shouldn't have supported him. Mea culpa. Most people wouldn't do that. Kudos to him for doing it. So now let's jump back to the beginning and hear Piers Morgan's devastating monologue that might end his friendship with Trump.
President Trump has made it explicitly clear that America first means whatever he wants it to mean, but that hasn't stopped many other people attempting to redefine it on his behalf. Ben Shapiro says that attacking Iran is America first because it serves the US national interest. Lindsey Graham and Mark Levine, among others, say that starting a war can, in a roundabout way, be an act of peace if it prevents war and suffering in the future. What none of the advocates for attacking Iran can argue with a straight face is that Trump campaigned on war with Iran. He didn't. In fact, it was, of course, explicitly the opposite.
In addition, there must also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad.
We should have never gone into the Middle East. We should have never gone into the Middle East. Under my leadership, we will turn the page forever on those foolish, stupid days of never-ending wars.
I am the president who delivers peace.
I was the first president in decades who didn't start a war. I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran. Speaking of World War III, I'll keep you out of World War III. What would happen if we had a war? We won't. With me.
Well, both President Trump and Vice President Vance billed themselves as the pro-peace ticket, a message which massively expanded his election-winning coalition. Tulsi Gabbard said only Trump could prevent war with Iran as she switched sides to join him. And J.D. Vance articulated very clearly that a war with Iran would be expensive and against his country's interests. So the obvious question is, what's changed? Is Iran more of a threat now than it was 18 months ago? If it is, nobody's plausibly explained why. Trump has worn many hats over the past few weeks in attempting to justify the war that is now underway. It's the protesters, it's the nukes, it's the long-range ballistic missiles, it's the inherent inconvenience of an evil regime which has for decades been a thorn in America's side. But none of this will satisfy those in Trump's base who voted specifically for the pro-peace ticket, and is unlikely to satisfy the masses of moderates and swing voters who care above all about cheaper groceries and higher wages. Clearly, America first means different things to different people, but it stands to reason that above all, it surely meant fixing our own country before meddling with everybody else's.
So that was a long and brutal monologue by Piers Morgan, and that's just a
With friends like these, who needs enemies? I just really need to know. I just really need to know. Okay, this link is in my description box. It is under the snake pit. Let's dive in a little more and see a little of the infighting from the kinfolk folks. You know, more than likely they are related. You know how that brood gets down.
More countries than Donald Trump. Where does that sit with America first? Stay out of the Middle East. Stay out of foreign wars.
Yeah, I think there's a very specific aspect of what Donald Trump's doing that the American people are okay with, and it's different than forever wars. He did not going to go in and do what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I think what the president also understood in pivoting is once he was back in the White House and saw the intelligence and realized what Iran is doing and what they're clearly trying to do and what they're trying to do not only with Israel, but also with the United States of America, you just cannot allow them to get even anywhere close to having a nuclear weapon.
But Trump said that he totally obliterated Iran's capacity to create a nuclear program. Those were his words. He leaving that door open.
But look,
he is leaving the door open. And again, you just see Ferguson's face fall in real time. He's such a loser. These people really do suck. And again, it's so bad when you lose Jack Posobiec. When Jack Posobiec feels the need to hedge, you've really lost the plot. But let's continue, because then you see an exchange between Tim Miller of the Bulwark, Never Trump Republican, and Ben Ferguson.
Okay, Tim Miller, it seems like there's a lot of hoops being jumped here to try and explain what is, to me, I've known Donald Trump a long time. There's been a clear change in his attitude towards meddling in foreign countries and foreign wars, and in particular in the Middle East. And, he might have perfectly good reasons for doing it, but it's certainly a very different rhetoric now that he's using to what he was using when he was campaigning to be re-elected. This problem, it seems to me, with the attack on Iran is a massive country. It has a very ruthless, very large regime, which basically extends to all aspects of Iranian society. There are at least 1.5 million Revolutionary Guard, regular army, paramilitaries, possibly.
Oh, God. Pierce takes 20 minutes to answer, to get to one point.
As many as 2 million, none of whom at the moment appear ready to throw in the towel as Donald Trump has asked them to. So if people do rise up in the way that Donald Trump would like, his utopia is that all these airstrikes bully the regime in such a way that the people sense their moment and they rise up and they overthrow them. But at the moment, they would be facing, a lot of them, immediate death, as we saw when the recent protests were repressed. And that seems to me to be the fundamental flaw here in what...
Where is the question? Where is the question, bitch?
Donald Trump wants to happen and the reality on the ground.
A lot of that sounds right to me, Piers. Look, this is obviously a betrayal of his campaign promises. I mean, that MAGA supporters could spin it however they want, but J.D. Vance in that clip you played was just very blunt about this, and there's nothing that has changed on the ground, making Iran a bigger threat since fall of 2024. In fact, Iran's been degraded a lot since fall of 2024, and so this is a total betrayal of his own voters. But to the actual...
I apologize. I cannot even bear any more of that. I will remove this from this video. 10,000 Trump DOJ lawyers have quit.
Donald Trump has always been a maniac. We all knew that. But the ongoing Donald Trump has always been a maniac. We all knew that. But the ongoing self-inflicted pain with Iran appears to have compounded his mental imbalance. Hence his even crazier utterances on Truth Social. He's just looking for any excuse to claim victory and leave. His latest Truth Social post is one example. Meanwhile, more evidence of deaths and destructions are emerging from the settler colony, despite the censorship on the reporting on damages caused by Iranian missiles. In Lebanon, Hezbollah fighters have been striking Israeli terrorists and even ambushed them last night. The details of this ambush involving 3 Israeli helicopters is remarkable. This would be the broad focus of my video today. Also in today's video, an American media outlet explains the possible link between Trump attacking Iran with an extremely serious revelation on his involvement with the Epstein files. So please stay tuned. How new documents show that Trump was accused of sexually assaulting minor girls, i.e. children.
Is still unfolding. The Trump Justice Department has just uploaded new FBI documents missing from the initial releases of the Epstein files. Right now, MS Now is pouring through these new files. We are taking our time to make sure we get it right, and we want to be careful on what we report on air. Here is what we can tell you right now. 3 of these documents are FBI 302 memos, notes that FBI agents used to summarize witness interviews. These notes contain unsubstantiated sexual assault allegations against Donald Trump. Specifically, they detail an unsubstantiated account of a woman who accused Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein of sexually assaulting her decades earlier when she was just a teenager. One of the new documents reads in part, quote, Redacted was asked whether she felt comfortable detailing her contacts with Trump. Redacted again asked what the point would be of providing the information at this point in her life when there was a strong possibility nothing could be done about it. There are many redactions on these forms. Trump has long denied any wrongdoing connected to Jeffrey Epstein.
That's it for me. Thank you very much for your support.
I give that, that's a freebie. I'll drop that link right here in the description box. Go over there and check that channel out. I love that channel. Great reporting.
We know by now that there's been a mass exodus, mass resignations of lawyers within the Department of Justice. And those Department of Justice lawyers who are remaining at the DOJ continue to be excoriated by federal judges across this country, federal judges increasingly saying, we will hold you in contempt for your conduct. Federal judges have had it with these DOJ lawyers, but not just with the DOJ lawyers. We're seeing a lot of decisions as well of federal judges calling out immigration law judges within the executive branch who are supposed to be impartial and who are supposed to exercise the appropriate level of discretion and follow the law at an administrative level with hearings regarding migrants. But increasingly what we've seen is the Trump regime hiring immigration judges on Twitter. On X, they're putting out ads saying, please join us with those weird memes. And they're bringing in people who really aren't qualified to be immigration judges while firing all these other people who are qualified to be immigration judges, simply so these individuals can carry out the Trump regime's very dangerous orders. And you have situations where migrants aren't even given the appropriate interpreter. And so the immigration judges are making these rulings, and these are not your Article 3 federal judges. And then your Article 3 federal judges are saying, you know, these executive branch immigration law judges don't even know what the hell they're doing. And they're keeping people from being released in violation of the Constitution. Let's just take a look at what's going down. And Kyle Cheney.
Is America great yet? Is America great yet? Is that how you would want your court case to go?
Of the call, once Mr. Wu's notification status was disclosed, police chose to contact the U.S. Border Patrol, who subsequently took Mr. Wu into custody, characterizing him as a flight risk based on an alleged failure to update his address. And then federal judges now criticizing, attacking these immigration judges. For example, a Trump-appointed judge had the following to say. The bond hearing has indications of predetermined outcome. Well, this is from the Obama appointee. I'll show you what the Trump appointee said in a moment. The bond hearing has indications of a predetermined outcome, Harpool, an Obama appointee, wrote. The immigration judge's order enumerates that petitioner has been in the U.S. for 9 years, has not missed a court hearing, has family in the U.S., owns a home and operates a business in the U.S. The immigration judge's determination regarding flight risk is clearly untethered by the facts and any logical conclusion to be determined from the facts. And then you have another case involving a Trump-appointed judge, where the Trump-appointed judge calls out the immigration judges as well for doing the same thing. I want to bring in Harry Littman from the Talking Feds YouTube channel, Talking Feds Substack, and Talking Feds podcast. Harry, we're talking about human beings here. Human beings who have been kidnapped by our government, who have been charged falsely with things they never do, have been defamed publicly, and the remaining people who are at the DOJ are out there spewing these lies until judges are forced to say, we're going to hold you in contempt. And then finally, the DOJ does the right thing up until the last moment before a contempt order issues. Harry, break it all down for us. You were a leader.
Okay, so I wanted to share that with you. What's going on with the Department of Justice? A lot of the cases, they are not even trying to argue anymore because they have so few attorneys left in the Department of Justice. Netanyahu
our media covers up. Their job isn't to cover the news. It's to cover.
Netanyahu invokes Amalek, whatever Amalek is.
Up the news. So
Amalek, Similac, I'm lacking in a fucking dignity. Oh my God, what is
CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, MS Now or later, Fox News. Why are you all covering up the news on behalf of a foreign country? It is super weird.
So CNN reporter Tal Shalev acknowledged the following, and this is the headline of a February 28th, 2026 CNN piece. Timing of U.S.-Israel attack on Iran bears symbolic meaning in Judaism, as Netanyahu references holiday of Purim. Am I saying that correctly? Okay.
Not really, but it's okay.
How do you say it?
I'm not sure either. Purim?
Purim. Yeah. Okay, fine. So here's what Netanyahu is quoted as saying. 2,500 years ago in ancient Persia, a tyrant rose against us with the very same goal to utterly destroy our people. Netanyahu said of the story.
Polish people?
Said of the story, which takes place in what is now Iran. Today as well, on Purim, the lot has fallen, and in the end, this evil regime will fall too. Now remember, the first Israeli strike was on a girls' elementary school in Iran, killing 175 children. Mostly children. We don't know if every single one was a child, but most of them were little girls. Okay, so ahead of the upcoming Jewish holiday, worshipers read a specific portion of Deuteronomy, which of course is in the Old Testament. It commands the ancient Israelites to remember Amalek and to eradicate the memory of Amalek once the Israelites settle in their land. Amalek is often referenced as a historical enemy of the Jewish people, and Netanyahu invoked it shortly after the October 7th, 2023 attack on Israel, which is why they leveled Gaza. They used this insane ideology to justify killing all those innocent civilians and leveling the Gaza Strip. So the fact that he invoked Amalek again after striking a elementary school and killing 175 people, I think is notable when you're trying to decipher who the actual terrorists are.
So look, I've said this many times. I get Israel's motivations. I get the big dumb suckers over in America with tons of cash in the military to do our dirty work for us and let them die for us. Let them spend their money instead of us. I get it. And by the way, I think that a lot of foreign governments would do that if they could do that. So I don't think that Israel's necessarily uniquely evil, right? They've just figured out a better way to capture our government. So the people that I'm most angry at are disgusting, cravenly politicians who go, oh, money? Oh, I'd love to serve you. Give me campaign contributions and I'll betray all my voters. I'll make them go to war. I'll have their sons die. I'll do anything Israel commands of me. 94% of Congress gets legalized bribes from the Israeli lobby. But this second group that I'm furious at, and you see it all the time on the show, is the national media. So those guys tell us, no, 94% of Congress doesn't mean they bought Congress. In fact, we're never going to tell our audience that. We're going to say, like, oh, we have a special ally. We're not.
I concur. Let me make sure this link is in the description box. I'm going to put this link in the actual chat. Go over there and check this out. I agree with the majority of the sentiment in this video. Many of the politicians are bought up, and much of the media will not give you the actual facts. So that's all I wanted to share in that video. There's a link right there in the chat if you would like to avail yourself to that video. Oh, I forgot to show you the jobs numbers.
Kevin, you're a good man. Thanks for making time for us this morning.
I forgot to show you the Trump officials addressing the job numbers. I totally forgot that. The job numbers were abysmal. Let's see here.
It's an obvious downside surprise on the jobs report. The 3-month average has dropped to 6K. I think some people looking at this report at the headline level might be a bit nervous. Kevin, you're a good man. Thanks for making time for us this morning. It's an obvious downside surprise on the jobs report. The 3-month average has dropped to 6K. I think some people looking at this report at the headline level might be a bit nervous about what's inside it. Are there some one-offs here that make this look worse?
Yeah, there are a few. First of all, we had the crazy weather in February. The worst of it was actually outside of the survey week, but there was a lot of lingering junk, as you might recall, with the ice that was everywhere. We had some strikes on the West Coast that knocked off between 30 and 40,000 jobs. And so I think that on net, it's almost like a wash number. And the final thing is that there's a new procedure, birth-death model at the BLS, which we believe is going to make the number more volatile. And so I think more and more we're going to have to average through the months. And remember, we had a really surprisingly positive number last month. And I think if you average the two, then
so it was the weather. There was a lot of muck still hanging around and ice, and the BLS, we have a new way of calculating the figure. He told you that the February weather was the reason for the poor jobs report, because understand in every year prior to this year, there has never been a month of February where the weather could interfere. February didn't even exist in any month, any year prior to 2026. Do you hear this dumb shit that he's telling you why the jobs market were abysmal?
it's about at the rate of job growth that's consistent with 3 or 4% GDP growth.
Kevin, it goes against the grain as well. ISM data earlier this week was really pretty decent. Claims were stable too. Next time we speak next month, do you expect to have a better story to tell?
Yeah. I think that right now what's going to happen, right, is that
He said next time next month, do you think you'll have a better story to tell? Because motherfucker, that was a wild goose chase story. Will you have a better story to tell than that?
That the variability in the data will be apparent to folks, and so what's going to happen, I think, is that there'll be some anxiety that another.
It's apparent to us right now. It is apparent to us not right now. We don't have to wait until next month. This administration has decimated jobs in the United States. Isn't that what you said you were going to do with the cuts to jobs? Oh, I forgot. 45, 47. Pretend like the public sector jobs that were cut by Elon Musk. Those government bureaucratic jobs that were cut, they were absorbed by the private sector. So the people who lost jobs in government, they didn't lose their jobs. They just got different jobs. That's what we're pretending, right? Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Number like this or two or three numbers like this is ahead for us, but we really don't believe that because, as you and I have discussed, like every other indicator is consistent with very strong GDP growth right now, and so this really is an outlier number.
Tax refunds are a big part of the bull case for the US economy. I've got the Bloomberg lighting up in front of me right now with energy prices surging. How those refunds are going to be spent is key, Kevin, with energy bills still climbing. What's your assessment of the disruption we're seeing to supply in the Middle East?
Well, our expectation is that we've got our eyes on the horizon, that we know that sometime soon we're going to have a much more stable Venezuela with high stable energy output, a much more stable Iran with high and stable energy output, which is going to be very good.
Well, what's so unstable about Venezuela? What are you doing in Venezuela? You've already captured and spent what was it, 8 million barrels of oil that you took and took the proceeds from the sale of that oil and put it in an offshore bank account in Qatar where only 45, 47 has access to the funds. So what instability are we waiting on? Because you're already selling oil and padding his personal pockets with the oil money. So why aren't you selling some oil to the United States so the price of gas won't go up for individual Americans? Huh? Oh, well, pretty soon it's going to stable out. It's been stable enough for 45, 47 to make millions, hundreds of millions of dollars off of the sale of this oil. This is your not the Commerce Secretary, the Labor Secretary. No, what is he? He's not the Labor Chair. White House National Economic Council Director.
Not only for energy markets, but for risk premia around the world. Don't forget that this move against Iran is happening because they've promised to destroy us all. Like, if that's not something that affects risk premia, I don't know what is. And so,
when did they promise that? This move against Iran is because, remember, they promised to destroy us all. See, because so it's a good thing that we're striking them, and your gas crop prices are going up substantially because of the strike. But it'll be okay in a couple of days. Kind of like you said that we will be seeing manufacturing jobs going online at the end of the last quarter of last year, and then you said it would be in the beginning of the first quarter this year, and now we are back to you probably won't see these alleged manufacturing jobs until the end of this year now. You push the expectations about these alleged imaginary manufacturing jobs for companies that are phantomly building manufacturing all across the United States based on projections about the tariffs and all of this rigmarole and bullshit that you have been out here trying to lie and say with a shit-eating smile on your face while you're singing. That's going to make you more believable, and as opposed to people's lived experience in the United States day by day, that all of the lies that you guys are telling in this administration have the nerves to come and show your face. You have no fucking you have no pride in yourselves to come out and say the idiotic shit that you guys routinely come out in front of a camera and say. You guys are disgusting. Um, mm, uh, uh, he disgusts me every time I see him talk with that shit-eating grin.
But I think with an eye on the horizon, then you can see that this is a huge positive for the global economy and global markets. The question is, when will the current near-term disruption end? And that's something that'll be decided by the military. And of course, will be some uncertainty about when they decide to move, in part because the uncertainty protects the lives of American soldiers.
Kevin, in the meantime,
but we expect that it'll be resolved, quite soon.
As you see, we're starting to see a hit to production. Because we can't move the oil, we're breaching storage capacity in select producers right now. You saw some of that with Iraq earlier this week. The Journal reporting moments ago, we're seeing the same thing in Kuwait, and UAE and Saudi Arabia might follow. That's obviously a bigger, more acute issue for the Asian refiners right now, which is why the Treasury Secretary came out and issued a waiver for the Indians to buy from Russia, the Russian crude that's offshore in tankers right now. But Kevin, I wonder what else the White House has got in store. Not just to tell people to wait, because in the future it will be better, but what are the remedies that you can produce right now?
Oh, sure.
So the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, has come out with a waiver that allows India to buy Russian oil. But if I remember correctly, India and Russia are part of the BRICS. So that is the reason why they are a part of the same nation anyway, in the first place. And if I remember correctly, Iran is part of the BRICS as well. If they're not a full partner, they are a partner in some way with the BRICS. But your president was upset that India was buying oil from Iran. But now your government has given India a little pass-go free card to buy oil from Russia. What sense does that make? And why is that any of our American business who India is buying oil from? Because the American dollar is about to blink out, because all of this oil that is being purchased between Russia, India, and Iran, it's not being bought with the dollar. He's trying to force the oil to be sold on the dollar standard, but the BRICS do not do any trading on the dollar standard. That is why this is important. They're not trading in dollars. They don't need to stockpile any dollars anymore. And once this trading that they are doing, which they have mastered among the BRICS partners, get a foothold into more nations, the dollar is done. So that's what all of this is about. If you don't know, now you know. This link is in my description box. Is there something else? Oh my God.
Secretary, 92,000 jobs out in February. Fewer jobs in healthcare, fewer jobs for information services because of AI. The weather hurt things. Government employment down. If you add it all up, it doesn't look good for the Trump economy.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you. I think we have to address the fact that this is not a good report in its raw numbers, but we have to also talk about why this possibly has happened, this snapshot in time. It was mentioned, the weather.
Yeah, it was probably the weather that did it. We've never had bad weather in a February before here in America. Now, look, she went on to explain other stuff, some strikes and stuff like that. And okay, those are excuses. And maybe, by the way, they might be persuasive ones. Maybe they placate people that the economy losing 92,000 jobs in the month of February is okay. But the bigger issue is that this keeps happening. If you look at this chart of job growth going back to basically the beginning of the Biden administration, by the way, can you guess when Trump was inaugurated on that particular chart? Roughly every other month, the economy loses jobs, which means that on the months where we gain jobs, it's basically net zero, but not the type that leftists have been asking for. And not only did we lose the 92,000 jobs in February.
Hold on. John, if I got it wrong, correct it for me. Since I got it so wrong, and you sitting up here listening to me get it wrong, let me see you get it right. Since you think you know more than me, what does that mean? It says what you said that I got it wrong. You weren't talking about TYT. You said I got it wrong. Correct me, if you will, since I got it wrong. I'm waiting. Correct anything that I said that was wrong. You can't. All you can do is sit up here and talk dumb shit because you know nothing. And all you can do is sit up here and try to make it seem like you know something that you are unaware of. Just say thank you. I did not know that. There's no correction. I see there's absolutely no correction of all the information that you know. What is brick? I don't even know what brick is. What is brick? What is this bricks that you talk about? No, they don't count on. They don't trade with the dollar. Are you serious? They do not trade. They trade in their own country's currency. You idiot. You spelled it bricks. What exactly is the bricks? Tell me that. Can you tell me that, Josh? Don't take all day. Can you tell me that? Can you tell me that? Oh no, you can't. It's taking you that long to Google who the bricks are. Oh, I'd laugh too. I'd laugh too, because you have no idea what you're talking about. A typical ignorant in the chat who has no idea what they're talking about. I don't need to use Google. I definitely don't need to use Google. But hit the like button on your way out, you ignorant motherfucker sitting in here talking shit because you're upset that you don't know what you're talking about. You as well. Hit the like button on your way out, James Jurin. Nobody wants to be bothered with trash who wants to appear like they know something more than the information that they're getting, but they cannot converse in any way about what is being talked
But they also revised in previous months, subtracting 69,000 more jobs too. So overall, regardless of the weather, this is not good economic news.
Yeah, it has begun, guys. So the AI apocalypse has begun. So we're at the very, very beginning of it, the first jobs report where it's beginning to show up. So you saw Jack Dorsey's company fired 40% of their staff, 4,000 people gone. And I've now seen a number of different reports, Amazon beginning to fire people, coders are getting fired in big numbers. AI can easily do the entry-level coding jobs, now the mid-level coding jobs. So it's only going to get worse. It's going to pick up steam. And as it continues to happen, all these people will tell you, oh no, it was the weather, the dog ate our jobs, all these excuses. No, and part of the reason they don't want to talk about the AI apocalypse is because the stock market loves the AI companies.
Yeah.
So and everyone in the government is invested into AI and Silicon Valley, et cetera. So they're all like, what do you mean? Nvidia's up, the Dow's at 50,000. It isn't anymore, by the way. But for the rest of an economic slaughterhouse is about to begin. Those are strong words, right? But you're gonna see terrible times are ahead. And now normally I don't say that, and I'm saying that now. It's gonna get bad.
Yeah, it should really be inspiring some platforms going into 2028 dealing with this. And you're right, none of them want to admit that the stock market's built on a house of cards, that these job losses are coming. And that's the downside for AI. But the upside is think about all that AI can do. Like you said, coding, Grok produces some high quality child sexual abuse material, I suppose. So it can do a few. Yeah, I think we should lose our economy. Our future should fall apart so that we can produce really high quality videos of Will Smith eating spaghetti. I don't know. But anyway, that's what our economy is. Now, overall job numbers are bad. Let's jump into what's being affected right now by Donald Trump's foreign policy. That would be oil. Oil has surged 35% this week for the biggest gain in futures trading history, dating back to 1983. That is a big jump, and it could get even worse. Qatar's energy minister told the Financial Times that Gulf exporters would halt production in days if tankers cannot pass the Strait of Hormuz. This could spike oil prices to $150 a barrel in the coming weeks and bring down the economies of the world. Now, we're not there yet, but already the rising oil prices are having an effect on gasoline. I don't entirely understand exactly why, considering that one would have to imagine the gasoline that's at your local gas station, that oil or gas was bought before this, but for some reason they jacked up the price anyway. But regardless, prices are going up. Gas prices, the oil prices have topped $90 for the first time in years, and you can see in the chart down below, line of when the fighting in Iran began is kind of right there at the bottom of the spike in oil prices, but the spike is there. And so Donald Trump has been lying for a full year about the price of gas, continually saying that it's $1.99 when it has never been so, but it did go down at least a little bit over the last year. That's gone. We're now higher than we were when Donald Trump was inaugurated. And like with the inflation caused by the tariffs, this is not an act of God. Donald Trump caused this because of his stupid choices. Gas prices have gone up.
Let's see what we got here. I see that idiot finally had the opportunity to Google what BRICS was. So in Googling what BRICS meant, because he couldn't simply say it, he told me to Google something that I have talked about extensively. And when he finally got the opportunity to Google BRICS, Josh Gannon said that BRICS, he spelled it BRICKS first. He didn't even know how to spell it. He wrote Brazil, Russia, India, and China. What is the S in BRICS for? South Africa. He thought that he came back with the big answer and could not even believe the fact that the S in BRICS stands for South Africa, as if those large countries wouldn't have a black continent, a black country from a black continent in the next spelling of the word BRICS. The S is for South Africa, and they trade in their own money. If they wanted to use the dollar, they would not be stockpiling gold and other minerals to trade in. If they wanted to stockpile the dollar, what would be the point in creating their own financial structure to trade in if they wanted to keep upholding the dollar, which could be sanctions could be put on them at a whim. The whole point of BRICS is that they don't have to trade in the dollar. So since you think that I don't know what I'm talking about, because you don't know what I'm talking about, eat a dick, bitch. Eat a full plate of dicks, bitch. Because I'm not the one who don't know what I'm talking about. You're the one who don't know what I'm talking about. And I suggest you go through some of my old videos and catch up, motherfucker, because I am not the one. All right, let's continue.
Up 9 to 11%, depending on your state, on average, in just the last couple of days. And so that's potentially a big issue. We know that people are super sensitive to the price of gas. That's like the big thing people say will affect midterms. So he's gonna have to be very careful and sensitive about the way he talks about this issue. Here is how he's been talking to reporters about it.
I asked about rising gas prices, and he said, that's all right. It'll be short term. It'll go way down very quickly. And I said, well, they're pretty high now. And he said, no, they're not. They're up a little bit, not much, but it'll drop to record lows. And so I asked, well, does this mean that you're going to figure out the Strait of Hormuz soon? Again, something you were just talking about. He said, quote, it's already figured out. We've knocked their Navy because, you know, when you knock out the Navy, they can't do what they wanted to be able to do. The Navy is almost, he said, we just hit the 25 mark. Can you imagine that? Big ones. 25 ships are down. We're doing very well.
And I am pretty sure that is a word-for-word accounting of what he said. So yeah, whatever, it'll be temporary. And that wasn't just like an off-the-cuff thing, but he's gotten his messaging under control. His messaging about this sucks over and over again. He was asked about higher prices of the pump. He said, I don't have any concern about it. And please, Democrats, tell me you're going to put that in ads. They'll drop very rapidly.
He has no concern. I don't have any concern about that. None.
Rapidly when this is over. And if they run.
The same one who lied, gas is under $1.99 a gallon, and gas is down. I just went to a place and I saw gas was down under $1.99, and he in the meantime he ain't left the White House, and y'all bought that shit because he likes the ignorant MAGA voter. He loved the ignorance in you. He loved the ignorance of you MAGA voters.
They rise. But this is far more important than having gasoline prices go up a little bit. Yeah, don't even worry about it. Stop whining. And so that's the president. Nobody expects him to have message discipline. But weirdly enough, this now seems to be spreading to other Republicans. And I want to give you just a little bit of Representative Mark Alford and what he had to say about gas prices rising.
I think we all know that when you have a kinetic conflict like this, whether you want to call it a war or not, we are putting energy, resources, money into this. It is going to take a little bit of sacrifice on the part of Americans.
Yeah, sacrifice. That makes sense. That's the sort of thing that politicians do talk about. But I have a couple of questions about that. So why exactly should we sacrifice for it? I mean, we don't support this war, and we made that very clear before you launched it. America didn't elect a president that was saying we'd get into this war. In fact, he said the exact opposite. We have no interest in this war, and it hasn't been even vaguely described what it is that we stand to gain in exchange for our sacrifice. And why exactly is it us doing the sacrificing? I mean, Donald Trump wants the war, and Benjamin Netanyahu wants the war. How about they do a little bit of sacrificing? Does anybody think that Donald Trump is losing a buck over this? Seems strange. Maybe he could, like, I don't know, cut into your ballroom funding a little bit if you want to pay for this war that you want so bad. And
okay, that was a good one.
I'll throw to you, Cenk, but it's likely to get even worse, even in
Secretary, 92,000 jobs out in February. Fewer jobs in healthcare, fewer jobs for.
Okay, so I'm gonna drop this link in my description box. It is that will be. I'll leave that one under gas prices. Go under gas prices and check out the remainder of that video. Let me see. There is a couple of more things that I do want to get to because tomorrow will be too late. I am looking for that Lindsey Graham fiasco.
Prior to the war getting started, we heard that Saudi Arabia did not want to get involved. They didn't want to get dragged into this. So Saudi Arabia said, you know, United States, we are not going to allow you to use your military bases in our country to strike Iran. We just don't want to get dragged into it, okay? Well, the Saudi crown prince is also a terrorist, also a liar, a butcher, if you will. And so the Washington Post had reported on February 28th that push from Saudis, Israel helped move Trump to attack Iran. U.S. intelligence assessments saw no imminent threat, but regional allies argued now was the time to strike. And strike we did. And I don't think Trump is going to be happy with the decision he made. If not now, pretty soon he's going to realize what a huge disaster this was.
Okay, she's taking too long. I'll drop this link in the chat. She's taking too long, and we're gonna move forward. You got the premise, you got the setup of the video. Go over there and finish it if you'd like. I want to move on. Some things you may not have heard about.
So we're going to transition away from the war in Iran to the Epstein files because there's new reporting coming out related to Jeffrey Epstein's death that is continuing to add to the pile of evidence.
So Did a prison guard take the life of Jeffrey Epstein? A prison guard who had been depositing cash into her bank account, who had been paying for a Range Rover and all of this stuff, who had lied on her report, all of this stuff that has was unquestioned. It's known about, but they have no questions about it. There's reporting that's coming out about this alleged prison guard who was who lost her job along with another prison guard.
That Epstein did not, in fact, die by suicide. And this latest report, there's actually two. Okay. One is Julie K. Brown, who is the journalist who broke the story on Jeffrey Epstein and his crimes. She is reporting in the Miami Herald that a incarcerated person who was housed at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York told the FBI that he overheard prison guards talking about covering up Epstein's death on the morning that he died. Combine that with reporting that Julie K. Brown references from the New York Post about one of the prison guards who was working the night that Epstein was found dead, that she was Googling him minutes before his body was found, like latest status update, Epstein in jail, and also had mysterious deposits that were being put into her account before and after the death. So those are two reports that we're going to talk about, but we want to kind of go back in time and refresh your memory a little bit because so much has happened and it's difficult to remember. It's difficult to keep track. So we're going to go back in time right after the death in November 2019 is when this news package is from. And two Epstein jail guards were actually arrested on federal charges for falsifying documents.
Tonight, the two guards on duty the night Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide facing criminal charges. Tova Noel and Michael Thomas are accused repeatedly of failing to conduct 30-minute inmate checks and of falsifying jail records to make it look like they had. Thomas allegedly telling a supervisor, "We messed up. We didn't do any rounds." Prosecutors say video surveillance shows the guards sat at their desks and appeared to have been asleep, at times browsing the internet for furniture and motorcycles. Epstein had just been removed from suicide watch but was left for 8 hours before he was found with a noose around his neck. Those guards have pleaded not guilty, their union blaming staff shortages. Today, the director of the Bureau of Prisons grilled by senators about Epstein's death.
Do you concur with the opinion that it was a suicide?
That was the finding of the coroner, sir.
Okay. Do you have any evidence to suggest otherwise?
I do not.
The pathologist hired by Epstein's family to investigate has said that the evidence points to homicide. Federal prosecutors say that security footage shows no one entered the area where Epstein was housed that night.
So one thought that came to me when I was listening to that clip at the end there is the juxtaposition of what the official record says, which is that Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide, and when his family employed a independent autopsy report to assess the cause of death, and that found homicide. And so you think about what happens with like police killings, police murders, when the police say that the person died a certain way, and then the family says, no, we're going to hire our own independent death investigator, and then that person finds a different cause of death.
And time after time after time, the independent arbiter of the coroner's report, or not the coroner's report, of an autopsy ends up being correct. That happens all the time. That's happened in ICE custody shit right now.
Right. So Tova Noel, you heard that name. Tova Noel is one of Noel. I keep doing it. It's hard to say that name. Is one of the correctional officers in the topic here, because she is the one who received the cash deposits. She is the one who was Googling these things. But I want to read from this Miami Herald reporting from Julie K. Brown before we get to our next clip and talk a little bit more about these details of these Google searches. So Julie K. Brown writes here, quote, "The federal government's online Epstein library contains a 5-page handwritten report of an FBI interview with an inmate who awoke the morning of August 10th, 2019 to the loud commotion in the special housing unit where he and Epstein were jailed. Breathe, breathe, he recalled officers shouting at 6:30 a.m. Then he said he heard an officer say, 'Dudes, you killed that dude.' A female guard replied, If he is dead, we're going to cover it up and he's going to have an alibi. My officers, the FBI notes said. The inmate claimed the whole wing overheard the exchange. Later, after learning Epstein had died, he said inmates said Miss Noel killed Jeffrey. He identified the female guard as Tova Noel, one of 2 correctional officers who were later charged with falsifying reports so that it appeared from their records that they had made the rounds that night when they had not. The charges against her and the other officer, Michael Thomas, were later dropped, but both were fired. So this is another situation where also, someone who doesn't have power is giving their report to people with power, and they are less likely to be believed, and their story is likely to be downplayed.
Right.
And that's what we saw in this case. But when we pivot to the New York Post reporting about Tova Noel, that's when we start to see these additional details about the things that she was Googling and the cash that she received. So reading from the New York Post reporting here, one of Jeffrey Epstein's prison guards Googled the sex predator minutes before he was found dead and also made a mysterious $5,000 cash deposit 10 days before the predator's jail cell suicide, new Department of Justice documents reveal. Noel Googled, quote, latest on Epstein in jail at 5:42 a.m. and then again at 5:52 a.m., less than 40 minutes before her colleague, correctional officer Michael Thomas, found the disgraced financier dead in his cell by hanging at 6:30 a.m., according to an FBI record of Noel's internet search history that night. Earlier that shift, Noel shopped for furniture online and snoozed on the job instead of making the mandated checks every 30 minutes. The FBI highlighted the eerie internet search in its 66-page forensic examination of the Bureau of Prisons desktop computers of Noel and Thomas. It was the only search highlighted.
Pretty damning. I mean, you said earlier that it's not substantiated and we don't really know, and that's certainly true, but man, it doesn't look good when you're searching minutes before he's discovered. Was he discovered yet? What's the news? What are the updates? While also receiving all of these high dollar, mysterious bank account deposits and shit.
Yeah, she has also denied making those searches.
Right.
And according to the New York Post reporting, quote, meanwhile, Chase Bank flagged cash deposits in Noel's bank account in a suspicious activity report to the FBI in November 2019. Another file.
But notice they never were able to flag Jeffrey Epstein account the same way because he knew someone in the bank. And even though they knew they were supposed to be flagging his account where he was paying these underage girls, they did no such thing for him. I guess he had the complexion for the protection. And who did that protect? That protected him and not these underage girls. Hey, a black woman putting a black working woman putting $5,000. We're gonna act like she's putting $5 million in her account. And bitch, are you fucking insane? You are so stupid that you are Googling Jeffrey Epstein after you agree to do anything in this case, whatever it is. Why are you Googling him on the job? Don't you have his fucking file in front of you that you can pull up if you need to know anything about Jeffrey Epstein? What the fuck are you Googling him on your job for when this information is available to you as a correctional officer? None of this makes sense. And you dumb motherfuckers who let somebody who's worth billions pay you peanuts. It shows you how they don't value you and your life. Paying you peanuts to do anything illegally that can get you arrested, that shows that they have no respect for your life and could quite possibly have been trying to get you caught up and arrested yourself, you dumb bitch.
From the DOJ revealed a total of 12 deposits began in April 2018, the bank said, and culminated in the largest deposit for $5,000 on July 30th, 2019. And
so they flagged her bank account for large deposits, 12 large deposit, and the largest was $5,000. You do not even have to report anything that is under $10,000. But this bank is flagging a black customers, talking about she had overly large deposits, and none of the 12 was over $5,000. $5,000 was the largest one. If you don't get the entire fuck out of my face with this dumb shit.
In Julie K. Brown's article, she also referenced that at the time, Noel's bank records also revealed that she was making payments on a brand new Range Rover, and that she was not asked about the cash during her DOJ interview.
This lady's in danger. This lady's physical safety, her very life is in danger. She needs to be protected, because they're going to go to her. If these were cash deposits, they're going to go to her and they're going to say, hey, where'd you get this cash money to deposit into your account? She's not going to be able to say anything. If she says, oh, I was at a casino. All right, we're going to trace your cell phone to find out where you got the money, where you won. We're going to be able to go through volumes of surveillance cameras to see you on the floor of a casino. Like, whatever excuse she gives is going to fall apart. She's not going to be able to say a family member gave it to her, because they'll go to the family member and say, hey, where'd you get this money? And the trail's going to fall apart. She's going to be forced to either take the hit and be convicted, or out the person that gave her the money. And if they're willing to kill people, she's at risk.
Well, and the other aspect of this is kind of the ongoing developments that have occurred surrounding the surveillance video in the jail. Remember, there was the missing minute. They claimed that the government officials had deleted the official video. There's been all kinds of an evolution in reporting.
Remember, Pam Bondi was like, oh, that at the end of every night, there's always on every tape a missing minute, but actually it was like a minute, like a missing 3 minutes or so.
3 minutes.
So the DOJ has covered for this. They've lied. Pam Bondi has perjured herself before Congress in its service to Donald Trump, protecting him, to lie about this entire ordeal, especially related to the death of Jeffrey Epstein and the surveillance footage and the TikTok, the actual timeline of his protection in the cell.
Well, I certainly hope that, given that Pam Bondi has been subpoenaed, that Democrats are prepared.
And I reported about 2 weeks ago, it has been discovered that all of the thumb drives and flash drives of this night have been deleted. All of them have been wiped clean and deleted. So there's that as well.
To question her about these very issues, because that will be an important piece of it. But
hopefully Seth Moulton's not there.
But let's listen to this reporting from about a month ago regarding some of these details about the surveillance footage from the jail.
For years, federal authorities have insisted no one entered Epstein's jail cell the night he died in 2019. A surveillance video now under new scrutiny appears to show a figure in orange near his cell hours before he was found dead. Newly released Justice Department documents show the FBI initially considered the possibility that the figure could have been an inmate, not a corrections officer. Independent video analysts tell CBS News the movement matches someone wearing a prison uniform, not staff. Epstein's death was ruled a suicide, but these new findings are renewing questions about what happened inside that cell and what may have been missed.
Too many questions. Too few answers, especially when we have a Department of Justice helmed by a sycophant for Donald Trump, who has shown a proclivity, a desire, a penchant for protecting Donald Trump. I mean, look, I want to ask the tough questions, absolutely. But the only thing that comes to mind is, what's the Dow right now, Brittany? Is it over 50?
Okay, so there's that. The link is in my description box. Go over there and watch the remainder of the video. It is under Epstein and the Range Rover, since it was reported that the woman was making payments on a Range Rover. Yeah, go over there and check that video out. Let's see what else we have.
Donald Trump is panicking as his unlawful war against Iran is beyond catastrophic. We are learning about more U.S. service members who have been killed in combat. The number is now officially 7 service members killed in combat that we are aware of. Remember, the Trump regime lies. I just want to say that. Also, apparently an 8th service member died, apparently through circumstances that the Trump regime is not giving any details on. So 8 service members actually dead in this war against Iran. We are now seeing the single largest oil shock in world history right now. We're losing about 20 million barrels of oil supply per day, with the Hormuz Strait being closed essentially based on this war against Iran. In addition, markets are crashing all throughout Asia, Australia, throughout the entire world. Stock markets are crashing. The U.S. futures, as of last night, was absolutely crashing. The Dow, NASDAQ, S&P down more than 2%, and that looked like it was going to get worse and worse by the minute. And speaking about by the minute, the price of oil exceeding $115 per barrel. We're likely going to see $4 to $5 a gallon gasoline on average here in the United States. And the price of diesel is going to be even more than that. I mean, you look at some of the markets yesterday, whether it was South Korea's market down 7%, Taiwan 6%, Japan 6%, Australia 4%, a global economic meltdown caused by Donald Trump and his despicable regime. Yesterday, Donald Trump was golfing at Doral, his resort in Miami, Florida, and he was forcing people to clap for him as he would walk around, and then he would frantically call reporters, like he even called the Times of Israel to say, look how great I'm doing. Isn't this amazing? To which the Times of Israel reporter said, well, when did this end? You know, are you able to withdraw on your own, or do you have to wait for Netanyahu in order for this war against Iran to end? Because the global devastation that you're causing is absolutely massive right now. And Trump says, you know, it'll be a mutual decision. Me and Netanyahu are going to figure it out together. Trump says, how great is Netanyahu? He's doing an amazing job. An amazing job? What the hell are you talking about? It doesn't get much more catastrophic and devastating than this. You know, interestingly, Lindsey Graham, who was out there saying yesterday morning on the morning shows, we're going to bomb the hell out of Iran. We're going to bomb the hell out of you. When more details, I guess, came out about how Israel was targeting these oil depots in Iran, basically turning all of Iran into what looks like a nuclear winter. The entire country was in these black clouds from the oil, and just thinking about not just the thousands of people who have been killed in Iran by the United States and Israel right now, but in the future, the people who are going to get cancers and other illnesses as a result of what has transpired. I mean, you saw those images yesterday in Tehran where as a result of the oil being blown up, these oil depots being blown up by Israel and seeping into the sewage, you had basically this ignition moment where the flames like literally engulfed the whole of Tehran. And meanwhile, in Tehran and in Iran proper in general, as you know, they've elected a new Ayatollah, Manchaba, the son of the old Ayatollah. And you had people now who are even against the Ayatollah in Iran, very supportive of this regime now, rallying around the Ayatollah, rallying around Iranian nationalism. Trump lost the people who were out there even protesting against the Ayatollah before. And a lot of the chants you're hearing in the street is, we now got a younger Ayatollah. It was Khomeini, who is 84, 85 years old. We now have his son. His son, Mojaba, who's the new Ayatollah, was greeted with huge applause in the streets. I mean, the people of Iran are more entrenched than ever right now against the United States. Everything that Trump and his regime and Netanyahu's done has absolutely backfired.
It doesn't seem like that worked out so well, huh? Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let me see. I'm hearing something in my ear. Oh, here we go. Now, let's see what Lindsey Graham. I finally found this Lindsey Graham clip. Let's see what uh, Sister Lindsey Graham is over here talking about.
President Donald Trump signals regime change in Cuba may be next on the U.S. agenda following the ouster of Venezuela's dictator and strikes on Iran.
I'm in Miami. You see this hat? Free Cuba. Stay tuned.
Yep.
The liberation of Cuba is upon us.
Cuba faces economic collapse without Venezuelan oil, strained by U.S. sanctions and diminishing support from Russia, China amid their Iran challenges. Senator Lindsey Graham declared the U.S. is marching through the world, cleaning out the bad guys, with Iran falling first and Cuba next for liberation. Experts warn military action is unlikely due to logistical hurdles and costs, predicting instead a managed transition to avoid chaos and boost U.S. regional dominance. President Donald Trump signals regime change in Cuba may be next on the U.S. agenda following the ouster of Venezuela's dictator and strikes on Iran.
I'm in Miami. You see this hat? Free Cuba. Stay tuned.
Yep.
The liberation of Cuba is a.
This is Lindsey Graham on Maria Bartiromo's show. Let me see if I can find that whole thing. Let me see. Oh, here we has it. Here we have it. Is this the one? Yes, this is the one. Where Lindsey Graham is talking a whole lot of dumb shit. A whole lot of dumb shit. Okay. Let's get into it. Shall we? Yes, this is the one.
Joining me now in the Sunday Morning Futures exclusive is South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, which shapes the overall spending, as well as a member of the Appropriations Committee, which decides how money is actually spent. Senator, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And I want to get your take on all of this. $1 billion a day. Oil prices up 27% in a week. You've got the president wanting a $1.5 trillion defense budget in 27. The idea that the Pentagon is about to come to you for $50 billion on these strikes to Iran. How are you going to answer?
Best money ever spent. Was it worth to America to take down a religious Nazi regime who's trying to build a nuclear weapon to deliver to America? That's a really good investment. They're going to fall. It's not if the regime falls, it's a matter of when. And you didn't mention today, and nobody has, quite frankly, we now know they had enough 60% enriched uranium to make 11 bombs. What's that worth?
Why would she mention that? Because this is the first time it has been mentioned at all, and without any evidence or proof. Why would she mention this? Something that you just made up in your head.
To America to make sure they don't have 11 bombs. All of this money is to make sure they never go nuclear. They can't hit us with ballistic missiles, and they stop.
All of this is to make sure they never go nuclear. Right after you just said they had enough enriched uranium to make a bomb. Well, they're already nuclear. And you're doing all of this so they wouldn't go nuclear. See, that's why you can't keep your lies straight. Because if they had this enriched uranium enough to build 11 bombs, they're already nuclear. Lindsey Graham, spare me of the bullshit, trying to act like it. He must have run across some rough. He probably is like the rest of them who are on Grinder looking for long black pings and things like that. He must have somebody who slaps him around real good. He's feeling awful cocky, a badass.
Terrorizing the region. When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money. Nobody will threaten the Straits of Hormuz.
Did you hear that? We're going to make a ton of money. Who's going to make this money? Under what conditions are anyone making this money? So he says, after this is all over, we're going to make a ton of money. But I know it's not individual American citizens. Whom is he talking about? Is going to make a lot of money. We're going to make a ton of money. Now, understand that I have already told you that Benjamin Netanyahu was the one who was instrumental in going to 45, 47 and coming back and telling Netanyahu what it takes to get Trump and to sign off on these attacks. That's called treason. So he's already shown that he is treasonous. So what else is there to show him but a jail cell? Should these people actually be in jail? He's talking about he's going to make a lot of money. We going to make a lot of money.
And they stop terrorizing the region. Enriched uranium in America. That's a really good investment. They're going to fall. It's not if the regime falls, it's a matter of when. And you didn't mention today, and nobody has, quite frankly, we now know they had enough 60% enriched uranium to make 11 bombs. What's that worth to America to make sure they don't have 11 bombs? All of this money.
Maria, you're nodding like yes, but if you knew that, Maria, how come you didn't even mention that today, Maria? You're nodding in agreement like that's something you knew, but you never mentioned that. Maria, aren't you supposed to be giving us actual news, bitch? You're just going along with the story because it sounds good and it sounds like a good excuse. We need a real good reason why we went to war.
Is to make sure they never go nuclear, they can't hit us with ballistic missiles, and they stop terrorizing the region. When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money. Nobody will threaten the Straits of Hormuz again. But
Maria, you stopped nodding your head when you found out how tacky it was when he said we gonna make a ton of money. He is not talking about the United States of America making a ton of money. He's talking about the military-industrial complex that does the United States citizens absolutely no good. Never have, never will. And who is a part of the military-industrial complex?
J. Trump saved the
newly minted defense contractors is Beavis and Butthead Trump, none other than Eric and Donald Jr. are defense contractors now, including Elon Musk and a bevy of other billionaires. That's who's going to make a lot of money. And they're going to continue to tell the American citizens that they have to make cuts. They have to make cuts, and they can't figure out health care. They have a plan for health care in 2 years and the whole 9 yards of the bullshit. This is on Lindsey Graham's. He has a YouTube channel. He had the audacity to actually put this on his YouTube channel. I don't know why. He's shameless. Go over there and check this out. I just wanted to show you that this motherfucker said we are going to make a lot of money. And I would be remiss if I did not share this with you. There it has been talks about a raccoon running for president. There has been a lot of talk about someone studying the issues, and then I'm gonna, make a decision because I am not a Republican, I am not a Democrat, I am an independent, and I need to study these issues. He needs to study these issues because this is someone who knows absolutely nothing about politics, who has decided to throw his opinions in the ring as if he's talking about a sporting team or something to the effect, just because he can have the same tone that he uses when he's talking about a win or lose in the basketball arena. He decided to bring his dumb ass over here talking about politics the same way when he doesn't even know how his government works. So he says that he will now consider running for your president when he doesn't even know how Congress or Senate works. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Let me. Do not come in my chat ever being disrespectful, or you will actually be escorted out of my chat. And I thought that I was clear on that. We can agree to disagree, but you don't come in my fucking chat being disrespectful. Okay, so he decided that he is going to be running for president nonetheless. Let's see who the raccoon in question is. Of none other than Stephen A. Smith, who makes regular appearance on the Fox Network, Sean Hannity, a Sean Hannity show. What's that? What is that show with Chris Como show? Always popping up with Bill O'Reilly to fill out a panel. Now, Sean Hannity appears has started a podcast. Sean Hannity and Stephen A. Smith delivered a blistering swipe at California Gavin Newsom on the debut episode of Sean Hannity's newly launched podcast. So there is this raccoon sitting up on Hannity's podcast. Hannity's new podcast, Hang Out with Sean Hannity, premieres March 10th with Stephen A. as his debut guests. They're allegedly good friends. Recorded in the Fox News host Florida man cave, in clips of his first show obtained exclusively by Mediaite, Hannity and his guests deliver a gloves off flaying of Newsom. Hannity kicked off the tag team takedown by swinging at Newsom's ability to screw up. Was part of the reason he was a Republican. Smith, a self-professed Democrat who has been a vocal critic of the Democratic Party, he's been a self-described independent. What are you talking about? A self-professed Democrat who has been vocal critic of the Democratic Party, leaned in and in remarks he warned could land him in trouble, agreed, adding that he would defend the Fox News host against any criticism from Newsom. You want to know why I'm a Republican, says Hannity? Because you can't screw up more than your buddy Gavin Newsom. I notice he's not coming on your show. Stephen Smith goes, not yet, Hannity, not yet. I've been in a big fight with Gavin Smith. He certainly has not done that. Guess why he ain't coming. Smith. You know, I'm going to ask him what needs to be asked. Hannity, well, because you laid out because you laid out for him what you're going to ask him, and guess what? He doesn't want to answer those questions. By the way, I won't take a shit from him, and by the way, I live rent free in that man's head. He can't stop from attacking me. I don't recall not one time Gavin Newsom doing a Hannity comb attack, at least one that went viral. I don't recall any of that because I have seen so many attacks from Gavin Newsom, and none of them have contained anything about Hannity. But Hannity, for some reason, believes that Gavin Newsom lived rent free in Gavin's head, while he's on his first podcast with bootlicking Dank Django talking about Gavin Newsom. Make it make sense. And here's Stephen A. Well, I'm going to say something that's going to get me in trouble, but I don't care. I will defend you to the hilt against Gavin Newsom for one reason and one reason only. That debate that he had against Governor DeSantis, you could not have been more fair. Hannity, I was fair, Smith. I'm saying you could not have been more fair because remember, you and I talked before that day, and I was like, since we want to reveal our text messages before the debate, I was like, be fair, Hannity. Your career is on the line. That you told me. Okay. I don't care. A smooth fest. Two ass lickers sitting up licking the other's ass. I guess since it's on media, I can play this horse shit.
For decades, Dr. Thomas Fisher has worked in the same South Side neighborhood where he was raised, helping the sick in the ER. Now, Dr. Fisher is running for Congress to fight for Medicare for all because everyone deserves quality health care. Dr. Thomas Fisher.
Gavin's a disappointment to me in this sense. He had potential, a lot of potential. I don't think he's going to make it for a lot of reasons.
What is all this burping and what is all of this? He got gas. Is this motherfucker drunk? Why you think he going? He sounds like he's drunk. Let me shrink this. Is this motherfucker drunk? I don't think he's gonna make it. Let's go back.
Gavin's a disappointment to me in this sense. He had potential, a lot of potential. I don't think he's going to make it for a lot of reasons.
No, why you talking like you why you talking like you in some juke joint? I don't think he's going to make it for some reason. Because you're talking to a black man, now you are talking in some motherfucking pea shelling language. Are you shelling peas, Hannity? Is that what you're doing? Are you out here in the cotton fields talking to a Negro? I don't think he gonna make it. I don't. What the fuck is going on here?
Disappointment to me in this sense. He had potential, a lot of potential. I don't think he's going to make it for a lot of reasons. This guy now.
I don't think he gonna make it. What? Excuse me? What do you mean? Excuse me, what do you mean?
Now is a full-time podcaster, full-time Trump stalker on X, you know, a full-time world traveler. Now he's an author. For a guy that, if you live in the Pacific Palisades and you lost your home and it's a year and 4 months later and you can't get a building permit, and he's on book tours, and he's in Davos, and he's in Munich, and he's fighting with Sean Hannity and fighting with Donald Trump, and doing podcasts with this person and that person, and meanwhile they got the highest income taxes, sales taxes, gas taxes, and you have people racing out of your state because they have a referendum tax on billionaires in Silicon Valley. He ought to be fixing problems.
And he ain't, and he ought to be. He ain't, and he ought to be. What's going on here? What's going on here? A bunch of bullshit. Cockamamie bullshit. Let me see. Let me see what Django has
For
to say.
decades, Dr. Thomas Fisher has worked in the
Who
same
the-
Southside neighborhood where he was raised, helping the sick.
My name is Kobe.
I saw him.
My name
Super
is
Bowl
Toby.
week, and I saw him during Super Bowl week, and I said to him, I said, look, and I'm hoping he comes on. He tells me he's going to come on my podcast.
He ain't coming.
Toby.
And I'm hoping he comes
Guta
on.
Kinte.
Because I said to
I'm
him,
Toby.
there's really no excuse for you to be avoiding me. All I want to do is ask the questions that people want to hear, and I want to give you the platform on the record to answer them any way you choose.
How do you?
Well, that's the whole point.
Here, all right,
that's the
let
whole
me-
point. Because I'm not gonna. What I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna push back and challenge you like I'm trying to debate you. But
There's no reason for you to avoid me. Yes, there's a reason for me to avoid you because you're not astute. You're not astute in the in my professional forte. You are a sports caster that tries to make little easy points off of the little bit of politics that you understand. When you are more inept to be able to ask me questions that really matter in the field of work that I'm in, I'll be more than happy to interview with you. But until then, you're beneath my pay grade, sir.
one thing I am going to do is ask you the questions that Californians want to know if you are the governor.
For decades, Dr. Thomas Fisher has worked in the same Southside neighborhood where he was raised, helping the sick in the ER. Now, Dr. Fisher is running for Congress to fight
That's all.
for Medicare for all because
That's it,
everyone
and that's
deserves
all.
quality health care. Dr. Thomas Fisher.
That is it, and that is all.
the only
I would have to say to that imbecile. Okay, that's on Mediaite. I will drop this in the chat. I appreciate you all for being here. Please hit the like button on your way out. Let me. Who is this? Who needs some attention that they didn't get from their family? David, spare me. You're very ineffective. Hit the like button on your final way out, David. I hope you. I hope you guys. Hold on. I hope you guys have a fabulous remainder of your day. Let me check on something. Right quit. Oh, John, you're black. You're back, John. John, bye. Bye, John. Bye, John. Okay, I think that's it. I hope you guys have a fabulous remainder of your day. And meet me back here tomorrow. If you want to argue, you want to fight, we can do all of that. But what you cannot do on my channel is be disrespectful to me, because I have not been disrespectful to you. However, I can appease you if you come in here being disrespectful to me. So don't forget to join me tomorrow, and I hope you have a great remainder of your day. I wanna be loved by you, and nobody else but you. I wanna be loved by you alone. Boop boop be doo, boop boop be doo. I wanna be kissed by you, and nobody else but you. I wanna be kissed by you alone. Boop boop be doo. Oh my God. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. Bye bye.